Hey everybody, this is the most controversial episode I have ever done. And a lot of people told me I probably shouldn't do this episode because I might get canceled. I don't care. I do not care. I am tired of watching creators and podcasters all over the place filter their content in fear of cancel culture. I'm not going to do it. I never have done it. I'm going to keep getting bolder and I'm going to keep getting louder on subjects that I think people need to hear about. This episode has changed my perspective on certain issues with the topic, and it also has solidified many of my views on the topic. But my views, that's not what matters. I'm just bringing truth to you guys, and I hope you appreciate it. And if you don't, that's cool too. There's a lot of other channels out there. For those of you that do, though, thank you for sticking around. I hope you guys like this one. Please leave us a comment, like, and subscribe. Follow and subscribe to us on Spotify and iTunes. Leave us a review. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chris Beck to the Shawn Ryan Show. I love you all. Enjoy it. Learn something. Spread it everywhere. Everybody needs to hear this. All right, cheers. One last thing. If this video does offend you and you're part of that cancel culture crowd, before you have a complete conniption fit, go get a camera, turn it on, video your meltdown, because nothing warms my heart more than watching the cancel culture crowd have a complete meltdown. Post your video on Twitter, tag Shawn Ryan 762. I'd love to see it. Enjoy the show. Chris Beck, welcome to the show, man.
Thank you.
Been a long time coming. You nervous?
No. It's my life I'm really talking about. It's happening to be nervous about. Well, I am a little bit nervous, maybe.
I get nervous for every one of these things.
Yeah.
Every single one of them. I just want to make sure that I produce the best product, that is the most accurate representation of you. Yeah. And so I'll give you a quick introduction here. 20-year Navy SEAL, retired veteran, 13 deployments, Bronze Star with Valor, Navy Com with Valor, Purple Heart, founder of Mindful Valor nonprofit. You transitioned to a female from a man, then you transitioned back to a male. You're a motivational speaker, and your goal right now for coming on the show, which we spoke a lot about, is you want a platform to speak to the SEAL community. Do you want to go into that a little bit?
Yeah. So I make mistakes in my life. I think we all make mistakes. We're human, right? There was, and you mentioned that I transitioned from a male to a female, and that's not really truthful. That's not really what happened when I look back on it. And there was a time when I thought that was what I was doing, but it's definitely not the case. It was an imitation. It was, it wasn't right. It was a mistake. It was something that, hey, if it was private, then yeah, whatever, and it's something that should have never happened. And I'm not a female. I was never a female. A male can't be a female.
Well, we're going to get to all of that, and I want to understand it because I don't understand it. And I just want to be honest with you. My personal goal with this interview, for the record, I think this interview has the potential to be the most impactful interview that I will ever do. And my goal with this interview, I hope it is, because I think there's a lot of things going on in the world today that there weren't 20 years ago.
Yes.
And I think it's building a lot of confusion. And so my goal is for any children who are thinking of transitioning or identifying as the opposite sex as they were born, whether they want to do it or not, that's not for me, but I just want them to have a full picture of what that process is like, what it did to you, and what it did to your mental state. And I want that entire community to be able to come to this episode on this show and hear your story and help them come up with the right decision for them, if that makes sense. And so, Chris, before we do start, I just want to say, I know you've been through a lot of shit. You've been through all the combat stress that almost everybody in that chair has been through, unique to you. And then you've been through the transition stuff. And I know that was extremely hard on you. And so I just want you to know you're in a judgment-free zone. There's no any of that going on here.
I hope somebody starts judging me.
But
sometimes we need to get a smack in the face, and sometimes we need to be told to stop. Or cut that out, or hey, are you sure?
I've heard you can be quick to do that at times.
Who, me?
Yeah, I have.
Punch people?
I heard a story about you in Danny's pub, but I won't get into it. But hey, everybody starts off with a gift on this show. There you go.
Thanks, man.
Open it
I'm
up.
supposed to open it right now. Nice.
Those are Vigilance League gummy bears made in the USA.
Gummy bears.
That's right.
What are they?
They're legal in all 50 states.
They're 420 bears?
No, they're not 420 bears.
Oh, man, come on.
They're just Vigilance
League. Can you
League.
give me the good ones?
Well, maybe we can talk about that after the show. But, yeah.
That's cool, man. Yeah, I make my own gummy bears.
Do you really?
Yeah.
What do you make?
Some good ones.
Oh, you make the magical
gummy bears. But they're all organic. So I take a 1 cup of fruit juice and a couple tablespoons of lemon juice, and then you put in the beef gelatin, and I think that's like 1/3 of a cup or something. And it's not very hard. There's like 5 ingredients, and it's all organic. It's all the stuff natural, nature. So it's not the chemicals and other stuff.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
You do all kinds of stuff out there. We had a good talk at breakfast.
The gummies, I'm into the homeopathic and herbal stuff. And so when I make the gummies, I always I make these tinctures out of I make goldenrod tincture and stinging nettle tincture. I make all these different tinctures, and then I add those tinctures of various types to the gummy bears. And so that gives you all the nutrition and vitamins and minerals. I have a drink that I can make that's like 1,000 times better than Red Bull or any energy drink ever.
Really?
What's that?
Really? What's in it?
Yeah. It's a seed. No, it's not a seed.
All right.
It's basically some of the herbs and stuff I do. But a lot of it, the really big stuff is cinnamon and honey. So if you mix cinnamon and honey into a warm drink, just that alone is a huge energy boost. It'll last a lot longer than any of the energy drinks because it's not sugar. So Red Bull and all those other ones are real sugary. Yeah. And sugar is like a real high that you get. It's very short, and then you get lower than you started out. But if you take honey and cinnamon, especially those two combined, they work together. And so that cinnamon and honey together with some other stuff that I do for vitamins, and wild lettuce is really good because it's a painkiller too, which I help. But I take all these natural things, I put them all together, and it makes this amazing energy drink that you can't touch. The problem is you can't sell it. Because how would you take all these natural things and it's really good stuff and then make it marketable and put it in a can and stick it on all these shelves and have the production of it? It doesn't work. So it's scalability, it's production. So all the other stuff is not a moneymaker, so nobody wants to do it. But I can give you all these recipes of a whole bunch of stuff that I do, and if you use these things, you're going to find they're way better than anything you can buy in the stores.
this conversation, the conversation that we had at breakfast about sugar and energy, all that stuff, I can tell you are an extremely intelligent human being, very innovative, and I know you were on some very special projects in the military, and I want to get into some of that. But let's just start things off with childhood.
Okay.
Where did you grow up?
So how did I get to here?
How did you get
learning
here?
all this stuff? So I was born in Long Island, New York, and then I was a real little kid. I was 4 or 5 years old. We moved to Pennsylvania onto a farm, and we had 100 acres, and cows, horses, pigs, chickens, and all the farm stuff, and a big old pond, and this huge hill I had to climb up to get to the back 40 acres to take care of the animals up there. And the 1970s on that farm, and I'm a middle child, which is important because I think that has to do with a little bit of it. And people might not believe it, but the middle kids definitely.
I've read
it's
this.
5 kids, yeah, and I was in the middle. And so when I was growing up, I had a lot of fears because it seemed like I was always the one, getting the beatings for anything that happened at the house.
Why do you think? What do you mean
tough.
beatings?
So if something broke in the house, and it would just be a paddling or a belt or something, and then it was pretty much all the time, And then it went wrong, I'd get it. When I was in school, I was getting paddled all the time, and went to Christian schools too, and so they didn't mind the spoil the rod, spare the child,
Yeah.
That was the other way. Yeah.
So no matter who
did it, I would get beat.
you were the one getting beat.
Yeah.
Nobody else got beat.
My brother got it a couple times, but I would get it bad enough that then he'd feel bad and buy me a fishing reel. And I can't tell you how many fishing reels he bought me or some stupid stuff he would buy to kind of apologize, which, hey, that's cool. Thanks for the fishing. I don't fish. I don't know why he kept buying me fishing reels. I'm not really a big fisher. But I lived in fear, like, all growing up. I remember the only dream from my childhood is me on this huge chessboard with these giant stadium bleachers all around it and this big high walls like a hockey. And my dad was the only one that I recognized out of the whole thing, and he was yelling down at all the chess pieces on the board to attack me. That's my dream as childhood. The only dream I remember. I had it a lot because it all kept coming back. It was just fear, man.
When did the fear start? Like, how young? Can you remember?
I was pretty little. I don't know. Like second or third, like real little, like young.
Very young.
Grade school.
Were your parents close? Your mom and dad?
No.
Was your mom alive?
I think I saw my mom and dad like hold hands once in my life.
That's it.
Yeah.
Were you close to your mom?
No, not at all.
Was she abusive too?
No. I mean, she broke some wooden spoons on me once in a while, the cooking spoons. She'd hit me with them and break them, but it wasn't really that. It was like, I don't think she ever hugged me as a kid.
Yeah.
And I think that kind of affected me a lot too. That makes me kind of the same way. I'm not a real big hugger or toucher. I don't like to be near people.
Yeah.
So I think I don't know if it's hereditary or something that got passed on to her and then she passed it to me, was the fact that I just don't like to be hugged or touched or just stay away from me, I'll do the bro hug where you go checking for body armor and guns.
Checking for body armor.
But I do that. When I was in a motorcycle club, I used to wear body armor all the time and I was always gunned up. I'd have a couple of knives on me, at least 2 guns, and body armor. And that's how I rode all the time. Whenever you see me on my Harley, I'm going to be gunned up. Not as much anymore because the stupid gun laws are so whack. But armor and guns, and that's how I ride. And it's the way I always felt. Everywhere I go, I got to be armored up. And only recently I learned that armor is ineffective. The armor of God is much more effective.
Yeah, we had some discussions about that.
And I'm not bashing my mom or dad, don't mean to, but it was the 70s, and we're growing up on a farm with all those animals, and my dad was a school teacher, and my mom was a homemaker with 5 kids. And so the food we ate was basically venison for meat, and the milk, we do powdered milk, and she'd water it down, or get the other milk and would do it half and half. And it was just, I got really used to drinking like really watery milk in my cereal. So that eventually I just put water in it. I don't do milk in my cereal if I ever eat cereal.
Still
So
to
it was
this day.
very, very, the working poor, And that's what I think most of America is divided into, is the working poor and the poor, and then all the elites. And there's not really very much in the middle. And that might be a conversation for later, that the division that we have in America isn't about race and color or any of that stuff. It's just rich and poor,
Yeah.
And that's the problem we have. Let's talk about that one later, though.
I would love to talk about that because I think you're right.
The biggest problem I had growing up was that isolation. Was I didn't feel I was ever touched, and I never really knew what it was like to have love, of what it would really be like.
What about with your siblings?
It was different for them. I don't know what I did wrong, I don't know why, That there's always a kid in the family who's like a black sheep. There's always a kid in the family who's like the whipping boy or unless you're an only child, or maybe there's two kids, But if you have a lot of kids, there's always one kid that takes most of the abuse.
I'm just curious.
I'm number 3 out of 5.
Why do you feel that it's because you're the middle child?
Well, the oldest first, and you can see it just in photos and videos and everything that they took of the kids. So tons of pictures of my older sister, and then some of my older brother, and then they start going off, and then almost none of me. And then the sister after me, some photos. And then my youngest sister has a lot again. So it's kind of like they got burned out in the middle, and then they realized, oh my gosh, they need to make it up. You know what I mean? I think that's it.
It does make sense.
Or there was just so many kids, and it was 3 of us, and I was a young boy, and I had a lot of energy. I mean, if there was such thing as ADHD back in the 70s, that was me. I mean, I got paddled every day in school. I'd go to the principal's office, and he had me, it was marked, And
what would you get paddled for?
Just being loud or making jokes or doing something. I was incredibly bored in school. It was the most boring time of my life. I hated it. I could take any test. I could take a test right now, and I did it. Air Force person that was having a real hard time passing these tests, and in a relationship with her. And so she said, hey, can you take this test? And I was like, well, I don't really know the material, but yeah, I'll take it. And I passed the whole thing, and she couldn't pass them. She took it like 3 or 4 times. And I didn't read any material, didn't do anything, took the test, passed it. So I'm really good at taking tests. I'm really good at analyzing and critical thinking and really looking at stuff. Well, then why did I mess up so bad, 10 years ago? That should be the first question. If I'm that big of a thinker and I critically think and I really analyze stuff, how did I fall into the trap of transgender for me? Now, for some people, it might be good. It might be the right thing for them to do. But it's not the right thing for probably more than half of them. And
yeah,
I can
we'll
explain
get into that
later.
We'll get into that.
But
we'll get into that.
It was rough growing up like that because I'd felt that I always had that pressure on me to make sure everything was perfect. Because if anything happened wrong around me, or if there was ever a mistake, or if I ever made a mistake, it was definitely going to happen. So I was always trying to fix stuff, and I was always trying to make everything right, and I was always making sure that I lived this perfect life and didn't have a mistake because I didn't want to get beat on, And I think that was like a big part of why I messed up sometimes in the SEAL teams. It's because I couldn't allow a mistake. And I would do that even in the new guys. I was really hard on the new guys.
Hold on.
I mean, even
rewind.
Goggins would talk about that.
Let's
in his
rewind.
book.
Let's rewind.
Okay. Goggins made some comments about that in his book, Don't Hurt Me. David Goggins, cool dude.
Really?
Very
I've
cool
never
guy.
met him.
Yeah.
But
He was in one of my platoons.
let's rewind a little bit back to childhood. Did you ever get to the point where you stood up to your father as you got older? 16, 17?
I blew a bubble. I was chewing gum one time and I blew a bubble and I got punched in the face and I fell backwards in the garage door and burnt the garage door. So I wasn't going to stand up to him. He was like a football player, a lineman in the 60s and was going to play with the New York Jets. So yeah, he had some skills.
Yeah, sounds like it.
So, I could take him now. He's like 85. I'm just kidding.
Is he still up?
Yeah, he's around.
He's still alive?
Yeah.
Do you guys
And the
talk?
only time I've ever gotten mad at him was the other day, like recently. And he's like 80-something years old, and just like, I still don't understand him. I don't understand what he's doing. And even all through my whole life, I can't figure him out. You know? It's, I'm just trying not to do what he did.
Yeah.
It's a lot of talk about love and a lot of talk about taking care of family. And then I don't see it in the actions. I mean, an example, just right now, he kicked my brother out of his house. And my brother's a seasonal worker and doesn't work during the winter, you know, because he's union, so he can't work anywhere else. If you're part of the union, if you do another job and you turn in that and they find out, they're going to kick you out of the union, you know?
Yeah.
And so my brother's not working right now. And then he just got kicked out of the house and he's homeless now. My brother, my dad did that. I don't get that. Why would you do that to your son?
Have you asked
You
him?
know? That was part of the conversation. And he started getting real super angry at me. And then we started kind of arguing. And at that point, I was like, I started turning back into that caveman in the old days. I wanted to punch him in the face so bad, just like he did to me. And I was so angry because of what he was doing to my brother. It doesn't make any sense. Well, I'm trying to get him to stand up on his own feet. Well, during the winter, how about you do it during the summertime when he's working and he has money? You know?
Yeah.
And I asked him that, and everything that came out of his mouth, none of it made sense. And so I'm pretty much disowned from my whole family now, except my brother, because he's living at my house.
Older or
So I
younger?
gave him a room. He's an older brother. I gave him a room at my house. I'm trying to find him something. I keep giving him money because he has nothing, and now he has no place to live, and it's made everything harder for no reason. That's the family I grew up in,
Damn.
you know? And it sucks because now I'm talking about all this on national TV, and it feels like I'm bashing my dad and throwing everybody under a bus. But
You're
I just
just
want them to know
conveying-
how much this hurts, and what they're doing just doesn't make sense.
You're just conveying your experience.
Yeah,
That's
but
it.
that's how I grew up. I grew up with a father who would kick out his own son in the middle of winter when he knows he has no money. To teach him a lesson? When I was growing up in 10th grade, I left home, and I lived in the woods. I bought a motorcycle, and my dad, I guess, had an accident with a motorcycle, almost killed him when they were younger, my mom and dad. So she hated motorcycles. She still does. And so I bought the motorcycle. I didn't buy it. I actually worked for it. I was working construction in like 10th grade for this guy. And we were in his garage loading gear, doing whatever. I saw this old motorcycle in the corner. It's all dusty and covered part with tarp and really messed up. And I was like, hey, Tim, how about that motorcycle in the corner? You know, how long would it take me to work? And I'll work that off. And he was like, all right, that's cool. So a month of work and you can have it. So I worked for a month and got the bike and worked on it and fixed it up and got it running, got it tagged and had it all done, and then rode it home. And then I was like, you will not have a motorcycle in my house for my mom. And I was like, all right. So I went back. I didn't even live in a house at that time. I lived in a shed out back that I made into a bedroom with no heat, no water, no nothing. And near Buffalo, New York, I lived with no
Holy
heat.
shit, Chris.
Because I didn't want to live in a house. I couldn't live in a house. I isolated myself on purpose because there was so much. So I was living in that shed out back of the house, and I brought the motorcycle home, and she said, you can't live here. So I was like, all right. So I packed up a bag and I left. I was still in school, and I was in wrestling at the time. It was like October time period. So it was snow on the ground. I had a motorcycle, and I was riding around in the snow. I'd go to wrestling practice and shower there, and that's how I did everything. And there was a halfway house for prisoners up the road. It was for prisoners, ex-cons, and some other stuff. And so I'd go over there and wash dishes, and I could eat with all these ex-cons and all these other people that were in this halfway house or this little shelter. And then I would get done eating, doing my stuff, and I'd go back up in the woods and live in the trees. I had a lean-to I built, you know, in some pine trees.
Damn.
And that lasted for a while
How
until my
long?
dad. I think it was a couple months. It was through the winter. And then my dad came out and he told me, I said, your mom's crying a lot and really wants to come back. And I was like, can I have my motorcycle? He says, yeah, you can have it. I said, all right. I'll keep living in the shed. So, but that's part of who I am too, is I'm very stubborn. If I know something is true, if I know something is right, I'm going to do it. That's like an Admiral Olson story too.
Yeah.
When I started working on mission planning in SEAL teams, you know, I built a whole mission planning system for the SEALs.
I didn't.
In the 90s. In 1999, they were trying to automate the mission planning systems for the SEALs. And Cowboy Wells, he knew I was like in the intelligence stuff, and I did a lot of mission planning, and I was into computers because in those days I was building my own computers. So Cowboy called me up and he said, "Hey, I want you to come up to WorkCom, the SEAL team headquarters, the HQ, and help me with this program because it's not working. It can't. The company we hired. He told me all the stuff that was going on. He said, "This isn't working. We need somebody to come up here and help us out." He said, "I know you have the knowledge," and I was like, "All right." I never asked for any orders. I was recruited to every command, even Damneck.
Well, we'll get into that. Let's rewind.
So they recruited me. I went up there and built it, and they were arguing with me about the system I was building. They didn't like it, or they thought it wasn't automatic enough. It wasn't that, and they were gonna kick me out of. They didn't understand it, and I was fighting with them. And the admiral was sitting there. I said, "This is the right way to do it." I said, "You can do it my way, and the way I'm doing it right now, it'll be right." Me talking to my admiral, and I was at E6 at the time. So if I know what's right, I don't care who you are. If you're the president, I'm going to tell you, you know?
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I'm doing right now, is that even when I was doing all the transgender stuff, thought I was right. Actually, I didn't really push it very much. All I was doing was defending people, just saying, hey, it's just a person. You know, I wasn't pushing the transgender stuff. I was just pushing the fact that that's a person, and no matter what they're going through, if it's a mental health issue, if it's a physical issue, it's a sexual, whatever it was, it's still a person. And you all are killing them and doing whatever, and all this, you know, madness against transgender people. So at the time, I was thinking the same thing, and so I was defending them. I was saying, hey, that's a lot of what I was doing, and that's all I was doing. I wasn't really defending transgender. I was defending humanity. I was defending the fact that you're a human. You know what I mean?
I do.
And it's the same thing I do all the time. And what I'm doing right now is doing the same thing. I'll defend transgender people. I'll defend non-trans. I'll defend anyone if you're being wronged.
That's that's interesting that you bring that up. So let's rewind to childhood. You have a history of you stood up and you defended the country. Then you said you stood up and you wanted to defend the trans community. Now you want to defend Christians. Let's rewind to childhood. Did you want to stand up for your siblings?
That's all I ever did, I guess. Yeah.
Purposefully,
I guess
though?
it would.
Like you
I would purposely
knowingly
do it too. I would take
standing
it.
up.
I'd be like, yeah, I did it, because I knew that they couldn't take it.
You've probably heard me talk about my psychedelic journey last year and all the benefits that came from doing it. I haven't drank any alcohol or had any caffeine in almost a year. My anxiety is gone and my anger is gone. A whole list of benefits came from that, and that led me on this journey to researching the benefits of mushrooms and fungi in general. And in my research, I found this company called Mudwater. Mudwater is a coffee alternative with 4 adaptogenic mushrooms and herbs with a fraction of caffeine as a cup of coffee. I have energy without anxiety, jitters, or the crash of coffee. What I really like about Mudwater is that they took the time to find the perfect ingredients to make a product to help you feel better every day. I genuinely believe that this is a good product. Mudwater is Whole30 approved, 100% USDA organic, non-GMO, gluten-free, vegan, and kosher certified. Mudwater also donates monthly to the Berkeley Center for Science of Psychedelics, as Mudwater believes the country is in a mental health epidemic, and so do I. Go to mudwater.com/Shawn to support the show. Use code Shawn for 15% off. That's mudwater.com/Shawn. Use code Shawn for 15% off.
Did you ever have any identity crises with gender growing up?
Yeah, I mean, it was still, that's the problem. And I think that this whole thing is,
Because this wasn't even an option back in the 70s.
No, it wasn't.
It was unheard of until, mid-2000s?
But
so there wasn't any, you couldn't there was no parents pushing this on their children at that time like there are today. There was none of that. So it wasn't even an option. It wasn't even an idea that could be in a human's head.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So that's why I'm curious. Did you have any of that identity
And
crisis?
especially for me, because there's no internet, no books, no nothing. And how would I even think of that? Well, the reason I thought about it, or the reason I even started doing anything like that, was like real young. So this would be like 2nd grade, 3rd grade, like young. I was, how I was growing up was pretty harsh, right? I had an older sister. And my older sister, because of how they treated her, because she was firstborn, she had everything. It was like, she was definitely taken care of, And it was always inside, and always just like sitting there taking care of herself, doing her nails or doing whatever. And then me, I was like carrying 5-gallon buckets of water up the hill to the 40 acres up on top to feed the animals. So I was going back and forth doing that, slopping out the pigs, cleaning everything, always working, always outside with shit all over me. And she was always inside just taking care of herself and being taken care of and pampered and nice. And then anything that happened, and I get to beat, and then she was still being taken care of and nice. And so I would look at her, and I just wanted to be her because I didn't want to be me. So that's when it started, was the fact that I did not want to be me. I hated me. Like at that time, if I'd look in the mirror and I'd see me, I would just want to see her, because if I could be her, I wouldn't get beaten on. If I could be her, I wouldn't have to be out there in a pig pen all the time, taking care of all that, or the chickens and doing everything. Even to this day, if I go visit my parents, my mom will have a list. And it's all the stuff that's broken around the house that I need to fix. That light bulb or this switch or that. It's electronic or it's digging. I dug them out as huge gardens or a koi pond or all the time. So I was just labor for them, is how I felt. It's not true. I mean, geez. But if you're that little, you're a 2nd grader, 3rd grader, and all you are is a labor and getting beaten on and always outside doing everything, you look up there and you see your sister wearing nice clothes, clean and pampered, and I'm getting beat on, and I got hand-me-down clothes, and it sucks. It was the worst life growing up for a kid ever, just because of who I was and how they treated me. I didn't want to be me, hated me, and that's why I isolated. I always lived in the attic or the basement. In one house that they bought, I just made a room in the attic. And another house, I lived down in the basement. The other one, I lived out back in a shed. I never want to be around them.
This is already starting to
and
make
that's where it
more
starts,
sense.
man. And that's why I say that transgender is a mental health thing. It's not a physical thing. It might not even be a sexual thing, And everybody's making all these accusations for saying this or that. And now if somebody starts talking about a problem, like I'm talking about right now, and then they're automatically, now in these days, automatically made into a transgender person. So I want to be my sister, because I don't want to be me. It's not because I want to be my sister, I want to be female, I just don't want to be me.
Yeah.
And then I graduate from high school, I immediately go to Virginia Military Institute. Why?
Have you ever told
Because
anybody
I'm used to
this stuff?
freaking beaten. I'm used to getting beaten on. That's my life. If I'm not in angst, if I'm not being beat on, or if I'm not, and I can't remember who told me. Nick Adams, I think. He said, I couldn't stand that guy for the longest time, but it was all a mistake. It was me just projecting myself on him. Jeez, Nick, I'm sorry. But he said to me one time that I wallow in misery. I did 3 platoons with him, I think. We're tight.
It's interesting because
He said I wallow in misery, and I think I really do, because that's where I lived most of my life, was in misery. And I've never talked about this stuff.
I didn't
Because
think
it hurts. It hurts my family. It hurts me. And I was like, I don't want to do that. But if you really want to know what's going on and why all this stuff happened, and all those kids out there that are watching this, if you want to know what's going on, don't let outside influences make you do something else. Don't let outside influences influence your life. It's your life. I let a lot of outside influences influence me. I kept looking at everybody else and wanting to be that. And the grass is always greener. And I never knew all the stuff that was going on in her life. She had a lot of stuff going on too. you know? What, as kids, and how we raise our kids as parents, we shouldn't be raising kids in our 20s. You know, my parents were like 25 when they had me, or 26. They were young. Like right now, I'm 56 years old. I have a fiance, and she has a 13-year-old. I'm trying really hard. I'm doing really good with that kid. I'm doing everything I can to make sure that everything's taken care of and he's good.
Do you talk to him about this stuff?
Mentally, physically, all of it. Some of it. I talk to him about mistakes all the time, and when I make a mistake and I tell him, I say, hey, this is what I was doing. Or if I see him doing something, I said, hey, when I was a kid, I would do the same thing. I said, but now I'm a little older, you know, I'm older, and I learned a lot of stuff, and that's not really the right way to do it. You know, how about trying it this way? Can you try it my way for a little bit? And he goes, okay, I'll try it. Yeah, it does work better. I said, okay. I said, I have some other stuff I can tell you too about the same problem, some other angles to attack it from. So it's all about how you see it. It's perspective. And then what kind of toolbox you have. What are the tools in your tool bag? And I just gave you another tool. It's a new tool. Do you want some more? And so I tell them about, this is the problem. Here's one tool. Your tool wasn't working. Here's another one. You want another one? Here's another one. And so I'm trying to have them do it that way. And I make mistakes with them, you know? And the problem is a lot of times I'm a SEAL team chief, you know? And I treat them sometimes as a new guy in a platoon. And I'm a chief. And so we have 10 puppies at home right now. So they, 10 puppies is a handful. And so in the morning, I get up and I clean out their pen. So I roll out a newspaper with the poop and the pee and everything in it. And then I roll that up and put it in a can. I redo it. I put down water. I do this. And I bring them in. And so I need the food at that time. Now the food comes down. And he was bringing down the food, and he brought down some water, and the water is cold. I want them to have warm water, because warm water for the stomach, I can go into that. It's a nutrition thing. Our stomachs are hot organs. The dogs are hot organs, the stomach. You don't give them cold water. You give them warm water, and it makes their stomach work better. And so if they drink warm water first, a little bit, and then they eat their food, they're going to have better digestion, and then they're going to be able to poop faster to make me clean it up right there, so they're not out there on the floor pooping. So it's all for reasons which I was not explaining to him. And I said, this water's cold, we need warm water. And I handed him back the thing. I said, get warm water. And so when he was going back and he saw, you know, my fiance and was saying, Chris is mad at me, and they started saying stuff, and she was like, well, why? And started talking about, well, and it started spinning up into something it wasn't. And it was like, well, because I didn't communicate good. I was communicating like a chief down to a new guy about the water. I wasn't talking to him like a son. And I wasn't talking to him like, hey, dude, I can go into all the stuff and I can tell you why, but warm water is much better for the dogs. They help them digest, so they eat the food and they poop, so I can clean the poop up so they don't poop on a rug. So there's a reason for all this stuff, and I just need warm water, dude. And that would have been a way better way to do it, but I didn't do that, and then we ended up with an argument. But every time something like that happens, I made a mistake, you know? And now I know that mistake and that I made with him, and I'm going to try to do way better from now on.
Let's go back to
Sorry.
VMI. It's okay. VMI, you said something interesting, that you were seeking what you were used to, and I found that interesting because I did 3.5 years of therapy twice a week after I left the CIA to better myself.
CIA.
And
Tell you some stories about that.
And when I was in there, she had mentioned, my therapist was a female, she had mentioned that human beings will always seek what they know.
Comfortable.
And so,
See comfort.
not just comfort. If you seek, she was talking about, with me, she was talking about post-traumatic stress stuff, you know, and why we always find ourselves in chaos. And if things are good, somehow we convert good, calm, comfort into stress and chaos. And she was just conveying to me, you know, that it doesn't matter if you got it in war. You got it from an abusive childhood. You got it from women who have a history of being abused by men. They will always, you see this pattern in people.
Yeah.
You know, you see,
Well, I didn't even
especially
tell you
in
the
women,
worst thing about
you know,
childhood.
especially, you really see it in in abused women.
Yes.
They go from abusive relationship to abusive relationship to abusive relationship. And it seems like that's exactly what you did when you went to VMI.
Yeah.
You,
Then I went basically from VMI to the teams. VMI, the first 6 months, is called Rat. You're a rat. And it's tough. VMI is the toughest military school in the country, by far.
I mean, what was your thought process?
Pretty tough. Norwich is pretty tough. They're both tough schools, but VMI was known.
What was your thought process going in there? How did you know?
Discipline.
Okay.
And the fact that I knew all through school, I wanted to go to college. I knew that I wanted to have the knowledge. I knew it was something that would propel me or help me advance in life. Education is a gift that you need to keep getting. It's a gift that you need to keep pursuing. Picking up any book. And the good book is a great place to start. But there's so much knowledge out there. If you're not pursuing that knowledge, then you're stagnant. And I knew this pretty young. I was a big reader, so I didn't do anything in class. I was doing stuff in class and getting that paddling all the time. But on the side, I was reading a lot of books. So I was reading a lot of science fiction, but it was science fiction philosophy. Like Heinlein is a philosopher. The Moon is a Harsh Mistress and Stormship Troopers. Those two in particular. Stormship Troopers, the movie was terrible, but the book and the actual philosophy for that book is about citizenship. It's about duty. It's about so much in that book. But then you do Moon is a Harsh Mistress. That's all about equality and value and slavery and usage, and then revolution and how to set the revolution up and how to succeed, and the whole philosophy of all that is an amazing book. I was reading all those books in high school and junior high and high school, and so I was absorbing all that, and I would hear what they were teaching, and it just wasn't useful to me, I could pass all those tests, and I probably would have been an A student if I put a little bit of effort in it. I would actually purposely fail tests sometimes.
Why?
I would answer all the questions, but I would shift them by one so that all the answers would be off by one.
And you would do that on purpose?
And it was big middle finger, yeah. That I would just be like, you guys, you keep paddling me and you keep doing that, but you're teaching me wrong. And I didn't know how to verbalize. I didn't know what to say. But I wouldn't really try very hard on the test. I would just do them real quick. Even in the SEAL teams, I would always do the test. I would do them real fast. I would finish in like 10 minutes and everybody would take an hour. Ask any team guy that was ever in a class with me about how I acted during classes. Here's that one dude. It was a dive soup class, and we were doing over dive physics. And the instructor made a mistake, and it was about partial pressure and some other stuff. And I knew the physics really good of it all, I was already a scuba diver in college. I was a diver before SEALs, and I had a lot of knowledge. And so he said something that was like, and I raised my hand. I was like, well, it's not really right. And I said, and I started talking about what was right. And everybody in the class, all the other team guys were pissed that I even did that. And I was like, yeah, but if they're teaching wrong stuff, then somebody's gonna die. I'm gonna bring it up. I'm gonna challenge that guy. And Brad, what the heck is his last name? Brad was in that class with me. If he watches this, he'll know I'm talking about him. To this day, he still holds that against me. He still says, you're always a jerk during class and like raising your hand and like challenging the instructors. I was like, we should. If they're teaching you something wrong in dive physics, shouldn't you raise your hand and say that's wrong? Saving somebody's life that you just said that.
Yeah.
Come on, dude. So, hey, Brad, I'm just trying to save your life, dude. That's why I raise my hand a lot, and that's why I challenge stuff.
Let's go back to VMI. So you go to VMI. What's your degree in?
Electrical engineering.
Electric engineering?
Electrical engineering, yeah.
How did you become interested in
algebra, differential equations, a lot of, it was thick.
So you're good at math. Yeah. Really good at math.
I can be good at math if I want to be. I haven't done a lot of math right now, but I'm doing a lot of experiments right now, and I'm doing electricity experiments and electroculture about growing plants with electricity.
Before we get into that, let's stick at VMI.
That's stick a good with VMI.
When
that's why electroengineering is. I'm so glad I did that. But I also goofed off a lot at VMI, and I played lacrosse, and I wasn't, again, not applying myself. The discipline didn't work for me. Their discipline didn't work.
How were you at building relationships when you left home?
Terrible.
Did you have friends?
I have some really close friends, the ones that get to know me. If you sit with me for long enough, you'll end up probably being a friend if you talk to me enough. But if all you do is to talk to me for one day, you'll be like, yeah, cool person, or kind of a dick, or whatever, just that one meeting. But just give me a little bit of time, and it was like, hey, but I usually don't give people very much time. I'm very short, And so the folks that I did get tight with, I'm still like best friends with them to this day. One of my VMI classmates, Ron, he was out in California, one of my best friends to this day, And no matter what, Ron would be like, dude, if that's you, like 10 years ago, he called me up. He says, dude, if that's you, it's all right with me, whatever, just as long as you're okay. And that's all it was. Mike Martin, Master Chief, right after I started doing that, he passed away a while ago, rest in peace, brother. But he sent me a note like right away. He's like, Chris, known you for a long time, support you if you're, if you're okay, if you're good, do you need anything? And after I realized, I was like, yeah, I'm okay. I'm doing okay. I go, all right, I support you. And that's all it was. A lot of team guys. Some that would probably surprise you too.
I know you want to get there, and we will get to that point.
No, but it's important to know that there is a lot of support, and there's a lot of I make friends, and they're deep friends and lasting friendships.
Okay.
But I'm also really hardcore. And so if you ever, like I said, I'm always living in fear of mistakes. If you make that mistake, I'm not going to let you get away with it. If you're in class and you're the instructor and you're the general, you're the admiral, if you make a mistake, Admiral, I'm going to call it out. McCraven.
At what point during VMI? At what point during VMI did you become interested in the SEAL teams, and how did you even find out about it? Especially VMI, back, what was that, the 80s for you?
Yeah, 80s. I was class of 88 at VMI. But I didn't finish. I left. I was in a Ranger platoon, and I was pretty heavy into like the tactics and small unit tactics, and I had my first Ranger handbook was like 1985, and doing patrol leader orders, PLOs, and doing all of it, and I was really good at it, and I was scuba diving too. And then I also was interested in flying, being a pilot. But the biggest thing was like small unit, special operations, that type of thing. Rangers lead the way. Ranger handbook, it says in there all the Rogers Rules of Order. It's like, dude, this is warfare. These are the guys. They're professionals. The regular Army, they're not quite as professional. Which is a failure that they could all be that professional. But the divisions of labor are wrong, and I can go through some of that too, but it might take too long. But I wanted to do that, and I was also scuba diving. And in 1987, I just saw the cover of a magazine and a photo somewhere. In 1987, in All Hands, they had a SEAL Team special edition. The whole thing was SEAL Teams. And I was flipping through that, and I was going, dude, this is like, it's like the Rangers, but they scuba dive, and they free fall parachute, and they do all this stuff, and these guys are awesome. I said, I want to do that. And so immediately after I read that magazine from All Hands in 1987, I was like, this is what I want to do. And one of my fraternity brothers, we were both reading a magazine, and Chris Gerard, and he says, yeah, I want to do that too. And I said, yeah, let's do it. So we were both going to join it up together. And I ended up being the only one to do it, though. I don't know what happened to him. I lost track of him. But I knew at that point, it was like, these guys do exactly what I want. I pay to go scuba diving. Why would I pay when they could pay me to go scuba diving? And free fall parachuting and doing everything else. This is awesome.
So did you drop out of VMI?
No, I left in 87, not of my own will.
What happened
again, electrical engineering. I'm glad I did it, but it definitely wasn't for me. It was, it could be for me now that I realize what I missed out on. I would love to go back and do that. But at the time, I wasn't buckled down enough. I was only in to the Ranger platoon and the lacrosse team. Those are the only two things I had a passion for. And that's the problem is as soon as you get a passion for something, you just start digging in, and then it lets a lot of other stuff slide. And that's what I did. I let my grades slide. And so I ended up having to go make up some time and get my grades back up to stay. And then I got a lacrosse scholarship to a way better school. And then I ended up going there. And I
What
graduated
school?
from another school. Alfred University.
Where's that?
So it's in upstate New York. That's where I am right now. So I ended up going back to Alfred for my master's degree in mental health counseling.
No shit.
Yeah. Well, the journey for me to get out of where I was.
From VMI, you went to mental health counseling.
No. From VMI, I went to political science and philosophy at Alfred.
Okay.
And then at Alfred, I graduated and then went right into SEAL teams. But I just recently went back to college for my graduate degree, my master's degree in mental health counseling.
Okay.
And so there I started really digging into like psychology and the mind and the counseling aspects and coping mechanisms and all the other stuff. The DSM, which is a piece of garbage now, but it's a manual for all of the mental health issues and everything you have going on in your life. You can go through it and you can find out, signs, symptoms, this, and what you can do and all the other stuff. So I was really digging into that and trying to figure myself out. So for 2.5 years, I was at Alfred University going through mental health counseling, trying to figure out what's up with me. Why am I here? What is wrong with me? Why did I do this? And I figured it out.
We'll get there. Let's go to the SEAL teams. So
There's
you
something about
graduate
my
from-
childhood that happened in 10th grade, though, that's probably pretty important,
Well, we better
that I've
talk
only
about
spoken about once. And so you remember, I was living pretty isolated. And I was isolated from my family and isolated from my culture. We don't have culture as white people. We don't have culture as white people in America.
it. We don't. How so?
We're not allowed. So I was searching for a culture, and so I ran into this person who was a Native American. And I didn't know that he was basically kicked out of his tribe, but that comes into play. But he was living out there with the English, and it's basically Amish English is how they do it. And I lived in Amish country too, so we're English, and they're the Amish, and they're Native Americans. There's 3 different divisions of people in America, and it's only 3 divisions. Don't start trying to divide it up into all the other ones by color and everything else. It's culturally wise. Well, there's a lot more than that, but they're smaller cultures. They're. So I was there, meet with this Indian guy, and going there and just hanging out. And another friend of mine, Nick, we would go there with this guy, and we were learning a lot about this stuff. And we were making beads and doing this stuff and like learning about the culture and really digging it and getting into it. And the guy was living off reservation and in his cabin, and he was a pedo. That's why they kicked him out of the reservation. They didn't want him doing that with their kids on their reservation. Let him go do it with the English. They didn't care. So I didn't know any of this stuff. I didn't even know what that was. I didn't know what sex was. I was a virgin until I was like 22 years old, 21 or 22, 23. I'd have to really think about it to actually put a date on it. But I was a virgin. I was scared of all this stuff. I was very confused because of what was going on in my own head too. All that fear. And so I started finding some culture. I started finding something I could sink my teeth into and be like, this means something. The Great Spirit and the way you take care of the earth and all the other amazing things about the Native American culture. The people that were here before them is even more wild, which I appreciate more the people that were here before them. It's amazing, some of the stuff. But so I was there with him, and for whatever reason, I was sitting there chopping wood, and Nick left. And I almost didn't remember a lot of this stuff until like really recently, and I was talking to another guy, and something happened to him really similar when he was a kid, and he was telling me about it, and then it all started coming back, and I was like, oh yeah. So I was chopping wood and shirt off in 11th grade or whatever, and Nick is gone, so it's just me, and it starts getting late, and I said, hey, I gotta go, and jump on my motorcycle and ride back home. And she goes, hey, you're all sweaty and all, just, hey, jump in the shower and take a shower. And I was like, stupid kid. And so I was like, yeah, might as well. Yeah, sounds like a good idea. Then I don't do it when I get home at like midnight or whatever time. So it wasn't that late. It was probably like 8 or 9. But so I'm in the shower. A freaking guy comes in there with a big wood, and I start like backing away, and I'm like, whoa, and I'm freaking out. And I fall through the shower curtain and scrambling away, and I'm able to scramble away. I got away, fought him off, pushed it, got out. Luckily, but it was enough. It was like, it affected me a lot.
Yeah.
So I was already afraid of all this stuff, and I already had a lot of stuff going on with me. And then that happened, and so that pretty much shut down all of it. It's
Holy shit, man.
And all those people on that tribe, and they all knew it. And if any of them think about the 80s, and they think about that guy, Patches, and they're all going to know, and every one of them people living on that reservation know they set us all up. All those English kids that were living out there near him, they knew it.
Damn.
I got away, but there's a lot of people that don't, and it affects you.
And it
affected me greatly. And that's why these drag queens right now, they're dancing for all these kids and they're half naked and doing all this sexualization in front of these kids. That's why I'm so adamant about these drag queens right now, that they're out there dancing for these kids and they're doing all this sexual stuff. That's pretty much what happened to me when he did that. It didn't go the full thing, luckily, but it was enough. So it's very, very similar to what these drag queens are doing. And I'll tell you what he did definitely affected me. And it's not right. Kids are very vulnerable, and kids are very influenceable, groomable, or whatever word you want to talk about. If you're sexualizing kids, you know what you're doing, and you know it's wrong, and you know you're harming them kids. And that's why when I'm talking about this stuff, everybody's all mad at me and saying that I hate drag queens, and I never even thought about drag queens. I used to have some drag queens that I might have called friends, that I knew and I was acquaintances with at least. And they were pretty good people. They're nice, But I don't have anything against drag queens. But the second they started being naked in front of kids or doing sexual stuff in front of kids, and it's all sexual. Burlesque is sexual. Do burlesque dancers dance in front of kids? No. Pole dancing is sexual. Do pole dancers dance in front of kids? No. So why do we allow drag queens to do the same thing in front of kids? That's what I'm talking about. If they didn't do that, I'd be like, yeah, do whatever you want. You're in an adult theme area. You're at a bar. It's adult entertainment. If you were doing that, I'd give you a high five, whatever. But as soon as you started doing that in front of the kids, and I saw it, and I was like, this is wrong. And I start calling it out. It's exactly what happened to me, and it affects every one of them kids. And if you're a parent, bring your kid to these drag shows. You're messing your kids up. Whether you think you're being all compassionate to the drag queens, compassionate to the gay community, or whatever you think you're doing, because they're people too, and we should just support them. Well, don't bring your kids. If you want to give that drag queen dollar bills, you go there and give them as many dollars as you want. But don't give dollar bills to your kids and have your kids stuffing dollar bills in somebody's underwear. Are you kidding me? This is why I'm speaking so much. So a little while ago, I did start speaking out. And I went on Robbie Starbuck, and I went on a couple, not very much. This is all I'm fighting against. Because everybody else can take care of themselves. If you're an adult and you want to get surgeries and you want to do stuff, you're an adult. Go for it. But you're doing this with kids right now. And that's when I wear this purple shirt on every show. I had to remove everything and make myself in the most plain, maybe even dirty looking, so that you don't even have an inclination that I would ever do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they need to stop. And if they stopped right now, all the pressure on that entire community would be like a pressure valve, be turned off. And Robbie Starbuck and me and everyone else is speaking out against the rainbow community right now because of what they're doing. And I blame the whole community. The whole rainbow community is at blame right now because they're allowing it. If all those people, if every gay person, every lesbian, and the transgender people who are disagreeing with the stuff that they're doing to kids, If they would all just say, stop, it would stop. And then you would see everybody in the world. They blame the Christians too, and I don't understand that. The Christians only want the best for them. The Christians only want the best for those kids. If they stopped right now, they would see that the whole pressure valve would release, and it would be like, hey, we don't care. You have your bars, you have your adult entertainment, go for it, man. We don't care what you're doing. As a Christian, I don't care what they're doing. That's you. If that's what you want to do, you can go for it. But again, leave me alone. If I wake up every morning and I read the Bible for an hour, let me do it. It doesn't do anything to you. If I go to a coffee shop and have a Bible with me and I'm reading my Bible in a coffee shop, why do you have to tease me? You know? I'm not doing anything to anybody. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Why are they attacking? It's like goldenrod. If you have hay fever, everybody blames goldenrod. Goldenrod is actually antihistamine. But the goldenrod is sitting there real bright. And it's sitting there super bright yellow flowers and all this stuff. And you have hay fever, you're sneezing. All you see is that goldenrod blowing this little pollen all over the place. The goldenrod is trying to heal you up. Did you know that? Christians are goldenrod. The Christians are just there, bright and shiny, and just trying to heal you. But we're not sitting there knocking on your doors. We're not sitting there, well, some of them do, but they aren't Christians. But we don't really do anything. We're just sitting there real bright. And we're saying, we have a way to help you out if you want it, but you have to take it. We're not going to give it to you. We're here. But everybody hates goldenrod so much because they think it's causing hay fever. Everybody hates the Christians so much because they think the Christians are causing the hate. Christians don't cause hate. We're setting an example that now you're projecting on us. Your hate is projected on all them Christians. And a lot of it's your own self-hate. Do you know how many Christians are killed per year?
No.
Over 5,000. Worldwide, over 5,000 Christians are killed per year because of their belief, because they have a Bible, because they believe in a moral code, because they believe there is something bigger than us. And we believe that I am created in the image of God. And we are. Our DNA code is the image of God. Our DNA code is a code written by somebody. And you can take all those evolution people, you can take all those atheists, take everybody else, and they can't figure that out. And you ask them. And I can study with like Descartes, who is a great causal theory guy. And you study that, and you talk about first cause. And that's where they always get stuck. So who wrote the code? So the Christians, you need to stop thinking the Christians are causing all these problems. Most of the problems are being projected on the Christians. It's actually somebody else bringing that in persecution. So when I say how many Christians are killed per year is over 5,000 worldwide. Do you know how many transgender people are killed worldwide every year?
I don't.
It's like 300 and something. In America, it's like 60, 65. Now, I'm not putting those numbers out that they're meaningless. Every one of those numbers is a name. Every one of them numbers is a person, is a human that is worthy, is a human that I am grateful for that it had a life. And I'm very sorrowful that they're gone right now because they had a life and they had things to offer. And I'm really upset that those people were killed because they were killed for really bad reasons. The transgender people are being killed for really terrible reasons. Those Christians are being killed for really terrible reasons. Both groups are being killed for terrible reasons. But the thing that I ask you right now is, who does our government care about? Who does the world care about right now? They care about those 300 transgender people. And they're making laws and they're doing everything they can to save those 300. And they don't care about those 5,000. Now, how many Muslims are killed per year worldwide for their religion? In the Quran, Jesus, his name is mentioned more than Muhammad's. I think. I know Jesus' name is mentioned a lot. How many Muslims
are killed
but Jesus'
every year?
name is in the Quran a lot.
Because of their religion.
I don't know. But I know that if you have a belief, I'm sure it's a lot.
Who would be doing that?
Probably some people that think they're Christians, or maybe some people that think they're Jews. It's a Hegelian dialectic. It's a Hegel, a philosopher. He had this theory that the only way society can advance It's through a dichotomy. It has to be through two warring factions fighting to make everything advance to something else. And then when it's something else, you have to create something else to fight that new something else to create something else. And that was the whole theory. And that's a theory behind like critical race theory and a whole bunch of stuff. And there's so much. I mean, I'm now thinking about that, and I could go into a lot deep that. But the problem is right now is that we always try as human beings because we're so convinced that it has to be two, and they have to be warring. Same thing like Jesus and Satan, or God and Satan, or Lucifer, and whoever you want to say. We think that it has to be good and bad, good and evil. It has to be, God and Satan. It has to be this and that to do this. It's Joaquin and Boaz, those are the two pillars in Solomon's temple that the Masons believe in, and they always do that. And they make it black and white, and it has to be that dialectic to join into the one in the middle. And that's what they're doing right now with white and black people. They're making a racial thing. They're trying to make it into that too, a dialectic to war. But that's not the right dialectic. It should have been rich and poor. That's way more accurate. But nobody sees it that way. When you have billionaires meeting in their billionaire clubs, do you think when a black billionaire is sitting there hanging out with a white billionaire, do you think they talk about race?
No.
Never. When I was poor and I was growing up, we had a lot of, my dad was a football player too, so we were always exposed to a lot of black people because that's the culture of football. It's very mixed up and they don't care. When you're on that football team, do you care what color your lineman is or your quarterback or anybody else on there? You're a team. You just play as a team. I mean,
they're definitely doing a division.
We're a broken
because
society right now, and I help break it.
I mean, just everything is coming down to race. Everything is you're a racist.
It's wrong.
Just this week in Memphis, there was a African American. I think he was 20-something years old. Was beat to death by 4 African American police officers. And they're saying that the 4 African American police officers were motivated by white supremacists.
Yeah.
That they are white supremacists. Now, how are 4 African American police officers white supremacists?
Well, how does a president
And the sad thing, Chris, is that, and this is just my perspective, and I hope I'm wrong, but it seems like the majority of the U.S. population that sees this actually believes that 4 African Americans are white supremacists.
Yeah.
They actually believe that.
Yeah. Well, what a kid
They will believe anything that comes out of CNN, Fox
Yeah.
News, MSNBC, whatever news channel
Yeah.
is your cup of tea.
That's the two, Fox and
They're
CNN.
going to believe
Yeah.
anything. If Tucker Carlson said it,
all those people
it's got to
believe
be true, right?
If
It
Anderson Cooper
has to
said
be
it-
true.
If Anderson Cooper says it, it's true for those people. If
Yeah.
Tucker says it, it's true for those people.
Yep.
And they're all warring.
It's
That's the
pathetic
two.
because nobody's looking at all the different perspectives.
No.
And if you don't think like me, then I fucking hate you.
Yep. You nailed all of it. I look at all of it. Even on my social media account, I have liberal account and I have my conservative account.
I didn't know you had 2 accounts.
I have way more than 2 accounts. but the echo chambers, if you enter an echo chambers is probably the perfect way to say it.
Yeah, it
is
is.
that one of my accounts is definitely an echo chamber. And I've changed it a lot too because I had to, because it was way too far. My Valor for Us social media accounts. So for that 10 years when I was doing a lot of the speaking out and talking about stuff, there was a lot of things in there where I was way too over into, that, cultural Marxist type of way of thinking, victim mentality and everything else. I was in there on that social media platform and it's not me. And so I have been being a little bit more harsh on that account just to try to bring it into a more of a generalized middle of the road echo chamber. So I can get a little bit of both sides into it. And right now I'm pretty much there. And so I don't really do very much one way or the other. I do speak out still on drag queens and some of my other stuff, but for that account now, the Valor for Us account is kind of middle, but I still bash Biden and the administration, just like I bash Trump and his administration. Just like I said, if the admiral made a mistake, I'm going to call it out. When Trump did stuff, I would call it out. When Biden does stuff, I'm going to call it out. I'm not either one. I'm an independent, you know, and I'm proud to be an independent because I'm not going to let you talk me into who to vote for. Those political parties are PACs. They're not political parties. They're not political at all.
Well, that's exactly. An echo chamber is absolutely the correct terminology.
Yeah.
You know, because, I mean, let's look at it like this. What was it? Maybe 4 or 5 months ago, Kanye West, right? It was all over the news.
Yeah.
Now they're saying he's a white
Jews
supremacist. Or I don't know. I
It was
don't.
mostly about Jews,
I don't
but
watch.
he wasn't talking about Jews. He wasn't even talking about Jewish or
Well,
Jewish religion.
I think what the point I'm trying to make is that this is the kind of shit that I've seen Americans fall into time and time again. You know, let's talk about the beginning of COVID.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when all these celebrities were speaking up about the vaccine and the mask mandates, and they wanted everybody to wear the masks, and they wanted everybody to do the vaccination, and the conservative side of the house was saying, I don't give a shit. You know, I don't care what you have to say. You're a celebrity. You're a musician, or you're a football player, or you're a basketball player, or you're an MLB player. I don't care what you have to say. Get on the field and run the fucking ball. Or get on the field and pitch strikeouts. Get on the stage and entertain me. I don't care what you have to say about about anything with politics, COVID. Are you a doctor? No. But the very minute that one of them switches sides and they speak out against the vaccine or against the mask mandate, or, you know, as long as it falls in line with what you believe, then all of a sudden it's okay. Now we want to hear what you have to say. And then we saw it again with Kanye West. And you know, I'm middle of the road too. I lean more on the conservative side. That's how I grew up. I have conservative values, but I am middle of the road. And so I'm harder on conservatives than I am on liberals. Because that's kind of, you know, that's where a lot of my values lie. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And then I saw the stuff with Kanye West. Well, what have we heard ever since the first presidential debate, which actually there was only one, I think, last time, but it was Joe Biden his mental state is off. He's not capable of being the president because of his mental state. There's nothing going on upstairs. He's got dementia. He's too old. He can't think. He's mentally
that was one whole side
slowing down.
That,
You know what I mean? He's lost his mind. Isn't Kanye West like a diagnosed schizophrenic?
Oh, I didn't know that.
I may be off.
Wow.
I may be off, but he definitely, I know for a fact he's talked about his bipolar disorder. Which would be, right?
So
right?
bipolar,
but we can't listen. We're going to go off and throw a shit fit about Joe Biden and how nobody should listen to him. And I agree with him. I agree with him. I do think that he's mentally off. But then when Kanye West comes around, who's diagnosed? Not diagnosed schizophrenic, diagnosed bipolar. Another mental disorder. We're just gonna eat every fucking word that comes out of that man's mouth because it falls in line with exactly what the fuck we say. And when I see this shit, man, and that's just a couple of examples, but I see this stuff and I'm like, this isn't my fucking party, man. I'm not. You see all these people, you know. Well, these are all a bunch of hypocrites.
100%.
Every fucking 1000%. One of them.
Tucker Carlson, when I was on his show the other day, I had a whole bunch of them on that side, the CNN group, who were just mad at me for doing that. And I said, well, did you hear what I said? He said, no, I don't listen to that. I said, well, if you heard what I said, you'd probably understand why I went on there. And I said, just listen to it. I said, I went on there basically to say that I don't want to do this anymore. I basically talked about CNN and Fox, and I said, I don't want to be here because everything I say on here is going to be a lie. I said, what does that mean? I said, if you watch anything that I did on CNN, you know, for whatever years past, it's all lies. I said, it's not me lying. It's the fact that they can edit and they can do whatever they want with it. They can build narratives out of whatever. Just like this show right here. If somebody only listens to a snippet that you put out there, depending on what snippet you put, you could paint me as an evil, bad person. Or you could paint me as a really good person. Or you could paint me as one of the coolest SEALs that ever lived. Or the biggest jerk SEAL that ever lived. And that's what I'm saying is that when you do these things on CNN or Fox or wherever you're going, I don't want to do this anymore because I don't believe what you guys are peddling on either side. I said, but I do get a kick out of Tucker because he has pretty good humor and he does come up with some good points sometimes to make me think. Now, I don't believe what he says just because he says it. He makes me think about some stuff. And then I have to go research and I figure some stuff out and I find out my own. And that's what everybody should be doing. But nobody does that because we live in like this McDonald's fast food society that if I can get that Big Mac for $1, then I'm going to eat that Big Mac. That's all I need. Says, yeah, but it's not good for you. There's so much stuff in that thing that's really hurting you that you really need to figure out. If you like the Big Macs, figure out why you like it. Okay, I like the salad. I like that $1,000 dressing you put on there. I like this. I like that. Okay, well, go make it yourself and you'll make it better because you can use the organic or natural stuff you got from your farmer. It'll be a lot better for you.
No, it's
But we just want it handed. We want it easy.
I think
Nobody wants to dig.
the sad thing is you cannot fix stupidity. And that's what's happening here.
Cognitive dissonance is probably exactly what it is. Is that they've been in echo chambers for so long. That's all they have. Well, we did it as a society, you know. For how many? Even when you're in grade school, and they give you the globe, or they talk about the man on the moon. They talk, all the stuff they teach you in grade school about stuff that I could challenge right now. You know, they teach us a lot of stuff that we hear over and over and over again that we take it for granted. That's what happened. When did the Chinese land on the moon?
I have no idea.
2013. Did you ever see the video?
No.
So the Chinese landed on the moon in 2013, and they released a video for it. But pretty quick, that video was taken down, and they said, no, it's just a joke, because it was so bad. It was so fake. Because they didn't have, Kubrick,
Well, that's another discussion.
You need a better production staff and better cameras if you guys want to fake this.
Yeah. That's another discussion. But do you want to dig into your career as a SEAL?
Yeah. I mean, we just did a lot of other stuff. And
We did. Let's take a break and then let's get back on track. We'll go over your SEAL career.
This episode of The Shawn Ryan Show is sponsored by BetterHelp. Give online therapy a try at betterhelp.com/Shawn and get on your way to being your best self. Getting to know yourself takes time, reflection, and often assistance like you'll get from BetterHelp. No doubt, life comes at us fast, and we aren't always prepared to answer challenging questions or face the uncertainty. We need someone to talk to, someone to listen, and someone to help us sort through options to possibly eliminate obstacles that prevent us from personal fulfillment and happiness. BetterHelp connects you with a licensed therapist who can take you on a journey to self-discovery from wherever you are. If you're considering therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's all online, convenient, flexible, and most of all, suited to fit your schedule. Discover your potential with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/Shawn today and get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/Shawn.
All right, Chris, we're back from the break, and I want to dive into your SEAL career because you've had a very unique and you've had a very unique, successful career as a SEAL, and it's like nothing that I've heard before. I don't know everything about it, but I know you've been on some fascinating projects. You've seen a lot of combat, and I want to show how accomplished you are as a SEAL and as a human to the community. So
I'm supposed to talk about all the stuff I don't talk about?
You're supposed to talk about all the stuff that you don't talk about. Are you good with that?
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
So let's go back to, you went from VMI to Alfred, And then you joined the Navy.
Yep. So Desert Shield, Desert Storm, it was kicking off, and just like anybody who's a patriot, would raise their hand because the war is going on. So I raised my hand and I went to war. I joined, and when I joined, I went right into boot camp. I went into the recruiting office and I told him, I said, hey, this is going on and I want to join and I want to be part of it, and I want to go into SEALs. And it was a Navy recruiter, and he was like, well, nobody really makes it through that, and there's a lot of other things you can do. And I was like, no, I don't make it. It's fine. And I said, how do I do it? And he says, well, go to boot camp, and in that boot camp you can raise your hand. That was the time period I joined, and they'll give you a test at boot camp, and if you pass that test, then they'll give you orders that you can go. And I was like, okay, I'll do that. He said, all right, sign up. So I signed up, like right then, and I shipped out like 2 or 3 weeks later. And so I went to boot camp, and I was an RCPO, which is just like the leader of your boot camp class. They used to always kid around and call me RCPO, because during boot camp, it was like the worst training I've ever been through. It was just a big waste of time for me.
This episode of The Shawn Ryan Show is also sponsored by HVMN. You've heard the buzz about ketone supplements and how they can boost your workouts by helping your body use fatty acids for fuel. You've probably heard them on this show because they sponsor this show. I take a shot of HVMN's ketone supplement before my morning workout. It's focused energy. It's not an energy drink, though. It's like a feeling of being in the zone. I don't feel hyper jittery, anxiety, stuff like I get when I drink too much caffeine. Ketone IQ comes in portable, convenient shots. They're great for cycling, long runs, all kinds of workouts, and can help you stay sharper on a regular basis. The taste may not be great, but it really doesn't matter. I wish I had this product when I was on active duty in the military. Let's just say I think the product is pure, and I really do like the product. Again, it's not an energy drink. It's not a bunch of stimulants. You could get better endurance. You don't get the crash, and it could help curb the appetite a little bit. Definitely a unique opportunity here in offering my audience 20% off your first order at Ketone IQ. You can find Ketone IQ at hvmn.com. Use the promo code Shawn at checkout to save 20%. Plus, if you subscribe, you can save a little bit more. This stuff is great for daily use. Promo code Shawn. Again, that's hvmn.com. Use the promo code Shawn for 20% off Ketone IQ.
Because I've already been through VMI, right? So I don't need to learn how to fold my clothes and clean stuff up and do that or follow orders or march or any of it. It's a huge waste of time. So as I was there as the RCPO and I was leading a lot of stuff, and I knew that I could lead, and I knew I could do all the stuff, the company commanders, the guys that were running the boot camp, they kind of started laxing off on me a little bit, and they started like letting me do stuff. And so I told them, I said, hey, you guys are having us march, and sometimes we run, and we do little workouts, but I'm getting really bad out of shape, and this is just too long for me. I got to work out. And so they said, okay. They said, we'll have blocks of time, and you can do whatever you need to do. And so I had all my own time, and I was doing push-ups, sit-ups, and working out, and it was pretty cool. So that's why they started making jokes and RCPO, because it was like I was special. I could do my own workouts. I said, well, any one of y'all that want to do it with me, you can. And nobody wanted to, because it was hard, And so I left boot camp like that, and I went in there as an E3 because I had college degree, and so I was already starting out as an E3.
Okay.
And I enlisted on purpose because I didn't want to be an officer, and because I also was studying a lot of that, and I didn't see the officer route as something I wanted to do, because I still was. I'm a digger,
Yeah.
I work on all my own Harleys, and I do mechanic stuff, and I worked on a farm, and it's like, I'm not going to sit there in an office and push paper and just tell everybody what to do. I'm going to do it. And so I enlisted. So I'm an E3. So I go to Buds, and in Buds, I think I made E4 during third phase. I took the test during third phase. I mean, it was fast. Everything was so quick.
Yeah.
And so I made the next rank. And I think it was right then. Did I make E4 in Buds? It was like really quick after. It was really fast. Now I'm thinking back 30 years now, and I think about this stuff. But I did make E4 really fast. I went up ranks really quick the testing, because I can take tests, I can pass tests. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you've been
And that's
saying
what it
that the
was.
whole
It was
interview.
like, I could just take the test and I'd get the highest grade and I'd have, I'd ace it, So I made rank really quick in the military. So I graduated, I got in the VUD, I'm in VUDs and I'm kicking butt. And I remember the 4 mile run. Do you remember your time in the 4 mile runs? In
I
sand
think it
with
was like
boots on?
24 minutes.
Yeah, I was 24 minutes too. So I was running at 6 minute miles in the sand with boots on. I was pretty quick. And in the Oslo course, I was doing that really quick too. I think it was like 6 minutes or something. And then the swimming, I was the fastest swimmer. Me and my swim buddy.
No shit.
Plumber. So I was crushing everything. And so as far as graduating number one, I graduated number one.
You were
in
the
this
honor
event.
man?
That's
Did they have
debatable.
that then?
They did, but they changed some of the stuff the way they did it, and the honor man wasn't fully based on your performance for all that. They took the shooting section that we did on third phase out in the island, and they made that like 50% of your honor man grade, and then everything else was the other 50. And so if it was, they did it the old ways or the new ways now, because I think they found out there was a mistake. Is you can't do that because the guns we're shooting out there, it's guns that you get out of the armory. And whatever I was doing, I'm a good shooter. And I was just shooting like crap. And I was like, it's the gun. And they would always yell at me that it's not the gun. And then I'd be like, I'm a good shooter. And this thing is it's a worn barrel. This is just a crap gun, And it's totally plausible because those guns they're just beater buds guns, They're not good guns. And so there was this officer who was crap athlete that ended up shooting like super expert. The guy was a great shot. And I give it to him that. The dude was an expert shooter, And mine was like, it was a little lower. And so they said, well, that's the honor man because he's the best shooter. And what are SEALs? We got to shoot. That's what we do. So he's the honor man. And it was because I was always calling him out and raising my hand and saying, that's bullshit, not. And I was not easy to get along with. They didn't want me to be the honor man.
Yeah.
But I was number one enlisted, so they gave me my choice of orders. So right out the gate, I had my first choice, SEAL Team 1.
Why did you pick one?
It was the hardest team.
What do you mean?
Perception. Perception was Team 1 and Team 2 were the toughest teams. I lived in Virginia. I know all that stuff. I didn't really want to be in Virginia. I wanted to stay in California because I don't know anything about it. And it was just something different, So I could pick Team 1 or Team 2 is what I wanted, was one of those two teams. Because they were the strictest, they were the hardest, they were the ones that were the historical legacy teams. And they were hardcore, those two teams, compared to all the other teams.
I mean, it makes sense, you pick VMI
Yeah.
because the beating,
It kind of
you go to
follows
SEAL teams,
suit. And until just
then you go to
now,
the
I never
hardest team.
realized that. Until just now, I never realized that.
Did you tell just now in this moment?
When I'm sitting there looking at it, I go, and then when Nick was telling me that I wallow in misery, it's like, well, what's the toughest one? And so I went to faculty's team, Master Chief Faculty, and he was tough, man. He would Tony Leaner was wearing a ball cap and a pair of sunglasses one time, and he got like in trouble for wearing a ball cap. It was like, if you don't do it the team way and faculty's way and right by the book, you're gonna get lit up. And especially as a new guy, they were strict.
Yeah.
That's the 90s. 1990s SEAL teams are way different than what you have now. The 1990s teams are different than the 2000 teams even. When we started going to war, everything started really changing. When I was at Team 1, we used to go to DRMO, where all the old equipment was given at Camp Pendleton for the Marine Corps. So the SEAL teams in the 90s, we were getting the old Marine Corps throwaway equipment. And we would take that equipment into the parachute loft and have those guys sew it all up. The guys that sew the parachutes. And I'm explaining a little bit for the civilians out there that don't know what a parachute loft is. But basically, there's a bunch of guys in there that sew the parachutes and fix the parachutes with these big machines. So we would take all the old equipment, this LBEs and this straps and harnesses and all the stuff from the Marines. We'd bring this big pile of stuff into the parachute loft, and we'd explain to the rigger what we wanted, what to carry and how it would look and how it would fit. And it was all custom built to us. This is before London Bridge. This is before all of the fancy equipment.
Damn.
The fancy equipment happened because of the SEAL teams. All those guys and all that equipment, because we kept modifying everything. Everything we did, we modified. And so the modifications were so intense and so good. Some of those parachute riggers and some of the SEAL team guys that were parachute riggers that were doing it, they went after the teams, they went and they built companies.
So there was literally, what was the, I mean, this is like the complete opposite of when I showed up. When I showed up, we had
100%.
everything.
We had no money, we had no nothing.
The Marine Corps had more funding, or the Marine, I mean, when I showed up, there was no budget. It appeared to me there was zero budget.
Well, it was less budget than we had. It was more budget than we had before that. So the Marines had more equipment, better stuff because they're combat. They're like Rangers for us, for the Navy. The Navy SEALs were on our own and we're funded through SOCOM and all the other stuff. The Marine Corps has its own funding, so they buy whatever they want. We get all our funding from SOCOM and the Big Navy. Big Navy hates us, so they don't give us any money. So back in those days was before the glamour SEALs and before it was really like the Hollywood stuff and everybody thought SEALs were awesome. Back then, SEALs were still pretty cool, but we never talked about being SEALs either. If we were in a bar and we're not in Coronado where everybody kind of knows, or Virginia Beach where everybody kind of knows, when we were anywhere else, we tried not to be SEALs. Nobody wore any SEAL team gear. If anybody asked us, hey, what are you guys doing here? What are you up to? There was always cover stories. There was always stuff we would say. And it was like balloon pilot training. You know,
yeah,
it was a good
dolphin waxer.
Yeah, we had weird stuff we would say, and we'd talk about that. And some guys would say, "Oh yeah, I'm a Navy SEAL," and they'd wear this stuff. But most guys didn't. We'd wear it around Coronado and something, or your team because we were proud of your team, you know, the hats and stuff. But not very much. It's nothing like it is today. And there was books, but there wasn't like a lot of books.
Yeah.
And so there was maybe 20 books, and everybody gives all the SEALs crap about writing all these books. You know, but they even give me crap about writing the book that I wrote. But the book that I wrote has nothing to do with the SEALs, really. And it's not me bragging. It's me just telling. Like if I ever wrote, and a lot of books that SEAL team guys write is leadership and stuff. Jocko wrote some book and it's about some stuff. And there's all these guys writing these books, but it's not a whole lot of SEAL team stuff. So everybody gives us crap for writing books is because we write books because we have a lot of knowledge and experience and we did things that not a lot of people do.
Yeah.
And we're able to put it down on paper and make it make sense, and it turns into a recipe for people to do better in their lives. What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
And if you're a doctor,
it's the same concept as this show.
It's the same thing. It's freaking ridiculous that SEALs are somehow under a microscope, that you guys write too many books. Well, you don't give crap to all the doctors that write books or the lawyers that write books or anybody. If you have a profession that's very focused, all those guys that have that profession, they all write books. I don't get that part of it.
I think
why, I don't know why.
I don't think it has anything to do with people writing the book. I think it has more to do with they weren't the one to write the book.
Or just jealous. Yeah, just jealous.
You know.
Pure jealousy. Or the fact that somebody's making some money off of something that we all do.
Yeah.
Like most of the books that we write, guys write on leadership, even the McCraven book, when you start going through all the stuff, it's like, that's all the stuff that we all do. You know, we just didn't write it down. That's all. So we all have the knowledge and the stuff that we do. Like I was telling you about polishing a turd. Back in the SEAL teams in the 90s, we did have to polish the turds. That was the Quonset huts in Nyland. Did you go to Nyland?
We did.
Yeah, so you know the building they have in Nyland right now. So I was there before that building, and it was all Quonset huts and these old crappy metal buildings from World War II that were given to us by the Army or something. But so, and these things were like basically dirt floors and those metal racks where there were bunk beds. And we had to have people sleep in the top and bottom bunk in those days. And it was just terrible. It was just crap.
What kind of mission set was there pre 9/11?
It was a lot of FID. It was a foreign internal defense was like one of the main missions, you know, and it's a valuable mission that we kind of laxed off on a lot.
Where?
Every country in the world. You know, SEAL Team 4 would do South America, all the special ops. In South America, SEAL Team 4. SEAL Team 2 had all of Europe and Northern Europe. SEAL Team 3 had the Middle East. SEAL Team 1, we had the Far East, so the Philippines and Thailand and the fun stuff. SEAL Team 3 had Middle East with the other guys, and they did a little bit of stuff in India and getting that far. So they went Middle East to India and over into there. Sometimes they did Australia and some other places. But every team had a specific geographical location that we worked in. And then, which was great because I went to Thailand a few times. And so the Thai SEALs, I got to know them. And we were working with them enough, and it was all the same guys. And it made a really good camaraderie between us and the Thai SEALs. We were giving them tactics and procedures and stuff that we could share with them. And then they were getting better at their job and becoming better friends with Americans. So they no longer saw us as ugly Americans. We were like, hey, those are the Americans, they're cool, they taught us stuff. So FID was very good. And the world peace is not going to be done through war, it's going to be done through FID. It'll be done through us cooperating with other groups and communicating and working with them. That's how you make peace. You don't make peace by bullets. And that's what we were better back then, because we were very aware of all the stuff going on. We were there also spread really far out, so if something did happen anywhere, you could immediately have a SEAL team platoon within like 20 or 30 minutes from being on target. And that was another one of the missions.
Did that ever happen?
Yeah.
To you?
A few times almost, but then the damn net guys or somebody else high speed would come out and get it.
Oh.
And so it kind of pisses off. You're like, those guys.
Can you talk about what one of those would have been?
There was rescues and stuff.
Panama?
I went to Panama a couple times. I was there a little bit after, but Panama team guys were there and Damn Neck was there, and it was big. So that was a bigger one. But there was a lot of little ones that would happen that if it went on long enough, then they would get somebody else to do it. And the Marines would also get those missions before the SEALs sometimes, back in those days, because it was more their mission to do that real fast stuff, because they're an expeditionary force, which everybody loses, and they don't understand what that really means. What that means is the Marines are a package of everything. They don't need anybody. They have all the airplanes, boats, they have all the artillery, they have everything they need to fully go and be there, plop, and they can do all of it. SEALs can't, we need them. So we need the Marines more than Marines need us.
Yeah.
We need the Army more than the Army needs us. We need the Navy more than the Navy needs us. But we're a pretty awesome group, because we did start specializing into stuff. And that's when you start going into Damn Net missions, some of the other stuff. The beach reconnaissance mission from World War II is why we even started. It was about beach recon and about us doing water work. And we got away from that. Now, the beach recons we've been doing since World War II and saving lives. So as a ship pulls up, or LCAC, or any of the landing craft, or anything that's going on, as they pull up to the beach, they would hit the coral reefs or whatever, and they thought that now that we're on ground, and they'd put down the ramp, and everybody would just run off the end of the ramp and go into 50 feet deep water and drown. And so that was when they said, we need to have somebody out here, and so that's the sneaky peeky UDT guys. And even them, I would raise my hand and say, this isn't the way to do it. So we've been doing beach reconnaissance in World War II. And when I was at SEAL Team 1, I came up with a way to do the beach gradients. So do you remember doing beach gradients when you did the hydrographic recons during months? Yeah. So how did you figure out the beach gradients?
We had a lead line.
A 3-foot lead line.
I don't remember how long it was.
No, I'm talking about the gradient. I'm not talking about in the water. When you get out of the water, you can't do a lead line anymore. So you have to figure out, when you get on the beach, a lot of these beach craft, especially the LCACs and the...
I don't remember ever actually
Okay,
doing
so we get out of the water, you hit the actual beach. Now the beach can be this deep, and it can be this deep, it can be really shallow, almost nothing. Now if you have an LCAC can't land on the beach that's more than like a 1-to-4 ratio or something. So it's 1 foot up and 4 that way. It's pretty shallow. It's not a real steep beach. Some of the other craft can want steeper ones, because if LCAC tries to get on a really steep beach, it can go up there and fall off, and go up and fall off. It can't do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that beach gradient is very important to tell them what they can actually do when they get to the beach. So it's a very important thing. The way we've been doing it since World War II was what we trained during BUDS. We say, well, that beach gradient, and they tell you, and they show you kind of what they look like, and then we just kind of guess. Okay. And so I came up with an exact method to really show what the gradient really is.
Well,
and I
how'd you do that?
It's not very hard. I said, when we go up on the beach and you do it, what you need to do is you need to get your weapon and mark off, and it was about 3 feet was the site. You get a 3-foot marker. It can be on your lead line, it can be on a weapon, a piece of tape, or your spot in your weapon. And what you do is you kneel down and you sight that spot up the beach until you can see where the sand meets that mark. And you have somebody mark that mark. Then what you do is you go from that mark, from where you sat, kneeled down, you pace off from there. 1 pace is 3 feet, 2 paces is 6 feet, and you go all the way up to there. So you're doing a 3-foot measurement here, and then you're pacing off, and you just divide it. That's your beach gradient.
Interesting.
So if it's a 1 to 10 beach, you go, it was 3 feet, and I did 10 paces. So it's 1 to 10. And it's almost an exact beach gradient. They never had that before. It's in the books right now in War Combat training manuals as a Beck method for determining beach gradients.
And you came up with that?
Yeah, because
That's cool,
from
man.
World War II all the way up until I came along, everybody said, well, this is the way we do it. That's a 1 to 10, that's a 1 to 20, that's a 1 to 40. And I go, yeah, but how, did you measure it? How'd you measure it? They were guessing. I gave them an exact method.
Damn.
So why didn't anybody think of that before? It's because I'm kind of a troublemaker, and I raised my hand and said, well, we need to be able to measure that. And so I sat down and I thought about it, and I figured it out. I said, it's just this. And I said, we already do pace counts. Just use your pace count and measure it, eyeball.
Wow.
And the simple things like that people just take for granted because
Yeah.
they say, this is the way we do it. Let's keep doing it. Well, there might be a better way out there, you know? Don't tell me how to do it. Tell me what you need. And that's the problem right now in politics and everything else is everybody's telling everybody
Yeah.
and nobody's actually looking at it and scratching below the surface. You know, okay, so that's team one, right?
Well-
Did all that at team one.
What was the... We don't have to go through everything. You have a long career, but I am very
But I'm giving you
interested.
like the reasons why I never had to ask for orders. I was
Okay.
recruited to every command. It was because of that.
You were specifically recruited to every single command
Yes.
that you went to.
I never volunteered for anything. I was
No
asked
shit.
to go everywhere.
Really?
Yeah. So SEAL Team 1, I did that. I picked it because they gave me a choice. So I didn't ask for it. I said, I want Team 1. They gave it to me. When I was at Team 1, I was doing stuff like that with the beach gradient. I was also doing really heavy mission planning. I was doing all the photo and intel stuff. I was really heavy into it. I was really good at it. And everybody knew it. So if they ever wanted to have a mission, they had to plan a mission to get me. If they ever wanted to win an event for the Raging Rhinos, did you guys do, you were East Coast, right?
Yeah.
I don't know why I just did that. I knew you were East Coast. Did you guys do Raging Rhinos every Friday and have a keg of beer at the end?
We called them monster mashes.
Monster Mash, same thing. Raging Rhino, Monster Mash, and a keg of beer at the end every Friday. So if anybody ever wanted to win that, if we had shooting involved or anything where it was athletic and shooting and everything all combined, if they wanted to win, they got me. Every officer knew that. If you were on your platoon, if I went to your platoon, then I would take you from like a C or D rating, and you would be an A1 rating as soon as I showed up. I had every qualification. And the reason I had every qualification is because they knew the SEAL team platoon commanders knew it. We need this qual. If we send him free fall jump master, for example, how many SEAL team guys failed out of free fall jump master? It's a hard course. And we needed that qualification for our platoon. So LT said, hey, Beck, we need to send you free fall jump master. And I was like, all right, I'll go. And why did they send me? Because they knew I could pass. And we needed the qual. And it happened in every platoon. So we need the qual. Beck, go do that qual. And I would get it, and I had it under my belt, and the platoon is A1 now. We can deploy, or C1, or whatever the number is.
Damn.
But they would automatically bring it up to platoon to deployable status.
It's weird.
so
I mean,
it
you're
was
telling me
valuable.
this, and I'm thinking, like, this guy's arrogant to be telling me that he's the best at, you know what I mean?
Who, me? No, I'm just telling you.
And
that
that,
I'm
but
test. I can
what I'm
test.
saying is it makes perfect sense.
No, but I can test. I
It's
told you
not
that.
arrogance, it makes perfect sense.
I just test.
Yeah.
You know? And so because I had all the qualifications, I was requested a lot. And so now with the mission planning I was an intel guy in the first 2 platoons. Then I went to first lieutenant, engineering for you guys. Then I did some air stuff. Then I did comms. And I did everything you could do in a platoon. All of it. I even did medical, and I wasn't medical trained. I was a secondary medical with a corpsman. What's IDC?
Yeah.
So we had an IDC corpsman, and then I was a secondary corpsman.
Corman's a doc for people
Yeah,
that
doctor.
don't.
So I did all that stuff. And it was like, so I tried to do everything because I wanted to have qualifications and I wanted to know exactly how to do everything any team guy could ever do. Even diving, I was a dive guy for a while, and dive soup and everything else. But when they were doing mission planning systems, I did a bunch of other stuff too, but they were doing mission planning systems at the headquarters, and it was called SWAMPS, Special Warfare Automated Mission Planning System. And a lot of you guys out there, your SEALs, you remember SWAMPS. So the warrant officer that was in charge of the SWAMPS program gave this company, California Microwave, and some of this stuff is coming back right now. I'm going, holy cow, how do I remember that? They gave them like 10 or $12 million to automate mission planning. And so they were building this system with all these computers and all this stuff. And remember, 1998, 99, 2000, computers were not a big deal. You know, we didn't have any computers in the SEAL teams. We used a lot of dry erase, not even dry erase, it was wax pencils with the lamination paper over a blank piece, you know? And I made those special too, and everybody worked with those. It was such a bad program, and it was so terrible that I started on, because I built my own computers too on the side. I would buy all the parts and I would build computers and I would give them to people, you know, sell them to people. So I built all my own computers, and they all knew I did that. They knew I was a freaking weirdo. So the warrant officer called me up down at SEAL Team 1 and said, hey, Beck, I'd like you to come up here to WorkCom and work with me on mission planning. And I was like, well, I've been at SEAL Team 1 for 9 years now, and I was going to go to another command anyway, so yeah, that's cool. And so I went to WorkCom. I went to headquarters to do a mission planning system. The admiral and everybody sitting around the table, and this is when I was building it. Every weekend I would go home, and on weekends I was building a program that I was going to try to use because these guys were failing. So at the final thing, the final mark, when they were saying, you have to make this thing work or the contract is void. We're not going to continue this. So I built mine all up. And so these guys are sitting in a California microwave, and they had Windows up, and it was like Windows 98 or the other one, or it was an old Windows. No, it wasn't 98. It was the special one they made for businesses. Can't remember what it's called now. But they had the stuff up there,
man, I remember.
And they had the board up there, and they're showing it, and they're going, here's the mission planning system, SWAMPs, the automated mission planning system for SEALs. And they start the computer up, and they start doing some stuff on it, and then boom, blue screen of death. And they said, well, wait a second, and they restart, and they do all the stuff, and they start doing it again, and like 5 minutes later, blue screen of death. And the admiral's sitting there, and all the captains, and it was a huge, Gus Gussentine, I think, was there too, and Gus was awesome. I got to tell you a story about him. But, well, something he said that was very, very valuable, it reminded me of that. But, so we're all sitting around a table and watching these guys just fail brilliantly. And I said, hey, weren't well. So I was like, you know, can I plug in, and while they're trying to fix their stuff, they can go on the side and work on their stuff. Can I plug in and just show you some stuff? And nobody's seen it yet. And so I plug in and I go, hey, here's a automated mission planning system for you. And I went bloop, bloop, bloop. And I started typing in there. I said, what kind of mission do you want to do? And one of the captains was like, direct action, and use some explosives, and have a boat insert, and then infill by foot, DA explosives, get out of there by foot, get picked up by a vehicle. And it was, he just started rattling off a bunch of stuff. And I was sitting there just typing in, going, pulling stuff down with mouse, just, and going, okay, what are we blowing up? He says, and I said, let's use 5 pounds of explosive. And it went boom on the map. And I had maps and everything. And so map went boom. This ring showed up. I said, here's a safety ring. There's a margin. Make sure we're out of here by the time the countdown goes on. And all the stuff was just flashing up there, going boom, 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 boom. I said, okay, ready for the, let's do the brief back. And that's a brief back is a briefing we give before the PLO, before the platoons, to make sure that we can accept this mission to the high commands, the captains and admirals. So the brief back, I said, okay, let's do a brief back. And it's like 3 slides. I went bloop, 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 and I went, okay, let's do the brief back. And PowerPoint shows up, has all the stuff on it. And I start briefing the brief back. I said, okay, let's do a PLO. And I go, and I said, okay, this is now 12 slides because I have to do more stuff because now we have to teach the platoon guys what the mission was to make sure they get all the stuff. I said, okay, warning order. There's a warning order. Here's a brief back. Here's a PLO. There's all the stuff. And I said, automated. And the company was sitting there just going, they were just like, they just couldn't believe it. And it was totally done. And I said, this is all. I was like, oh, yeah, we have a library, too. And I showed him a library of data. And I said, it's all divided by the jobs that each platoon guy has. And I've done all these jobs, so I know what we need. I said, so it had folders. So it was a full system of folders. And each folder started out as first lieutenant / engineering. And then you open that folder up, and it was everything you ever need in there for all the boats, maritime ops, all of it. You go to air ops, you go to diving, you go to comms, you go to each one of them had a folder and everything you ever need. There was a sniper folders, there was demo folders. Everything you would do in a platoon was in a folder. And so they said, okay, the admiral's sitting there just going, what do we do now? So they killed the contract. The company was fired. They lost everything. And I think they folded pretty quick after that. And then we got all the money. And basically I went, here, $10 million to an E6, Chris Beck. And so I started running the program. And I ran the program. And I was hard on those guys. It was Master Chief Bill Hill. He used to feed me all the time because I would work through lunch. So he would bring lunch for himself and me. Because I would go out to lunch, or I'd try to go to lunch, and I would he'd say, Beck, just eat this peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
So what, you like the OG tech guy for the teams?
That's also why Damn Neck recruited me.
Damn Neck recruited you too, huh?
Yeah. So, like I said, I got recruited everywhere I went. So, the mission planning system was good. It was swamps. And then SOCOM saw it. And then SOCOM was like, well, we want this for everybody. So they changed
you
it.
developed this entire
In my garage at home on weekends. And then it was more of the concept and how to run it and how to do it. You don't want a fully automated system. You don't want AI or anything in there that's really automatic. If it's automatic, it'll fail. If it's automatic, you're going to kill everybody. Because if it's automatic, there's programs, there's logarithms, there's something in there, right?
Yeah.
So I told him the whole thing, automated everything, is just bad. You have to have a lot of people in between doing this and deciding. So while I was doing that, so I was typing a lot, was trying to feed the stuff that he was saying, plus what I knew and how to execute the mission. It has to be in there. You can't let a computer run that. The only thing I want the computer to do was take my data and stick it into a PowerPoint so I can brief it. So I had a lot of macros and things all built for that. But so work on Fire Dam, I got all the money, and then we started building the program. And Bill Hill and a few other guys, there was another Bill, and then it was madness. And I was an E6, and I made chief when I was there because they gave me like an award for building the program. SOCOM saw it, they wanted it, so they changed the name of it, and we buffed it out. So I made a whole system for the Rangers. I made a system for Special Forces, and it was all different because I had to study those guys and pull the whole Ranger handbook and do a lot of stuff. And so I built the systems, gave them to them, give them to them, even to the Air Force PJ guys. And then, so SOCOM was like, well, this is awesome, swamps. And I said, well, and they changed the name to a mission planning environment, something. Oh, Special Operations Mission Planning Environment, SOMPI. Did you ever do mission planning? Mm-hmm. Did you use SOMPI?
Yes.
Well, on most of those briefings, if you really dug into the metadata, my name was on every one of those because I hid metadata stuff. So even to this day, right now, 30 years later, my program I built in 1999 is still being used.
It's still being used today.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
At that point, then, I'm doing all that stuff. And then I'm sitting there giving the brief on how to mission plan to all the Master Chiefs in the entire SEAL teams. All of them were in this one room. And they wanted to see what was going on because this is the newest, flashiest tech thing. Mission planning. Bring out Chief Beck and have him brief mission planning. So I started briefing it. And I was showing them all the stuff. And these guys were blown away. And they're like, holy cow, this is awesome. Because these are all the crusty old Master Chiefs. Just like, they were amazed because I could get it so fast. So a mission plan would take 4 to 6 hours. I could do it in like 20 minutes, because it was all there. It was at my fingertips. So the Master Chiefs were just like, holy cow, this is awesome. And a bunch of them started saying, when are you up for orders? You're my team. And so they all started saying that. And then they were saying, hey, stay, because we're going to go over detailing and some other stuff that Master Chief, and you're a chief, so you should know some of this stuff. So I stayed with them in the afternoon during their briefing when they were doing the detailing, when they were showing how detailing and everything works. So the big Master Chief from Tennessee, from the big thing, he was sitting there talking about detailing, and one of the other Master Chiefs says, well, do an example and show us how this works. He says, well, hey, Chief Beck, you mind if we pull up your data? And then we show him all the stuff you have, and we find out how can we detail you. And I was like, okay. And so he put all my data up on the screen, and I started going through it. So they saw my ASVAB scores, which I aced. They showed all my stuff in BUDS, 24-minute run and all the other stuff. They showed all the stuff I've done and all of my qualifications. And all of them were going, holy cow, it's a hard charger. And so they started asking for me. And so Team 5 Master Chief said, hey, I want you to come to Team 5 and take a platoon. I need a chief. And I was like, okay. So they did me orders right there as I was sitting down because I said okay to SEAL Team 5 Master Chief. So I went to SEAL Team 5. So I met SEAL Team 5 in middle of 2000, and that's when I had Dave Goggins as a new guy and a couple other ones. But so I was at Team 5 as a chief. I'd ride my Harley in the Team 5 compound. I'd have somebody standing there, or if I could, I'd have somebody to open the door for me through the back gate. I'd ride my Harley right into the compound, take a right, and go to the Quonset hut that we had. Oh, yeah, we were in Quonset hut at Team 5 at the time, too. So we had the little steel buildings, the old crappy buildings, before they tore them all down and built the beautiful buildings.
Yeah.
So I'd ride my Harley in there and park it right in front of the door to my platoon hut. Every day I'd ride my Harley right on base, right in through the gate, and right by the door. So it was pretty funny. And everybody saw it, and they were like, oh, that's just Beck, whatever. It was a Kickstart, 1960 Harley. It was a Panhead. The Panhead that belonged to Rocky Carlock. Did you ever hear any stories about Rocky Carlock?
I didn't.
Yeah, he was a wild man. He was probably the cruelest, like hardcore, not cruelest, but the most hardcore buds instructor that probably ever lived. He was hardcore. Then he became a police officer in El Cajon, I think, or over there somewhere. But it was just the way I was running stuff. And it was pretty hard even when I was at Team 5, on the new guys. So David Goggins in the beginning really hated my guts because I would make them do stuff that they didn't really know what I was doing it for. So in our area, we had lockers and stuff, and I wouldn't let them use their lockers. So they had to live out of parabags. I said, you guys can have parabags in here and have them all there, but figure it out. You can't use lockers. You guys are new guys. You haven't earned them yet. And that was the only thing I'd say to them. You didn't earn them yet. But I wanted them to learn the parabag stuff and how to do that. So when we had to do flyaway missions or do something really hardcore, they didn't know what I was doing, but I was trying to teach them the exact gear you needed and how to pack it and make it executable. So you can go out really fast out on mission. If you have those huge lockers like we have now, tell a guy right now to go in there and tell them the mission we have to do and be ready in 30 minutes. They're going to have a tough time because there's too much stuff. There's too much area. They haven't learned discipline of packing the bags and have it there set and all your primary gear ready to rock and roll so you can quickly throw it in the bag and go. Now, Damn Neck, they do it pretty good because we do have it set up pretty well like that. And we have to because of our contingency programs, but that's all like testing and stuff like that. So because Damn Neck is only a development group, they only experiment on equipment. So we just have to fly away really fast to experiment on stuff. So that's why. But so Goggins was they were all pissed that I was making the new guys live out of these bags. And so after, I don't remember, it was like a couple of weeks or a month or whatever. And I said, yeah, use your lockers now. And I said, this is what's going on because we have to go do these missions. You got to be able to go out fast. And then we have to go right now, pack up and get out. And the guy's like, all right. And the new guys are already waiting outside and all the old guys are in there looking through lockers and trying to find stuff and totally disorganized. An hour later, all the old guys are there meeting the new guys. And the new guys are laughing. Now they know why I did it.
Damn.
You know what I mean?
I
and so
do.
stuff like that. I would also make these guys do ruck marches.
I mean, it
And
carried
so
out because that's how I organized my locker, and I didn't just come up with that
You
myself.
had to. If you
so-
didn't, you were just disorganized and it would take too much time. And so there's things I would do as a chief that were kind of like, man, what a jerk. But it was like, it wasn't really to be a jerk. It was because these are things that I learned over the years. And it was like, you really need to do that. And you guys are new guys. You don't get it yet. And this is all new equipment for you. So learn the equipment, learn your bags, and get all organized and be ready to rock and roll. That was the lesson.
Yeah.
And it was a whole bunch of stuff like that. And I also had them doing ruck marches and ruck humps and stuff, with 30 pounds a lot. And it was before the war. This is all before the war. And after it really kicked off, those guys were like just saying thank you. It was like, because we started doing ruck humps and we were carrying a lot of shit, And so they were like, well, now we know why you were doing that. And I was like, all right. But now the teams we've been in a war so long that they do a lot of that stuff anyway. But the 90s teams it was a little different. It was a little looser, because it wasn't the mission. We weren't at war,
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense.
So that's Team 5. I left Team 5 and I went to a special projects group. And I was there for a year and a half, I think. And I was there doing sneaky peeky stuff. It was all plumber work, And then
Can you talk about it at all?
It was bugs and electronics and video and surveillance and disguises and
Is this like
vehicle-
the ASAP
Yes.
program?
Yeah.
Okay.
ASOT, ASOC, and all those. It was before the SEALs had their own program. We started a special projects group to build the program and then start doing it ourselves. Because before that, we had to go to the Army and use all their stuff. You know what I mean? Before
Yeah.
that, it was
So
all Army.
this program was. I thought this program was just. What year is this? Around
This is
02, 03?
02, 03.
Man, I loved that project.
Yeah. It was a lot of cool
I mean,
stuff.
I didn't get to at the level you were at, but
Yeah.
I had heard about it, and we started doing some training with
I
some of the
wasn't at a
stuff.
huge level. There was a couple of guys there that was definitely, they were better at it than me, and it was more because of me, more because of who I was. I wasn't always the best at that at that time. It was because I was still coming out of the platoons, and I still had that.
You didn't
I
switch
was
the mindset.
Yeah, I didn't do great. I did great in pieces of it. I had a couple of things I did there that weren't awesome.
Can you
But-
describe the difference between being in something like that and a regular platoon?
Okay, regular
for the
platoon,
audience.
Yeah. So if you go into special projects, and there's a lot of them. Special projects could even be the triathlete guys. You know, that's different. It's a special project. So if you're in a platoon, all you are is a frogman. You're shooting and looting and you're working all the time and training, and all you're training for is that mission. It's a mission of a direct action, a rescue, hydro recon. It's mission focus. Special projects are all the things outside of those mission focuses that are very specialized, that you still need that set of skills to even be able to do the stuff that we're doing outside of those skills. And so that would be like the real deep water stuff and the sneaky stuff. Like if I was to destroy a pipeline that goes from Russia into Europe or something, I would be really good at that. I could do it so easy. It wouldn't even be a thought in my mind. It would be done. Just tell me to do it. 2 hours later, the thing's gone. Anywhere along there. If I want to shut down all the communications on the entire eastern coast of the United States, I could do that with one bomb. And it wouldn't have to be a very big one. I could do it with like 2 pounds of C4. That's special projects.
Yeah.
It's taking our skill set and doing something that's so far outside of our skill set. And so before I even went there, I already went through some agency courses, CIA courses. So I did target analysis and a few other ones. So I was already introduced to the CIA, which some team guys are, not all team guys. And so I started really getting into that, like that target analysis.
Did you like that better than the platoons?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Because I lived in the woods.
Yeah.
I'm isolated. I'm alone. I always worked better by myself. Even when I was in Afghanistan, I would just go off with a Terp and we'd do missions. It was me, you know, just... I always laugh when I watch that Black Hawk Down thing when the guy's riding a bicycle. And do you remember that one scene in Black Hawk Down? He's a sneaky guy, and he rides a bicycle up, and he's doing the stuff, and all, you know, wearing the local attire and a big beard. Like, if you look at me in local attire, it's like, yeah, I was good at it.
You have pictures of all this stuff.
Yeah, I got.
Can I put them up? Can you give them to me? I'll put them up.
Yeah, there's some pictures I can give you.
They'll be up.
But it's not, and it does sound like I'm egotistical. I'm bragging about a bunch of stuff.
No, it doesn't.
But it sets up kind of why I even made it to Damnick, you know, to experiment with all that cool stuff. And the special projects of why I even got there was like, you have a guy coming out of, you know, swamps and all the intel stuff, and every Master Chief on Earth knows me because of the stuff I'm doing. I go to Team 5. The biggest mistake I made at Team 5, I should talk about that because I really screwed up. It was bad. And I was in one of my platoons. And it's one of the things I'll never forgive myself for. Well, I forgive myself, but I don't let myself slide on. I'll never let it happen again. I was in Sri Lanka and I lost an AK-47. So, and I was the only one doing the mission. So I was there with all the Sri Lankan SEAL equivalents, and we were doing an across the beach thing. And it was just crushing waves. It was like, it was nuts. And I had an AK that wasn't mine, and it had a sling on it. And you know when you're swimming and you're in a really big ocean, your sling is your life to your weapon. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't my sling and it broke. And so as soon as it went, it was like, whoosh, it went down in the ocean. And so I'm going up on the beach with all these Sri Lankans, and I finally meet up with some of the guys, and I'm like, dude, the AK's out there. And I said, I know kind of where it's at. And I said, I marked it from the spot on the beach. I know the parallel. I know kind of about how far out it was. And so I had a beach lane, I had a lane. And so we mark all the lanes, we start marking as much as we can up on the beach so we can do a search. And so this is dark, it's the middle of the night. So the next day we start doing searches and trying to find it because it's an area we can search, you know, luckily. And I ended up, like, out of my own pocket, I rent scuba gear for the entire platoon because we didn't have dive gear out there. So we go into town, we find a bunch of gear, and we rent everything. And we're looking for it. It wasn't a whole platoon. I think I rented like 6 sets, I think. A few dive pairs to go out there and start doing Jack's Day searches. So I'm out there searching also just with snorkel, and I'm just diving, I'm just panicking. I'm just like, oh man, I can't believe this is happening. And I was so pissed. And so days are going by, and it's just so like, and a third day, I think, and I'm just like pissed at everybody. I'm pissed at myself. And the whole platoon is like, I'm just scaring everybody because it's so like, you know, and you're just, and it's starting to piss him off, and it's starting to really get on them. And so they lose confidence in me. It's all like, it's just so bad. So I think I make up for that a little bit though, because I mean, everybody screws up. And so I'm beating them up, and I'm just like really bad. But I'm down there with snorkel, I'm just doing this in dark black. and I felt something that felt like seaweed, and I grab it, and I wrap my hand on it, and it's the 1-inch tubular. That was the sling. So it's 1-inch tubular nylon, which is just a thin strap of that much. It's like a belt. So I feel that, and I start tugging on it and get partway out of the ground and say, AK, still hooked on the other end. And so I go up on the surface and I start yelling, it's here, and I'm yelling out. And a few guys start converging on me. And now the current's pushing me off of it. And so everybody starts searching right around where I was. And I say, the strap, it's about this far out of the water now. Just do this, and you guys are going to hit the strap and find it. So one of the guys finally hits the strap, and they pull it up out of the water and hold it above their head. Got it! And I'm like, oh God. It's just such a relief, and it's all rusty and it's nasty. But it was under like sand, like this far. It was just. If it would have been one more day, it was gone, because it was like I felt the strap was probably like that much. I pulled it out to about there, and then the other guy pulled it the rest of the way out of the sand. And but at this time, I'm like, it was just I destroyed a lot of confidence. And I made the guys really look at me like I was a freaking idiot, you know.
Yeah.
And
I had a similar experience.
it just. And I didn't know what to do. And I was just like, well, that's the same thing that I had from growing up that those guys will never know. Maybe they don't know now, but it's no excuse.
Yeah.
You know, I should have never let it get that much. And so my problem with my fear of failure, my intense fear of failing or making a mistake, it just totally killed me in that whole platoon. It just made it, because I was so mad at myself and so angry that none of those guys could even talk to me barely. And I was just so like I was like that all the time, like, I couldn't let it go. I went on for a couple of weeks, and then we went back to Guam, and then I shot over to Korea, I think. And then I was with all those guys in Korea with only a smaller group, and there was no officers there. It was just me in charge of the whole Korean expedition. And those guys were like, all right, well, Beck isn't such a jerk, and I still do good stuff, and so it started lightening up a little bit. But the officer in that platoon would never let it go. That guy hated my guts so bad, because he only has one chance at the platoon, you know, pretty much.
Yeah.
And it was his platoon, it was my platoon. But I'm the chief of the platoon. It's really my platoon.
Yeah.
You know, you're a renter, you rent the locker. I own the lockers. I'm here for 9 years. You're here for a year and a half. You know? Those officers have no ownership. The chiefs do. The chiefs own the teams.
Yeah.
And yeah, I screwed up. But then as soon as I started recovering a little bit, he wouldn't let it slide. He just kept hammering me because he hated me. And then after that was just, I couldn't recover, because now that officer talked to all the other officers, and it burned me for pretty much any of the command structure of the team. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it happens. It was one mistake, and I screwed up worse after the mistake. But then I'm recovering, but now you won't let me? I asked for forgiveness, and you won't let me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he wouldn't let it go. And to this day, that guy, like, if I see him, I just assume punch him in the face. But the funny part is that guy went down to JSOC, and they figured out who that guy was, and they hate him. They started having these really cruel, bad nicknames about this officer, and really terrible. So that guy ended up muddying up his name so bad that he's just whatever, you know?
Yeah.
So everything catches up. If that guy would have let it slide because he was a good officer and would have said, hey, punish me and do whatever, and then let's get on with it. Let's get on with the business at hand, you know? But he wouldn't do that. And so it just said what kind of person that person was. You know what I mean?
I do.
And so if you're that kind of person deep in your soul, then it's going to show sometime. Well, it did show finally for that guy about 4 or 5 years later. But for me, it showed the opposite, because I'm not that person. It was just a circumstance I was in for a very short period of my life, almost like all that trans stuff, you know? It was like I had a hiccup, and I had this time period where I was really messing up. But nobody helped me, because I was a chief, and a chief doesn't need help. And so all the guys were just looking at me just going, what the heck? And the officers were just going, and I was in the middle just going, well, I'm a chief, and I should have done better. I didn't. I screwed up.
Yeah.
What can I do now to make it up? You can't do anything to make it up. You're a chief. You should have known better. Well, dude, we're humans, man. Everybody messes up. You know?
Yeah.
Even McCraven messes up. I don't want to talk about that one, but everybody messes up. And everybody that's a man, if you can man up to it, admit you messed up, you can fix it, you can do better next time. But if you're like that officer and you won't let it go, you know? I fear failure, and I'm terrified of it, but if I do fail, I immediately try to, as fast as I can, I try to fix it.
Yeah.
And then I try to do better, and I won't do that again.
It always winds up coming back around.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Okay, so I'm at Team 5, and I get another platoon. I do that, and I start doing that. And then the E6, who I like a lot, Ernie, he made chief. So I've already been doing a full workup with the second platoon at Team 5. And the other one, they were giving me 2 chief slots. And so I'm in my second chief slot, kicking ass and doing great, and they all know it, because I'm good. And I'm not that jerk, And so this guy makes chief. And he makes it, and we still have a lot of workup left, and we have the whole deployment. And the way the teams spin, we spin really fast. And so if he doesn't get his chief platoon right now, he might not, it'll be really hard for him to get one, And so I say, hey, I'll step down and I'll do something. I'm in talking to the master chief, and I say, hey, he made chief, and we still have like 3 months left in the workup, and we're deploying. And I said, it just wouldn't be fair for me to take that opportunity from him when there's other things I can do, because I've already done a chief of a platoon. I can do something else. He says, well, as a matter of fact, we're setting up squadrons, and we need a task unit chief. We want you to be task unit Charlie. And so I immediately leave that platoon, and then Ernie steps up. He's the chief, and I step in to be task unit Charlie. And then the war starts.
This is my time frame.
Yeah, so now it's 2001, and now I'm a task unit chief. And I'm also the head of all of the crypto, so I'm the crypto custodian for the entire SEAL team.
For the entire...
Yeah, for all of SEAL Team 5, I'm crypto.
Okay.
And I also have charge of all of the non-SEAL deployable elements fall under me also as the, they called it the systems officer or something.
Can you describe
Combat systems officer or something.
Can you describe what crypto is to the civilian side of the audience?
So all communications, all of our radio traffic, all of our computer, everything, all traffic, if we have to send a signal out, it has to be encrypted. If it's not encrypted, you can catch it. We encrypt all the stuff, even civilians do it in companies between places, so that somebody in the middle can't grab it and get the intel. So the crypto for SEAL teams and for all of the military is incredibly sensitive, and it's incredibly classified. The equipment, just like during World War II, when we got a hold of the Enigma machine, that's how important it is. In World War II, a British guy got a hold of one of the German Nazi Enigma machines. Once we got a hold of the machine, we can start taking it apart and analyze it and try to figure it out so we can break the code. So if you figure all of the crypto equipment we have is incredibly sensitive. And so you have to keep really super track of it. And you have to have a lot of other stuff. So it's double safe locked and all this other stuff. TPI, two-person integrity. Mm-hmm. And I'm the only one that has the combinations to the final crypto safe. Not even the captain of the team has it. I have all the stuff. Because you can't let anyone else have it. The only person above me that has it would have been the group CMS custodian, the guy that takes care of the crypto for 3 SEAL teams and all the boat squadrons, Yeah. And that's the way we ran it. Okay. Oh, I also invented all the 3M stuff to automate 3M. Do you remember the 3M programs? We had to do all the maintenance, the Q1 checks and all that. So the big Navy has all these things. You have to do quarterly checks, you have to do weekly checks, you have to do daily checks on equipment. So you have your camera equipment, they have batteries in it. So if you're using equipment a lot and the camera equipment, you have to do daily checks of your batteries to make sure your battery's all plugged in and doing that and that and that, and how to secure it and clean it and all that. So they used to make us do this stuff. And so I invented a whole way to do it really short and automated. And then I also made it so it was digital, so you didn't have to do it with pencils. And if you erased a sheet, you had to throw the whole sheet away, even if you were almost done. So if you did 99 marks on a sheet and you had 1 mistake mark, the whole thing is done. Just throw it away. Start over. And so I made it automated and computerized, the whole system. And that was another weird one. So I did a lot of this stuff, and that's why people wanted me, because if there was a problem or something needed to be done, or if something was it was hard to use, just give it to me and I'll make it easy to use. The CNO of the Navy had a problem they're working on for the drug interdiction in the ocean. Was really, it's like, you can't do it. And a lot of it's coming from South America and these things. And so the CNO, they've been working on this problem for like 2 years. And so a captain that knew me knew that I did a lot of this stuff and this weird stuff. And actually, this was at Damnick, though, so I'm jumping a little bit ahead. But this is a similar thing. So they called me in there and said, hey, you're pretty good at this stuff. Here's the problem. They drew it all up on the board. They showed me everything I had to do. I says, and this is in the middle of the Pentagon. And so I said, let me get a cup of coffee, let me think for a little while. And says, all right. And says, well, how long do you want some time? And I said, give me a couple hours. I'll see you back after lunch. And I said, just have another meeting, and I'm thinking I can figure something out. And so I figured it out. I figured out how to do it, and I've been working on it for like 2 years.
Holy shit.
And the stuff that I did had to do with supply chain. So I had to inject something into the supply chain, and then I had to use signals, and I had to use signals that were all around the earth that you couldn't really detect because there was so much of it. I can't talk about it very more than that. But so it's still a classified project, and it works.
Because of you.
Because of what I told him how to do it. I invented a whole nother system. And it was micro Doppler, nano, and some other stuff, and it was some really cool stuff. And I did it. And it's undetectable because it's using stuff it's everywhere. So you can't find it. I kept doing this stuff all the time. Oh, the motor racks. I was first lieutenant engineering guy, taking care of all the motors on an ARG. So we were on a ship, an amphibious ready group. And I was getting ready to go on an ARG, and this is just before Christmas. We were deploying like January 3rd or something. So it was during Christmas break during that time period. And so I'm loading the ship up, and I go on there, and I start talking about the motors and the racks that they have for the motors to be down on the well decks. On a ship, rocking and rolling in the ocean, and they build them out of these 2x8s and these 4x4s, and they build these things. And I was like, and they said, yeah, you have to be really careful with this and how you strap them down net. And it's really big oceans. They sometimes break, and your motors might end up in the well deck. So sometimes you got to put straps on them and strap the motors to the wall of the ship in order to make them not crash and wreck all your motors. And I was like, well, that's not a very good way to do it. I said, this is a 6-month deployment, and I don't want my motors to be all over the ship deck. And I was like, well, I'm going to make it out of steel. And so I went back there to the engineering place, and I said, I need a welder. And they said, well, we don't have that stuff. And I said, well, so I went out and I bought a welder. And I went out and bought all the steel, and I brought it all back to command. And I was there in the middle of winter from Christmas to New Year's welding, because I had to get it there before New Year's because the ship was being shut down and we go. So I had this drop dead time of this. I had to have the rack. So I welded up these giant motor racks, and I built them like this and like this. And so there was no things, and you didn't have to have up and downs, and it made it so you can grab the motors off really easy. Do you know what motor racks they're still using?
Those ones?
The ones I built in 1996. They use them today. And all the motor racks they build are built off of my dimensions and my build. And I bought my own I bought the own welder, and I bought all the metal because it was too fast. They couldn't do it. I got in trouble for that. The command said you can't be going out there and spending your own money and doing stuff for the team. I got in a whole bunch of trouble for it. And I told him, I said, but it's my auger and my motors. I don't want them breaking. I said, I don't care if I spend a lot of money. And then the captain was finally like, all right, I'm done yelling at you. Go see the supply officer and he'll write you a check. So he ended up paying me back for the stuff. But he yelled at me first.
Damn.
You know, I was like, come on, Captain. Can't remember if that was, it wasn't Fitzgerald. It was just after him. I don't remember. But it was like, dude, if you have a problem and you have to invent something, when we were doing car interdictions, and I can talk about this one because it's not unclassified right now. So doing car interdictions, how do we interdict a car that's moving, going down a highway? We fly helicopters in the front and try to stop them. They go around and go out in the field. And it's hard to stop a car. We use the 50 cal. We try to shoot the engine out. When you shoot the engine out, the car is going 50, 60 miles an hour. That kills everybody. You know, because the car flips, everything else happens. We usually kill everybody if we try to stop a car going fast. And they're drawing all the stuff up on there. And this guy, Hondo, is drawing up there and trying to do the UAV, and he's trying to fly these things and trying to interdict these vehicles by UAV or something. And I said, well, how are you getting in that car? How are you keeping up with it? What are you doing? I said, we're flying the little birds. And I said, I've done this before. And I said, we want it to be something we carry in our gear, so it has to be 40 Mike. It has to be something we can shoot at them. So I said, what you do is, and I started drawing on the board. It took me about an hour to think of this project. And they've already been working on this one for like months, trying to figure out how to interdict these cars without killing everybody. And so they gave me about an hour, and I started drawing up on a dry erase board, and I said, do this. I said, we already carry them. And I said, plus we have the ones that have a lot of rounds on them. The 40 Mike big one that has, and you can shoot like 4 or 5 rounds real quick. So, and they were like, well, you can't do that out of a helicopter. You can't interdict out of a helicopter. I said, give me a couple days. And so I went back and I got a helicopter and I flew up there with a 40 Mike and I started shooting cars out of a helicopter. because I know people. And I was at Namnek, so it was easy. So we're flying these helicopters. We're shooting cars out of the freaking helicopters, and I was shooting practice rounds. So it was the orange stuff, but it was still breaking the windshields. It was doing stuff.
Yeah.
So I drew up on there. I said, basically, it's a 40 millimeter grenade. And I said, what you want to do is you want to put a hardened plastic cone in the front, and then you want to have where the explosive stuff was and all that. You want to have a real heavy lead or have something heavy, then have a projectile, but it has to be a tube. And it has to have sharp edges around a tube, and then the heavy thing. So that when a 40 millimeter grenade hits even steel, and you want to hit the roof of the car, don't hit the windshields, because then you can puncture through the roof of the car because of the inertia of it. It'll go right through because it's a hollow tube. It goes all the way through. Whatever you have inside of that tube will then disperse inside the car.
Holy
And you know what methyl ether mercaptane is?
No.
Nobody does. I do because I'm weird. And I said, you guys can put stuff inside of here and they're going to pull that car over real quick. They'll put the brakes on and everybody will get out. And as soon as you shoot it, you land a helicopter, they all get out and you got them. You don't kill anybody.
Damn.
If it's not the right people, they're outside of the car and they have some issues for a little bit, but you clean them off and they have a little hole in the top of their car, you give them $100 and you go away because there's the wrong car. You're not killing everybody. That was 1 hour. And they gave me a problem. There's about 10 other things I can say, but one was a little classified part. But the other one is like, dude, this is all easy stuff.
Keep going.
So
this is fascinating.
It was bunches of the Iron Man project.
I mean, this is some of the most brilliant stuff that.
Oh,
I mean,
man, I can tell you
this is
some
just another
classified
level,
ones, man.
Chris. I mean,
yeah,
it's just nobody sitting across from me has come up with this kind of stuff. I mean, yeah, there's been like phenomenal, operators that have sat in that chair, but this is.
But none of those operators even know I did it.
This is different.
It was in the bowels of the Pentagon, down a lot of floors, and in deep, and they don't even know I did it.
Yeah.
The hostile forces tracking, targeting, locating, the entire program for DOD wide was a budget of like it was almost $400 million, DOD wide. And so I'm there as a chief. And they know I'm really good at this stuff. So they called me up to the Pentagon. I got in trouble for this one too. That was, I remember his name. It was one of the commanders at Namnek.
It doesn't matter.
Really
it would be best if we leave names
He got
out.
so mad at me for doing it. But on weekends, I would drive my own car up to the Pentagon. And then the Pentagon staff that was in charge of the whole system, the entire portfolio wide, which was a stack of programs like this much. And each program was only a quad chart, was one sheet of paper with 4 sections. It would show you the company, the prices, all the stuff. It would show you the mission. It would show you all the stuff real quick, a quick outline of what it was they were trying to build. And this is all future projects. So we're spending $400 million and we're giving all the money to Northrop Grumman and all these freaking thieves around the Beltway, Beltway bandits. We're giving them $400 million a year to invent all these things for us to track people, to locate them, track them, and tag them, and do all the stuff. And so they started calling me up there, and actually the reason they called me up there is because one of them, I was going up there, and I saw one of these things, and I was like, this is stupid. We already have something better. And the guy that was in charge of the program was like, what? And I said, yeah, we have something way better than this. And I said, why are you guys wasting all the money on this? I said, you guys are wasting like $6 million on a stupid project that we already have. I said, they're double dipping. It's the same company. They already gave it to us. I said, they're double dipping. It's the left hand not talking to the right hand. And then the guy was like, well, I wonder how many other projects are in there. I said, well, let me see the book. So he brings me into the skiff, the secret compartment, and then we start flipping through the books. And I'm going, no. That's okay, but we already have that spec. All we need is this. So cut that program down by at least half, only give them a couple $1 million and make them do that one thing. I was going through the whole book, flipping through pages. I did that for a little while, and the guy was like, hey, can you come up here and do this with all of us? Because I was only with him. He wanted more of his staff there so we can start flipping through and rewrite the entire program. So in about 3 weekends or 4 weekends, I went up there, driving from Virginia Beach up to D.C. to the Pentagon, and I would stay at the Pentagon and just work like 12 hours a day going through the books and looking at everything and studying and telling them and writing out all the numbers, how much it should cost. So I already know all the cost breakdowns. I can give you, if that's TRL 6, technology readiness levels, I can take you where the technology readiness level is right now for anything. I can tell you where it'll be and how much it'll cost and where it goes. I can tell you if we already have it right now. If you give me almost anything to portfolio for Grumman or Northrop Grumman, GD, any of them, I did it for 3M. So the 3M guys had me up there, and they started asking about different things. And I said, well, the military never used that. But if you do this, this, and this, the military buy it like crazy. And so I went to 3M and I gave them a whole bunch of the same stuff. Rewrote the entire program, fired a lot of companies, and changed the entire program. And that was with Richardson down at SOCOM. He had me, Doug Richardson, good guy, like smart. That guy was really good at it. He had a warrant officer working for him who was magnificent also. He's probably running the program now. Can't remember his name, no, Army warrant. But give me the problem and I'll solve it every time.
Wow.
But it'll take me a little while sometimes.
Yeah.
And that goes into the problem I have right now with all the trans stuff that I want to say that.
We're going to get there.
But I want to say right now that all of
Okay.
y'all out there are just saying this person, it seems like brilliant and has a lot of stuff going on. But it's also where I have a really big failing too, is that I start going down rabbit holes and I start chasing it. And I really dig in and I learn all about it. And then I get kind of stuck in it sometimes. Well, I was stuck in a lot of that for a while and I got trapped. And then it had to take me a long time to fight out of it. And that's what happened. You know, that's that. Okay, so SEAL Team 5, I'm there, 2nd Platoon, Task Unit Chief, crypto. I'm running all the systems. So any communications guy that's deployed overseas, they basically fall under my task unit, under Task Unit Charlie. And so I'm in charge of everybody overseas. You're not a SEAL for the team. And all the crypto, all the radios, and all the other stuff. And that's what I ran. And then I also ran missions. But because I wasn't in a platoon and I wasn't attached to a task unit that was directly with the combat missions, the actual mission on the ground, I was in charge of all the stuff behind the mission. That why when I was at SEAL Team 5, when I was deployed to Iraq, I attached to the agency again. Because I was sneaky peeking and doing little weird stuff. That's why if you see some of the stuff I've given to the museums, the golden AK-47 magazine in the museum. So I'm the one that had it, golden AK-47, and I'm walking around, you know. It's like I was coming back with stuff because we were in places where nobody else was at yet. So I was in, like, you know, these palaces before, a lot of times before it was even like done, you know.
Yeah.
It was wacky, the
Like
stuff that we were
pre-war,
doing.
pre-combat.
Yeah, it was nuts.
You were
It was the
inserted
craziest thing that
before
I was
any
like,
of it happened.
everything happened. We were already invaded. So I was there in the beginning of the invasion force. So it was like what, March, April timeframe of 03, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I was there during the whole period and going there, and I was flying UAVs. Oh, that's the other thing. I was flying UAVs. I have a ton of inventions for those things too. So I was one of the first people to fly UAV and do call for fire, forward observer. So I was forward observing with a mortar tube sitting right there with a UAV. That was pretty cool. Nobody else did it. I said you couldn't do it because the mortar's going to hit the UAV. I was going, okay, my UAV is this big, the mortar is this big, and the sky is this big. I said, if it does hit the UAV, we fine. I said, it's a 1 in a billion chances. If it does, we wreck UAVs all the time, you know? Mm-hmm. So it's just one more that crashed. I don't care. Throw another one in the air and go. The thing cost $5,000. I mean, they're expensive. We don't throw them away. But we do damage them a lot, you know, because we're in combat. And so they were like, well, okay, let's try it. And so I started doing forward observing with the UAV. They were like, damn, that's cool. I said, we could chase people with this. I said, watch this, let's chase the mortar. And so we started doing it so we could hit moving vehicles with mortars. And I said, just call it in, you know? And that was never been done. Out of sight. This is over the horizon. So I'm flying UAVs 12, 15 miles away and hitting stuff, you know? And they were like, damn, you know, I could shoot with a 50 cal with a UAV and a 50, and you won't see it, but we can drop bullets in and hit people, you know, long ways away. And I can walk it in, I can just correct it and go, okay, go. And go, just start going with a big Maldus, you know, walking in.
Yeah.
You know, but we were doing stuff like that with the UAVs, and I did a bunch of other stuff with the UAVs that probably not allowed to talk about some of it, but it was some cool stuff, you know. Okay, so that's all Team 5.
What kind of stuff were you doing with the agency? Can you talk about any of it?
No, not really.
All right. Well, let's move on then.
But I can talk about some of it. I mean, it was it's going through the same stuff all the agency guys go through. You go through the farm and you do a bunch of the training, you do all this stuff, and then you get reattached to teams and you do this other stuff, and you go on. You start becoming a liaison, and start doing all the stuff, and then I finally went over to Afghanistan, and I was at a SEAL team attached to the agency, working all of the BCPs and stuff. So, and because the agency doesn't work in a war zone,
What's a
they work
BCP?
Border control point, border checkpoint. It's a border control point, I think. But they are at a high mountain peaks that can look out across borders. And then so we can still engage and do the stuff we have to do, but we're the only ones who can do it because it was under a different title. So it's Title 10 or Title, 50. I'm starting to mix up some of that. But it's basically, we work under different authorities. So it depends on who you're attached to and how you have authorities. That's why the SEAL teams bring Coast Guard guys. Whenever we're doing ship interdiction, doing anything out in the ocean, if it has that, drug interdiction, ship interdiction, that stuff, if you have a Coast Guard with you, it gives you authorities that we don't have as SEALs.
Okay.
And that's why we do that. We bring FBI guys with us because the FBI has authorities that we don't have. So as long as they're attached, we can do a lot more. It's a game in the system a little bit, but it works because they have control and they have ultimate responsibility. And they know the systems and they know what they can do and can't do. So it protects us and it makes sure that we're not doing anything stupid. But we can still do the missions because it's a mission that has to be done because it's for national security.
Yeah.
So I was doing those kind of missions where it just kind of mixes up and you're doing a lot of L&O stuff. Then I started doing the disguise stuff and like concealment devices and building things that I can put in places that nobody would ever know it was there. I would have cameras and audio and different things. The agency stuff.
Yeah.
It was Bullwinkle. Who was that? It's a funny joke that, never mind.
I don't know.
Maybe only the agency guys would know that. It's,
Damn.
never. It's just funny stuff. But the black bag stuff is a lot of stuff that we should have been doing all along. Like really, that's what we're good at, man. We're really sneaking. We're very small. We work in 2-man groups. We work in 3-man groups, 6-man groups. Not very many more than 32. So we're really small,
Yeah.
So if you want to go off by yourself and do a mission in the SEALs, you can kind of do that. You can't do that in any other group. Even I don't even think Green Berets would ever do that very much. And I think it's just because we're stormtroopers with PhDs. It's exactly what they wanted to do with the agency when Cowboy, to do that, invented the agency from OSS. What was his name? I don't remember now. But he always says that the person we want is going to be a PhD that knows karate.
Yeah.
A PhD that can shoot a gun. That's who they want at the agency.
Not
and most of
anymore.
the SEALs I know, that's who we are. Not anymore. But that's who we are. We're thinkers and we're smart, but we also know how to use the gun. We know how to fight. And that's a dangerous combination that we can think and fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and that's who we are, the SEAL teams, and that's definitely who I was.
Man, I'm surprised you didn't get recruited by them after your career. Or maybe you did. I don't know.
Yeah, I did stuff.
Yeah.
So, and actually, I got recruited when I left the teams too. Okay, so Team 5, I was doing all this stuff, and then I went to that special project. I got recruited to go there, and I did good. But then right in the middle of that, Dam Neck needed some stuff. And
So
they needed
just for everybody listening, you keep saying Dam Neck. Dam Neck is development group, also known as Team 6.
Yeah,
So
yeah. So all the nicknames, and it's all, we still use the nicknames because we're supposed to be all like sneaky, but it's so silly.
yeah,
It's like everybody knows everything. So
cat's
shut
out of
up.
the bag.
All right. Thank you, President Obama.
Yeah, sorry.
He let the cat out a lot more than anyone else before him.
Yeah,
When he said the Obama thing. So I left the special projects because they needed that down at Dam Neck. And so I went there specifically for tech only. And I was a SEAL team guy that they knew I could deploy. They knew I had all this knowledge, and they knew I could do the tech.
So how did you get recruited though? So you didn't go through Green Team. You weren't a
I didn't have to.
operator or whatever over there. But how
I was
did they
one
get?
of, there's only been a few people to ever do that too.
Yeah, how did
To not do green team.
what was that conversation like?
A lot of guys at Dam Neck are really angry about it, and they don't like me.
Well,
They didn't do green team.
whatever. They can't do anything that you're fucking
But-
doing.
Hey, I'm sorry, I got smart with
Yeah.
technology. But they needed some of that tech. They needed the stuff to get them buffed up, especially in the UAV section.
Well, you're one of the only people I've ever met who can. I mean, you have a brilliant mind, and so that combined with your experience and your knowledge as a SEAL, I mean, and you combine that shit.
that's what they did. That's why you wanted me.
priceless.
Yeah.
You cannot find that.
That's why they wanted me. That was all. You know, I still kicked doors. You know, I still did, stuff when I was at Damneck,
Yeah.
So Damneck, basically, you just deploy over because you become an expert in something. And so I became such an expertise that I was able to leave Damneck and go to a team and help them. And so that's when I went overseas with a team, and that's when I went with the agency because it just happens, man. You start doing L&O work and you're talking to those guys, so that and that. And so you end up doing some other work, So I'm flying UAVs, I start doing some other stuff, start doing some sneaky peeky, and then that's what happens, And so I always ended up going deeper into the dark, with those guys. Almost every time. It was weird. I don't know.
What team did you go to? What squadron did you go to?
Red and blue.
Red and blue?
Black, yeah.
And black? I thought you were going
I
to say
did
black.
just little black stuff, because I always kept, needing whatever. And then I was running TSE. So that's the technology group at Damneck.
Okay.
And so I was running all that. And
You
I had a
were
huge
running it?
budget. I ran the whole thing, yeah. And because they put me in charge of it. And I was a senior chief at the time, so, hey, run this program. And I think the highest budget I ever had was $600 million. And I think when I was at Damneck, I probably only had like 40 million, I think. It wasn't that much, but it was enough to do the mission. And so buying and selling and working with the contractors and writing contracts that I had to do. So because I had to do all that, I had to go to school for that. So I went to, it's called Acquisition University. And so I had to learn the entire acquisition process, which I did. And I became an acquisition guru, which also is kind of a weird thing. But it was how to write contracts and how to do, IDIQ and, sole source and do that and do that. And I can run through all the stuff with that. And the problem with acquisition, which I found, the problem is a horse blanket. And anybody out there that does acquisition, and everybody at the Pentagon, you guys are full of shit. They're wasting so much money that I could cut the Pentagon budget. I could take a quarter of the budget off right now. I could walk in there right now and start cutting the budget. And then within a week, I could cut them by 25%. And it wouldn't affect them. Zero effect at all. Because of contracting. Because there's so much scam, there's so much stuff going on there, and double dipping and everything else going on. And it's all stovepipes. So the Air Force is stovepipe from everybody else, the Navy stovepipe from everybody else, Special Operations stovepipe. Then you have a Special Operations stovepipe. And that's why all these companies can make us double dip. And they do it all the time. The problem also is like, why are we the ones paying for all the R&D, and you guys are sitting there taking all the products, and then you turn around and sell them back to us? So they should have some skin in the game, because they're the ones going to end up making all the money off it. Why are we paying all the R&D? We're taking all the risk that this thing will fail. You guys should be taking some of the risk, because you guys get all the profit. That's how I would start cutting some of the budget. Was I would go to Congress as the Pentagon, as the Joint Chiefs, or whatever. I would go to Congress and I would make a new law. And you can pass laws easy and make everything happen up at Congress because it's all pork anyway. Just attach a little bit of pork onto some equality thing and it'll go through. And we'll make all those companies out there, at minimum, every R&D project you do, minimum has to be 25% out of your pocket or 50% of your pocket.
So you were also pushing bills through Congress, little snippets.
I was working a lot with Congress.
Little snippets of pork.
Yeah. Well, no, I would work with whoever was acquisition head of whatever division I was working with at the Pentagon, and then they would do all that.
Okay.
All I would do is get the money and the products. So I would do the project and put it all together, the quad charts and everything else, and say, this is a really good one to do. So I invented a 2-man submarine for SEALs. How fast do we swim when we're doing SEAL teams? Underwater. If you have all your gear on and if you do a sniper op, so you have your sniper bag on your back and all the other stuff, how fast can you swim?
Oh, man.
About
it's
a knot?
slow, but I
About
can't,
a knot?
I can't remember. Yeah. Maybe.
About a mile an hour?
Yeah.
So I could get 2 snipers into my little man-powered submarine with all their equipment, and we can go 6 miles an hour, 6 knots, man-powered. All they have to do is paddle. You can have one guy paddling and can do about 4 knots. I invented that.
You invented that.
Gave it to the teams.
Holy shit.
And the thing is I have it in such a way that I could hermetically seal it into plastic, put it in all the torpedo tubes of the nukes. And so, because they don't use all the torpedo tubes, usually 1 or 2 of them are open to do stuff. And so usually we get a couple of them. So we'll go onto a submarine and get the torpedo tube, and we use that as a lockout chamber. So we have the sections and they're sectioned off. So I can take these submarines, I can put them end on end so they're up like that, and they're the length of them about 20 feet. So it's a 20-foot long submarine for 2 people to kick out man-powered at 6 knots. And I package them up, and I put them in the submarines vertical like that, and it can be on every submarine in the fleet. And then going 6 knots, we could drop you off 30 miles out off the coast. And then you guys can kick in. I can drop you 12 miles off, 15 miles off. I can drop you off wherever you want, and then just kick into shore with the submarine going really fast.
Damn.
And then what happens to the submarine when we get on shore? It goes away. You know what it sounds like when it's underwater?
No.
It sounds like fish. So in a sonar, you can't pick it up. There's special things I did, and I can't talk about it, but there's stuff I did with that just blow your mind. And that was one of the special projects I did. And I think they only gave me they didn't give me very much money for that one. I think I did that one only with less than $100,000. For all the R&D and getting it all there and we made 4 prototypes, I think. And then I left that program, so I don't know where it is right now. And it's classified, so I don't know where that is.
Yeah.
I had another one where I could put out a signal, and if anybody records anything, anywhere in the world, I know the exact spot they recorded it. That was one of mine.
Man.
I don't know if that's classified because the shit's so old and nobody, well, at this point, it's like, if we think of it, and the amount of PhDs we have in America,
It's out there.
China already thought about it 10 years ago.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you can look at it, it's math. If we have 1 PhD to every 20 of theirs in STEM, I'm not talking about the stupid soft arts, the touchy-feely stuff. I don't care about any of that. America has so many PhDs in counseling and sociology and crap. All the STEM is where you got to be. STEAM, actually. STEAM is where we should be at, and it's all over there. We don't do it. And it pisses me off. And what are they pushing all these kids in grade school and high school right now? They're not pushing tech and math and engineering or any of this good stuff.
Yeah.
They're pushing all the touchy-feely and let's talk and play patty cakes and let's be nice. No, do math, man.
Yeah. Yep.
Because we're done already. We're finished.
I think we're done too.
As a country.
Didn't they come out and say mathematics is now racist?
Oh,
Isn't
yeah,
that
I said that
That's
too.
a real statement.
I heard also a real statement that if you're on time, it's racist. If you show up to something, if you're punctual.
Everything is racist now.
And that's what
Everything
our
is
country's
racist.
done. Our country's
I know.
done,
And
man.
nobody's speaking out about it. Nobody is speaking out about it. It's just, yep, this is where we're at. I'm not good at math, so it's racist.
I blame it all on cultural Marxism, the Frankfurt School, and the universities in America.
I mean,
We haven't talked about it yet.
It's influenced from China. You know what I mean? It's propaganda, don't you think?
No, I mean, it
With
started way
TikTok
before
and
that.
all that stuff?
It started before that. It started after Napoleon. Just after the Napoleonic Wars. That's when it started.
Let's get back to your career
Okay.
before we go
so
down
we're
to
still
any
SEAL Team
rabbit hole.
5. So I get recruited to Dam Neck, and I do that, and I do Green Team. All the guys in Dam Neck are mad at me because I didn't do that. And they call me, well, yeah, SEAL, but not really. And that kind of crap. But then every time they need something, they all come to me.
Oh, yeah, they're nice then, right?
Yeah. So, and I'm also riding my Harley, and it's a 1960 Harley that I'm riding into Dam Neck compound every day, right through the gate. And I'm parking right there. And it's a Kickstarter. It's a bad motorcycle. And they're all seeing it, and they're going, and so they're all kind of looking at it too, going, well, pretty cool, SEAL, but didn't go through Green Team, and they're throwing a finger at me. And so I'm isolated from the entire team. I had my own team that I'm supporting those guys and doing everything I can for them. I changed the face of technology at Dam Neck because I started doing something with all the techs that had never been done before. I was deploying them into like real combat because we were training for combat to do real missions. Before that, the tech group would deploy with the teams, but they were still like, you're outsiders. You're not really with us. You're not trained well enough. You don't have this. You don't have that. They would never let them really do any work. And so we started this whole program. It wasn't me, but this program was started to put all the techs through this qualification course, similar to Green Team, not as tough, but it was pretty tough, you know? It wasn't easy. And at that time, I forgot to tell you, I fell off a ship one time and broke my back. And the guys were kicking me on the way up the ship, and I actually climbed the ship with it broken onto the shipboard. But it was really hard for me to do push-ups after that. And so for me, even to go, I would never make it through Green Team. I wouldn't make it through Buds right now because my back is so jacked up. And so when I do push-ups and all that pressure is right on all the brakes, it's really difficult. And so I'm crap at push-ups right now. And even doing sit-ups, I'm really bad at it because it's like, if you break all those bones in your lower back and you're all screwed up, you're gonna have a real hard time doing a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And so that's another reason why after that happened, I kind of started moving way more into tech also. So it's kind of like I should have brought that up because it was part of the equation. Part of the equation why I went in so deep into tech was because it was a better place for me because I couldn't really do as much as I used to. And I knew it.
That makes
and so
sense.
as a team guy, if you know you can't do it, I don't want to be a detriment to the team. So if I'm just flying a UAV and I'm doing that, I can still do the work. I just can't, I'm not going to be as effective. If my effectiveness went from that 100, I'm down to this 70 or 80 group, because I dropped down. I'm not like a civilian, but I'm still pretty good, but I know I'm not as good as I was.
Damn,
and I admit
though,
that.
Chris, I mean, just.
And so when I'm
like,
doing that stuff, the damn guys see me doing push-ups and I'm crap at it, and they're going, what? And that makes them even angrier at me, you know? Because they're like, well, you never would have made it anyway. And they're getting all angry. I said, yeah, but I'm a senior chief. I'm 45 years old. I've already done it and all the door kicking. I can show you all the time I did and all my shooting and firefights and whatever you want me to show you. So I do the job. And I said, when I'm in a kill house, and they saw me in a kill house, I'm pretty good. And that's all they care about is a kill house. And when I went into a kill house, it's like, dude, I'm doing it. I'm taking care of business. And they also knew that, the guys that worked with me directly. So it was like, I just want to bring that up because all those guys at Dam Neck, they're so freaking egotistical about what they do that they shit on I was going to say real SEALs. But if you think about the SEAL teams, that's the real SEALs, is all the other teams, not the Dam Neck guys. Because they have a mission, have a very specific thing. They're not doing all the SEAL team missions. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Except for during the war, everything got all mixed up. But if you want to go back to the old SEALs, the SEALs were the SEALs. And the Dam Neck guys had a specific mission that's what they did. You know what I mean? It was like, dude, I can do what you guys are do. Especially if I was back in the old days, I would have kicked you guys' asses. You know? So give me a freaking break. I'm here to do a mission. Don't keep punching me in the face.
How long were you over there?
Like 5 years, I think. Long enough.
Did you enjoy
4 or
it
5 years.
at all?
Oh, it was amazing. I loved it.
Okay.
Even when all the Dam Neck guys were punching me in the face, I would still love going there because the mission was so intense. When you're doing the mission, you know you're doing a mission. So, dude, you guys can crap on me every day you want, but I'm doing a mission. I'm still helping. And that's what the techs, even at Dam Neck, the techs get crapped on all the time.
I've heard
So when
that.
I got in charge of all the techs, I made them stop. And when I started doing the techs, they kept coming down to the space because I had my own space down there. It was like these huge rooms and all our equipment, all our stuff. And I would say, what are you doing down here? Get back up to your squadron. And they're going, all right, senior. And so they would go up there and I said, I don't ever want to see you. I said, I want you here once a week on Fridays just to check in and tell me everything's good and tell me what you need. I said, otherwise, I want you with those guys all the time. You need to drink beer with them. You need to be with them every second. I said, and that's how you're going to do it. When they're training, you train. I said, if they don't let you train in the kill house, then just go over on the side and just keep drawing your pistol against the wall and do drills and have all the gear on and just drill against the wall. And they're going to see you. Eventually going to invite you in the kill house. And they did. And so after me really pushing all the techs to really be part of the squadrons, we went from 1 or 2 tech missions a year to like over 100.
Wow. You've done a lot for the teams.
So,
There's no doubt
I was
about
just
it.
doing what I thought was right. And they didn't like me because I kept pushing the techs up to them.
And it goes to show you, that it just
Even
goes to
getting
show
punched in
you
the
everything
face.
happens for a reason.
Yeah.
Your back broke,
Yeah.
and you found your calling in the teams. So
Yeah.
I'm 100%.
And they weren't
convinced
fully
of
broken
that.
in half, and it wasn't really bad. It was just the ruptured discs and fractures. So it
Yeah.
wasn't like, I didn't get paralyzed. So I'm okay. It just hurts really bad.
Yeah.
But I
Damn.
have all gray and black discs now from like all my lumbar almost up to, not quite, it's thoracic up through my lumbar and the whole thing. The whole section is really dark.
Have you been blown up at all?
Yeah.
What can we talk about that?
Yeah. Well, yeah, we're in a dam neck, guy, I guess. So I got pulled into the dam neck and went through, did a bunch of training, did kill house all the time, doing stuff all the time because I'm still a SEAL. So I was going out to the ranges and shooting. And the beauty about that team is they have 24-hour ranges. And so we can be out in town or you don't sleep. And so you just swipe in and you go shoot 24 hours a day, which is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
And we have a pool you can swipe on and you go into the pool 24 hours a day. We have anything you want 24 hours a day. When you're in there, just go to town, And you have guys doing stuff. It's just like, wow. If you show up there at 2 o'clock in the morning, you'll see guys working. And you're like, damn. And it's like a weekend. That's why Craig Sawyer was so awesome at Dam Neck. Because at Team 1, he was like that. He was the guy that on Sunday, if you went in the compound for whatever reason at the team, I was at Team 1 with Craig. So if you went in the compound on Sunday at Team 1, you'd see Craig there with his poncho liners all over part of the grinder, and then he would be there with all his gear, every piece of gear, and he'd be sitting there with a toothbrush, and he'd be organizing, and getting it ready. He'd have all his guns out there, and he'd be just doing his stuff every Sunday. It was dedication, man. That's
Yeah.
hardcore. I had it to when the techs were doing the same thing. When I was there doing the stuff, they were running with rucksacks on, techs, and doing this 10-mile runs, techs. At the end of it, you could see them throwing up all over themselves, just puking all over their shirts and their pants, and just because they were working so hard. And it makes you proud. So I'm like, that's a IS, or that's an OS, or that was a photographer's mate. He's sitting there running 10 miles with a rucksack on it, throwing up on himself.
Yeah.
And the dedication, how hard, it was like, it was pure heart.
Back to explosions.
Sorry.
Have you been?
Oh yeah, it wasn't that big of a deal. It wasn't that bad. So I see the guys that like Jay, man, Jay Redmond, he had some real terrible injuries, And there's a lot of other guys that had some terrible injuries. And so I don't really talk about it a lot. So when I got hit, it was pretty light. And even when I talk about a Purple Heart, it's like, man, it was like like Admiral Richards when he got hit in Vietnam, and he had a bone sticking out. And he thought it was a bullet, and he thought about John Wayne. He says, John Wayne said, bite the bullet. So he said, I can't have that bullet in there. He started biting on his hand, and his fingers started moving. And all the guys started laughing at him. He said, dude, it's your bone. And he looked at it again and said, oh, dang, it's a bone.
Damn.
So it wasn't that bad.
So how did you get it? How did you get?
So I was
your
at
Purple Heart.
I was at one of the classified agency fire bases,
Okay.
and they were hitting us all the time, And so we had a lot of mortars and rockets, and then the way they do it is it's really ingenious, What they would do is they'd set up sawhorses, and they would put the rockets on there. These 107 millimeter Russian rockets, and they would use washing machine timers, basically to tick, 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 and it would hook it up, and that would fire it. And so they could set up these sawhorses, and they knew close enough, and they knew all the stuff, and they were good at it. And so they set all these rockets up on the sawhorses, a whole bunch of them, and set up the timer, and they all go off this, and they were gone. And so whatever spot they were shooting them from, the little birds would fly out, or whatever would happen, we'd hit the spot, but nobody was there. They were gone like an hour ago. They were just washing machine timers. And it would hit here and hit there because they set a bunch of them up. So we started getting hit. And so it was one of the really big hits like that. And one of the guys got hit really bad, and it zipped him right up the back and just destroyed him. And it was like you could see it, You could see the actual spine, everything just flayed, and his skull and his neck. And it was just, he got hit really bad because he was right there with most of the blast.
Yeah.
When the blast hit me, it just threw me, and a lot of frag and other stuff. But I was able to run in and grab my gear and go fight, so it was not a big deal, If you're able to fight, after you get hit, you just, you just brush it off. It's not a big deal. And then, clean it up and then go on with business, And then you just keep going, And the next day, I'm good, man. Don't send me anywhere. But I did have to get x-rayed because I didn't know if there was any more frag in me. So I went to the Army hospital, and then they did stuff. Did they x-ray me there? It was later. When I did an MRI once, I still had metal in me, and it pulled the metal out. There's that blood all over the MRI, which kind of sucked. But so you still have metal in you because it's just frag,
Yeah.
But they pulled the frag out and then, bandaged it up and then just keep fighting,
Yeah.
That's what it was. It wasn't a big deal. The other ones were, even, a lot of explosions for breaching,
Yeah.
And that's where the TBIs come from, is the constant. So I had a lot of TBI,
Yeah.
which I almost cured. I helped a lot of the TBI. So it's totally the neuroplasticity in your brain. I don't know if you know anything about neuroplasticity.
Not much.
But it's something for everybody out there, for all of them, all the SEALs.
How'd you cure
every
it?
breacher.
How do you think you cured it?
I think I cured it with microdose and mushrooms.
What kind of mushrooms?
Psilocybin? Yeah, psilocybin. However you say that word.
Stuff
But magic
like
mushrooms.
Yeah.
So the thing is the magic mushrooms, they've been on Earth for millennia. They've been here since the beginning of time. There's theories about the magic mushrooms, and that's why we had to jump from basically the Neanderthal or whatever it was up to Homo sapien, was because it opened the mind up and it made the mind reconfigure and repathways and make it start working. And so what happens is when you're doing mushrooms, if you're microdose, you're not tripping. So it's super low doses. And you have to have guidance. You have to have a guide. And you have to have intention. You have to have, very controlled. You have to be really careful. And do it for a long period of time. So basically you take 0.5 grams and less, and it's really small doses. And if you start building up a tolerance, you can start bumping up a little bit, but never more than a gram. So it's very small doses. And you do it every 72 hours for weeks and weeks and weeks, up to 15 weeks.
15 weeks.
Yeah. So, think about that. If you think about every 3 days, and it's not easy. This is not fun.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that they're really making mistakes with, that even like marijuana, if you're not trying to smoke marijuana to get high and have fun with it, it's a really nice medicine that is, it does a lot. In our bodies, we have cannabinoid receptors, And so if in our bodies we have a receptor, is that they only will talk to cannabis, why do we have that in human bodies? Unless that's something that we need or something that's good for us. That's the question I got for you. Same thing with the magic mushrooms, the psilocybin. If you don't abuse them, and just like any other pharmaceutical you have on your shelf right now or the doctor gives you, if you take morphine and you abuse it, you can be bad. And morphine is a pharmaceutical that they give you, and it's good. It's not a bad pharmaceutical. Why is psilocybin bad? Why did they do that? Because you can abuse any one of those other drugs. I can kill somebody with aspirin. Aspirin's dangerous. So they pick and choose because it's so effective. And because you can't make money off it.
That's what I think.
So I can grow mushrooms right now and do everything I need to do. I don't do it. I can grow marijuana right now. It's a weed. Mushrooms are a weed. It's God's medicine. And so because God's medicine you can't make money on, it's illegal. Isn't that weird?
No, it's not. It's perfect. It makes perfect sense that the pharmaceutical companies would never allow that.
It makes me very angry.
Would lobby to keep that illegal because there goes their sales. There goes their money. Because the shit is working. It's working with PTSD. It's working with anxiety, ADHD, bipolar disorder. Now they're doing studies with Alzheimer's and dementia.
So if you take
it's
magic
helping
mushrooms,
all these things.
Unbelievable.
And it's illegal.
Yeah.
It is illegal.
It's amazing. So you have to
And
go down to Mexico.
we know what the alternative is with the benzos and antidepressants.
Well,
and,
I was on all those.
So
I
was
was on
I.
all of it. And I was on the opioids, and I had a really big problem. That was all during that 10 years when I had all
And they
those
cure
issues.
addiction.
What's that?
And they cure addiction.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I was going to bring up. That there's programs down south, because you can't do it here in America, because we're such idiots, that you have to go down to Mexico. You have to go way down south in South America. And so if you do every 72 hours, if you microdose, and you're alcoholic, like a hardcore alcoholic, the most bad alcoholic you ever could imagine, you won't drink anymore. And if you don't become an alcoholic, you're done. You might still drink a little bit, like social drinking, like a little bit, but you won't be an alcoholic anymore.
That's what happened to me.
I swear.
I did it.
If you're a drug addict, you won't be a drug addict anymore.
Yeah. I did it. I haven't drank in like February 14th. It'll be a year. So
same thing.
Weeks, you know?
So here's two witnesses to the world that psilocybin, I always mess up that word. Psilocybin in microdoses and small doses over some periods of time has proven over and over again addictions and rewiring the neuroplasticity of the brain. So you have brain damage. It would be one, if you had half your brain shot off, if you did that, you'd probably heal it.
You're regenerating.
It would rewire. Regeneration and rewiring. It's unbelievable. And we do that.
Yeah. Let's talk about your awards with Valor.
Oh, I still didn't even get to my final teams.
Well,
So Damn Neck. So I'm doing all this stuff at Damn Neck, and it's just going crazy with all these inventions, all this stuff. And so all the crazy inventors in the teams, they all know me. So Gus Gusentine is one of them, and Bill Shepard's another one, Shep Shepard. So he's an astronaut, SEAL team guy, the first one, and probably one of the most famous SEALs until, the war maybe, because he was very well known and hugely respected. I still respect him. He's a mentor. And so he took over science and technology at SOCOM. Admiral Olson is a SOCOM commander. He was my commander at WARCOM. When you didn't like me a lot because I kept telling him no. How do you have a E6 telling an admiral no? I did, and he really mad at me. And the master chief at the time, he always says that he was always getting me out of trouble because I was really hardcore against the officers because I was the only enlisted almost at WARCOM. It was all captains and admirals. But I can't remember Master Chief's name now. So I'm at there, and I'm doing all this stuff. And so Shep Shepard calls me up. Olson's a commander. Shep has all science technology at all of the special operations. And so he calls me on the phone. And he says, hey, Chris, I know you want to stay at Damn Neck. And I told him, and he knew that was like, dude, this is a mission. I'm never leaving here. And almost anybody that goes there never want to leave because it's a mission. Anybody that leaves Damn Neck is for a specific reason, because it's a better job, or they got kicked out, or they don't want them back. So if you see any Damn Neck guys only did 4 years, you ought to ask them. So usually 2 tours. After 8 years, guys will leave Damn Neck because they'll do a couple and then leave. But a 40-year guy at Damn Neck, it doesn't make sense,
Yeah.
So Shep calls me on the phone, and he asks me, he says, hey, I took over science and technology. I want you to come down here and take, be the senior enlisted advisor. I said, well, I'm one of the senior chiefs. He said, I don't care. I said, well, I'm at Damn Neck. I don't really want to leave, and I'll have to move down to Florida. And he says, well, you'll have carte blanche. You can invent and do everything you want. And you have a budget. I'll give you a budget. And he's told me all this. And I was like, okay, I'll do that. So he recruited me to SOCOM to be the senior enlisted advisor to SOCOM Science and Technology.
Damn.
And so I was there, and that's when I went hog wild. So the Pentagon already knew me because I was at a couple of years prior was when I did the target tracking thing. And so they all knew me because I was there. And so every time I showed up at the Pentagon, I had all these doors that were immediately open because they knew that I could help them. I was an advantage to their program. And so when I was at SOCOM doing S&T, I had a lot of access to a lot of other programs and a lot of money because as soon as I brought the Damn Neck programs or my programs into their programs, then we could combine money and then cut stuff and then advance the whole program way further. And so I was doing that a lot, because I could open all the stovepipes up because I knew the stovepipes. So I was part of the stovepipes now because we had Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines at SOCOM. It wasn't just the Navy. Damn Neck's a stovepipe. They talk a lot good with the Army, groups. Those guys do really good, but it's a stovepipe from them into some other areas. They open most of them up now. I think it's all mostly fixed with LNOs, liaisons. But so it was just a perfect place for me. And so I moved down there immediately, bought a house, and was there doing that. And I can't tell you about most of the stuff there, but
Sounds like your dream job.
it really is. And I was almost at my 20 years. Oh, I deployed twice when I was in S&T at SOCOM.
Really?
Which doesn't happen very much. I was a shooter down there. I was like, because he gave me kind of whatever, and I was like, nobody could control it. So I would just say, I need to go over there and do some stuff. And so he tells me one time, he says, hey, you were doing some stuff at Dam Neck with all the tech stuff, and you had these boxes that you would bring over, and we had SU-90s as one, had drawers in it, and had all my stuff in there. I had my welder and a bunch of other stuff in there. So basically, at Dam Neck, because we're a tech group and we experiment with a lot of stuff, we have to have a lot of equipment at our hands to be able to oscilloscope and all this and soldering irons and all the equipment to be able to tear stuff apart and rebuild it and test it and do stuff. So I built all these things at Dam Neck to make them be able to do this testing. Well, I helped them build it. I wasn't the full builder because I think Rich did a lot of that too, and a bunch of other people. But I was part of that program that built the stuff. And in that was building up the concealment program and the audio and video program and the mechanical engineering program, all into these boxes. And so Shep found out about that. And so he says, hey, I want you to build a system that can be for all the other teams and the Green Berets and the Rangers and anybody special operations. We need a system to be able to deploy with all their teams that they can do the same thing you did at Dam Neck. So if they break something, they can fix it, they can weld it, they can vent it, they can do that. So you remember when the Humvees overseas, we had the rings, the Modus up on top? Mm-hmm. Well, so we started, my program is the one that take the Modus on one side, and then we could have on the other side the minigun on one ring. They don't do that stuff. And then we had to reinforce stuff and build this. And DeWalt batteries to shoot the miniguns. Like all this stuff. Like, here's a minigun. You had to hook these giant batteries and do this stuff. And I said, why don't you just make it so just like it's just slap a battery in and then shoot. You don't have to have wires or anything. Just have it a plug and play thing. And then I take that battery off and grab some more batteries and stick those in charging or whatever. And always have them on standby, not one wire.
That was you.
I also was the one that remote fired. Remember the crow system? So remember the crows in the MRAPs? So we had the MRAPs, or pieces of crap.
This is after my time.
No, oh yeah, it might have been. Well, the MRAPs are these giant pill boxes, and I said it was Maginot Line on wheels. And they used to make them so angry that I would say that. I said, it is. It's a pill box. It's a Maginot Line on wheels. I said, we're sitting ducks. We can't do anything. I said, I want the doors off, and I want this, and I want that. And I said, this is the vehicle I want. And it was basically, they have the vehicles, perfect vehicles down at Bragg, the Scorpions. And it's not classified. So all that stuff. So Shep said, I want you to build these things that we can deploy overseas to do this, to make these weird additions and modify stuff for guys overseas in combat. And I said, okay. So I said, how much money do I have? He said, well, there's no money for that kind of a program. It's just a new program. Just see what we can do. And he says, well, how many people can help you do this? And he says, well, it's just you. I was like, okay, so I'm alone and I have no money. Within 6 months after he told me that, we were deployed in Afghanistan with 12 systems. I had $10 million and I had 30 people trained.
Damn, Chris.
I invented the training program. The first part of the training program, how we started it, because these are all going to be like engineers and retired guys, because this is all contracted now. So now I'm working in a contractor world with all these contractor guys. And so we had to train them up to be not like I had to do with my techs at Dam Neck. I had to train them up enough so they knew the mindset and knew how we worked. So I had this little room. It was about half the size of this room. I had 30 guys that were trying out for this first system to deploy to Afghanistan. So this little tiny room, and I had a heater in it. I cranked the heater up way before they got there, and it was super hot in that room. I said, okay, everybody get in that room. And before they went in the room, they all had pieces of paper and pencils. And I gave them this test to do in a room, a pencil test. So 30 guys in a really hot room that big, standing up. There's no furniture in the whole room. It's a blank room. Hot. It was terrible. And then we were watching and seeing who was complaining and see who did it, see what they did, and see everything, watching them. And then when I said, okay, when you're done with your test It was like a 20 question test. And it was like P equals NRT, and that's pressure, volume is energy, temperature. It's these little equations, all the stuff, because I really wanted to test them and see how far they got. So if you have a battery in your car and we have to do this, we got at 24 volts, how do you wire it? You know, take 2 car batteries and do this and write it in series. It's all easy stuff. A lot of it, some of it was a little weird. That was hard. I really wanted to see what the knowledge point was. So 20 questions were important. Each one of them was I wrote the test. So I said, when you finish your test, you would come in that door, knock on that door, and then come out into the room, and then we'll do some more stuff. And so outside of the room, we had garbage cans, a whole bunch of other stuff, and we had like sound. It was wild, and flashing lights. And so somebody would knock on the door, and then we open up the door just enough to get the guy in there, and everybody in the room would start seeing what's going on. They'd go, "Whoa, what's going on?" It was just weird, you know. I just wanted to see how far I could push them, you know. Just like, oh, you can complain, or you can just suck it up and just do it. Do the 20 questions and answer them as good as you can. Knock on the door and just go. You know, don't be scared. It's just like stuff is happening. Don't worry about it. You know?
Yeah.
And then went out there, and then they had to actually wire up the batteries. They had to do some welding. They had to get on a mill. You know, we had lathes and mills. That's how deep I went. You know, I had to do all of it, you know? And then we had a car. We had 2x4s. And I said, build a small wall there. And I had a whole bunch of cut up 2x4s and a bunch of nails and hammers and everything else. I said, build a small wall over there. And I said, build a mini wall this high, this big, and do that. And we also had this thing, I built a shape out of wood, and I had some other stuff on it. I said, duplicate that with all the stuff over there. And so I had to do some real precision cutting and some stuff. I want to see how mechanical they were, how skilled they were with their hands. It's a really cool test. And then after that, it was about a 2-hour-long period of time just testing them all. And we were grading them on all of it. And then after that, we started putting them through like a long training period on how to actually use all the gear and how to do all the stuff. We taught all these guys how to use a mill and a lathe, how to weld, like professional welders, like all of it. Intense training. And then I built these boxes, ISU 90s, with 2 of them with fold down sides. Did you ever see those things?
No.
No, this was 2010, you know. Were you in 2010?
I was out in
Oh,
2006.
you were out then. So you missed all this stuff then.
Yeah.
So in
All the good
2010,
shit.
before I deployed and got all the stuff done, like everybody in special operations worldwide is going to know exactly what I'm talking about. I built all those things from nothing. And we ended up calling it a Mobile Technology Complex, MTC. That's what I named it. Then because of money stuff, because I was still searching for money, there's a whole program in the Army that does all the repairs and the engineering of all this equipment. I think it's at RCOM, or no, not RCOM, Redcom? No. It's a group. They have a huge bucket of money for doing all the repairs and maintenance. It's basically 3M maintenance on all the equipment. And so we could get that money because we're doing tons of repairs on all their equipment. Something breaks, we repair it overseas in combat. But it doesn't need to be sent back home and then fixed and then sent back over. We're saving the military, you know, thousands of dollars a day just on broken equipment that we're fixing. And so what we did was we rewrote the whole thing, we renamed it, and I rewrote our mission statements to include repair, not just innovation and all the other stuff. So now we got tons of money. And so now we're up to, this is way over like $400 million now. That was one of my bigger programs.
Absolutely brilliant.
And then that program got handed off to our real leader, because I was just an enlisted, you know, E8 senior chief. Then a bunch of officers took it, and it went to a bunch of GSs. Now I think it's run by like a GS 15 or something. That was before I retired. So 2011, I deployed with all the stuff, and we did all the stuff, and then I came back in October, and I retired in February of 11. And now I'm retired with all this and all the experience in the Pentagon. So then I have a phone call come from Pentagon. And they said, hey, we know you're retiring. I want you to come do some work for us. And I said, well, I'm not going to be military. I want to be civilian. I said, what am I going to be at, 15 or SES? 15, okay. So I got right from E8 to like, but they didn't make, I ended up going civilian route as an interpersonal agency transfer from agency into the Pentagon as a contractor, making a little over $200,000 a year.
Damn.
So I went for the money, still doing the same job, but I'm not in uniform, I'm not government, I'm not GS 15, I'm not an SES. Actually, it was kind of an SES-1 equivalent at the end, is what they made me. It was an SES-1 equivalent.
What is an SES-1?
It's an admiral.
Okay.
It's a 1-star admiral equivalent.
That's what I thought.
The SESs is when you get into the admiral ranks.
Okay.
A GOFOs, general admiral. And so I was up there working at Pentagon now as an admiral equivalent, running huge programs and doing stuff. But then I did a lot of really good projects. But at the same time, I was doing that whole transgender weird thing because now I'm retired, you know?
Yeah.
So now the chains are off me. I don't got to worry about anything.
Well, let's.
You know, I can smoke a joint and I can do other stuff. And I'm done with my government military stuff. So I'm not worried about anything. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to start living a bit right now and trying to figure out who I am. And part of the figure out who I am was part of that isolation, always wanting to be my sister as a kid, just like I said, and that very confusing. I was a virgin until I was 22 years old. You know, I've had, to this day, I've only had sex with like 8 people, 8 women, and it's not something I'm proud of or brag about, but it's something that I'm still very naive and I'm still very prudish and I'm still very, anti-sexual stuff, kind of. Because I don't think it needs to be so far in the open of what we've done with society. And so how I see it and how I saw myself, was not sexual, but it was my identity, was me trying to escape who I was to be something better. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And that's a whole nother story.
The Iron Man suit.
Oh, Iron Man.
I heard you talk about this on another podcast, and I want to go in detail on this project because I believe you got cut off.
So if you want to hear a really wild podcast, I was on Joe Rogan June last year, and I dug, like I told you that I'm very I want to know. Like, you're not going to tell me the sky is blue. I want to know why it's blue,
mm-hmm.
And it's about reflections, some other stuff. But if I'm curious about that, and I'm not going to take you, and I'm not going to take it for granted that stuff is going on, And I went in a lot of rabbit holes with Joe, And then for whatever reason, I don't know how it happened, but I talked about the Iron Man project. And he was like, Iron Man? And I was like, yeah. Like the Iron Man movie, Hey, Sarge, what's up, buddy? The Iron Man, come on over here and sit down. Come here, over here, sit down. Flats.
Nice.
If you speak German to him, he does everything right away. So he was trained in German to do the big stuff, and then he's out of that program, and now he's like a civilian dog. So I talk to him in English all the time, but if you ever speak German to him, he's like... The Iron Man. So he asked me, it was Iron Man, like the movie Iron Man, that guy, what's his name? I can't stand Hollywood.
Tony Stark?
Yeah, that guy. But the actor guy.
Oh.
But I don't care. He's an idiot. So all of them are... They just... I don't understand.
Chris, you can call a lot of people idiots after what I've just heard you talk about.
Well, they're freaking millionaires, and they could do so much good.
Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah, that's the guy.
He's a billionaire.
Actually, he's a pretty cool guy. He's one of the
billionaire.
good ones. I think he's one of the good ones, though. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I shouldn't do that anyway. That was just really bad. But it drives me crazy that they have so much potential, and they do so little with it.
Yeah.
It really makes me angry. I don't get that.
It's greed.
So Iron Man, we started working on Iron Man, and like really hard, like really digging in on Iron Man. In 2004 or 5, it's been a while, maybe later than that.
Who was digging in on Iron Man?
I'll leave that one alone.
Okay.
But I had a lot of access to.
But you're not on the movie set.
No, I'm talking about the real. We don't do anything with the movies. That's all fake.
Yeah, that's why I'm just
junk.
making it very apparent to the audience that this was the real thing, not animation.
The full suit's going to weigh 1,000 pounds. It's huge. And that was when I started saying this is stupid.
What is it, like an exoskeleton suit or something?
Well, that's when I started going into the exoskeletons and everything else. And I said, what you guys are trying to do is just, let's do this and this and this and then build up to that when we can do that. Because right now, if you have the suit on, you can't use any of our vehicles. You can't even get on an airplane, basically. You can get on a cargo plane, and you'll be almost the only one on there standing on the back ramp getting ready to go. I said, and that's ridiculous. I said, how do you deploy these guys? You know, how do you get on a ship to do anything? You can't do anything, you know, right now, until they start building the vehicles or start building the stuff or the airplanes and the parachutes. You're talking about parachuting in heavier than, well, no, it'd be about the same as some of our boats. But that takes 3 G12s, you know? So you're going to have one guy flying out with a G12? That's a giant parachute. A parachute is as big as this building, you know? It's giant parachutes. So there was a bunch of stuff that I was really hitting them on. I was saying, you can't do that, can't do that. So then I started going to the national labs like Sandia and Lawrence Livermore and all the laboratories that did the Manhattan Project. So now I'm inside the Manhattan Project. I'm working with all these guys, like real deep. And I can't talk about most of that, but...
What is the Manhattan Project?
The nukes in World War II.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The, oh man, some of the projects I was in would be really wild. But you need to be there and in all of them to do some of the programs I was doing. Because a program like that is going to take in the comms and the visuals and the ballistics and the ergonomics plus the mechanical. And then if a battery goes down or something goes down, then how's the guy going to move? You know? And so that's when I started going into the ancient times. And that's when I met the dude that was doing the shark fighting. And he wears a shark fighting suit, it's Neptunic. Cool guy, man, really cool guy. I can't remember his name. Man, I wish I could meet him again. But he invented the way to make shark suits. And he does it. And so that's where I was going. Wasn't it a shark fighting? And it's like bullfighting. They don't really fight the sharks. All they want to do is get the shark to them, and they grab a hold of the dorsal fin and they ride it. That's shark fighting. It's like they call it bullfighting, but they also call the clowns in there, or more the bullfighters than the cowboys that are doing it, if you know that. Yeah. So I was doing what the clowns do with the bulls, you know, and the shark fighting and everything else, you know. I was trying to figure out how to be real mobile. Because if you think about the rodeo clowns, they're more heroes than the cowboy ever was. I mean, those guys are the ones saving the cowboys, you know? And they're also getting gored and really messed up. So if you think about a rodeo clown, that's who the SEAL should be. You know, they're the ones saving everybody. And they have to move way better than the cowboys do. So the cowboys can wear the armor and the really heavy stuff and can do the stuff, but the clowns can't do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I'm going in that direction, you know? And they're actually the bullfighters, the clowns are. It's not the cowboys. And that's why they call them, it's bullfighting. The clowns do. So, and that's the direction I was going into. And so I was working with a group called Moashi, which I kind of failed at because that's when the craziness was also going on with all of this stuff. And as soon as I came out and I said, hey, I want to be Kristin, it just went, I had nothing. You know, it all fell apart. And so then I lost track with Moashi. And the way they figured out the exoskeleton was from overweight people. If you think about somebody who weighs 300 or 400 pounds, and you think about what the amount of weight that they're carrying around and how they carry that weight, and then also think about the strength of that person, you know, put them on a leg machine, have them squat, put them on a leg machine and see what they can actually push with their legs. I can push way more than they can, but I weigh like 190. You know, they're weighing 300, carrying a lot of weight around. Well, how are they doing that? Well, that's what they figured out. And it's not powered. It's an unpowered suit.
It's an unpowered suit?
Not now. But the one I was trying to build was going to be an unpowered bullfighting suit. It would have been like the shark fighting stuff. It would have been magnificent. And they kept going in their direction, just like that idiot. You can't do that. Cut that out, please. So just like that guy that was trying to fly UAV to interdict a vehicle, you know, you're trying to go super high tech to do something that doesn't need to be high tech. So we don't need this thing to be a robot. We don't need to be Iron Man like they have in the movies. It's a movie. Eventually we'll be there, but that's, you know, I don't want that. And it's only gonna be 1 or 2 guys in a platoon with another 100 guys supporting those guys in the suits. So it doesn't make sense. So if they would have let me go with my program, I didn't need that much money. I mean, I could have done this they're doing hundreds of millions of dollars. I could have done this for tens of millions, you know? And it would have been a better suit, and everybody would have been using it. The entire Marine Corps would have been outfitted with my suit instead of 1 or 2 Marines. You know?
Yeah.
So which suit do you want?
And so this
So they started going way down the movie Iron Man route because they want the movie Iron Man.
Yeah.
The movie Iron Man is ridiculous right now because we don't have the infrastructure, we don't have the vehicles, we don't have anything. You know, it doesn't work, and we're not going to have that guy flying around. You know, for very far. You know, we have that one suit the guy's using right now. You saw him do the shipboarding and the stuff, but there's other stuff I can do that with that we don't need the suit for. You know.
Yeah.
So I can do that with well, that's probably classified. No, there's something similar to that though. That there was a guy that had a project where he was taking beetle wings, and he was taking the beetle wings and he was moving them in such a way that he could actually levitate them. If he crosses the pattern of the structure of the wings, they would somehow. It's weird science.
Interesting.
Look up a beetle wing flying machine. And I think that should be enough to Google.
Beetle wing flying
machine.
I'm looking it up.
So I think just that should be enough words to figure, and you might end up with a video of the guy doing it.
If there is a video, it's actually playing right now. So
somebody might be.
We're gonna splice it in.
But there's so much stuff like that, and the problem is they get so infatuated, enamored with the technology that they don't understand that there's an easier way to do it, you know, and there's a better way to do it, rather than trying to have all this stuff.
Think smarter, not harder.
Yeah, always, you know. And so I gave the whole thing to him, and I said, and then it turned into Carnivore, and Carnivore with Vogel. Vogel's brilliant too. You know, he's amazing. And anybody out there that works with him is going to know. You know, and he was on Carnivore pretty hardcore. And there was a bunch of other guys. And anybody on the Carnivore project right now, I would hire them. You know, because every one of them, we were working with almost no money. And we were working with like a wide open field because we had no lanes. And that's when everything happens. And we did a lot of good stuff. So that's probably a really unknown project too.
Damn.
The Carnivore. But you can't let acquisition people run projects.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest problem we have at SOCOM right now is I'm an acquisition person by learning it, but I'm not an acquisition person. So I know acquisition, but I'm not an acquisition person. I don't care about the horse blanket. I don't care about your procedures and how you get from here to here. Because I can go, I don't need here. I'm already here and I can get to there. Or if I'm already here and I can get here real fast, it's 70% of where you're trying to get for $100. So why do I want to invest $5 million from here? I'm already here for $100. I don't care about your final project because I don't need it. You know? Mm-hmm. And it's going to take you 10 years to get there. If I'm already here for $100 and I'm 70%, in 10 years, I'll be way past your 100. And that's the problem. Acquisition people, they're beans and bullets, and all they're doing is counting everything, you know? And they also have triple P, pre-planned maintenance. It's a planning they have and how they're going to do it and how they run these programs. It's a 5-year cycle, all this other stuff. I can tell you all the shortfalls they have in the Pentagon, and I can cut their budget by 25%. I swear I can. Because they're doing it wrong. They're so messed up in how they enter stuff and how they do it. And they keep starting back here to get here to go that. And they keep trying for that 100% perfect thing after that 5-year cycle. In 1 year, I can give you 50%. In 3 years, it's going to be 80%. So don't worry about your thing in 5 years. Can't stand it. Their whole program is terrible. The Pentagon is the most broken machine in the world. And it drives me crazy. Because you know where they're paying all that? It's our tax money. You know? And it just drives me crazy that they're wasting so much of the American people's money on stuff that just, we don't even need it. You know? And so we need the Iron Man thing that they want in about 20 or 30 years. We can't even use it right now. All it is flashy.
Yeah.
But it's just like NASA doing the Apollo program.
I mean, it makes perfect sense that we don't have the infrastructure to support it. So
nobody talks about that.
You know, but...
So NASA, when they were doing the NASA program to do all the stuff they were doing to try to go to the moon, it made plexiglass. It made this. It's all the stuff that they invented because they were going for a really hard project. But they had to do this. They invented a whole bunch of stuff along the way that I'm greatly grateful for. I mean, it's amazing. So was the juice worth the squeeze of their $700 million a day? I think that's what it is. NASA right now is spending $700 million a day of our tax money. Where's it going?
I have no idea, you know.
It's not going to anything we can use.
Damn.
You took a picture of a galaxy, 1,000 light years away. Good job, NASA. Thanks.
Damn. Well, let's take a break.
I want to give a big thank you out right now to all the Vigilance Elite patrons out there that are watching the show right now. Just want to say thank you, guys. You are our top supporters, and you're what makes this show actually happen. If you're not on Vigilance Elite Patreon, I want to tell you a little bit about what's going on in there. So, we do a little bit of everything. There's plenty of behind-the-scenes content from the actual Shawn Ryan show. On top of that, basically what I do is I take a lot of the questions that I get from you guys, or the patrons, and then I turn them into videos. So we get, right now, there's a lot of concern about self-defense, home defense, crimes on the rise, all throughout the country, actually all throughout the world. And so we talk about everything from how to prep your home, how to clear your home, how to get familiar with a firearm, both rifle and pistol, for beginners and advanced. We talk about mindset. We talk about defensive driving. We have an end of the month live chat that I'm on at the end of every month where we can talk about whatever topics you guys have. It's actually done on Zoom. You might enjoy it. Check it out. And if Zoom's not your thing, or you don't like live chats, like I said, there's a library of well over 100 videos on where to start with prepping, all the firearm stuff, pretty much anything you can think of, it's on there. So anyways, go to www.patreon.com/vigilanceelite, or just go in the link in the description. It'll take you right there. And if you don't want to, and you just want to continue to watch the show, that's fine too. I appreciate it either way. Love you all. Let's get back to the show. Thank you.
We just pumped Nick full of like 6 units of the wrong blood type. There's no way he survives the flight. So just be prepared to receive his body. We would be getting dudes that were coming in from these other elements for us to work with.
Did that bother you? That can get tricky.
One of the individuals that was inside that Ford Ranger jumped up on the back of the truck and engaged into the group with that PKM. I see what's happening. I gunner 15 or so feet away from the group, ripping into the crowd. Guys are dropping, guys are scrambling, things are blowing up kind of all around. And I just feel the impact. I have to cauterize your face back together, taking an AK-47 round to the side of my face. Young kid, first deployment, fresh out of basic. And he's 15 feet in front of a guy who's shooting a machine gun in his general direction. I know everyone in the truck is dead, and my right leg is just fucking mangled. It's just like hammered meat and tissue and exposed bone, and there's just a river flowing. It's the ultimate mass cowl scenario. To this day, considered the most catastrophic insider attack since the global war on terrorism began.
All right, Chris. We just took a long break.
Yeah.
The lasagna's ready. But we got to talk about you're retiring out of the military,
Yeah.
and you're getting ready to transition.
2011.
2011.
Yeah. So, in 2011, retired. And then basically that's like the chains off, like I was saying. Now I can start living my life and do whatever I want. you know. So if I want to smoke a joint, then I'll smoke a joint, you know. Like I said, I mean, it's the cannabis. I have a real problem with the way America's treated that, you know. If they would have outlawed booze, that would have been way better for our country, you know. So yeah, I'll smoke a joint, you know. And it's I got off all the opioids and all that stuff, you know. But I was on them for a while, you know, and I was still stuck on them. And
Why were you on them? Because of the back, or?
I was pain. Yeah, I just have a lot of pain. And now if I take wild lettuce now, which is I forage it for. That's a good painkiller, and a few other things I'm using for pain now. I'm also doing so there's herbal remedies and there's ways to do it to control pain and to really work with it. And I think the opioid problem and what they're doing to veterans right now is just criminal. You know, if you ask me. Yeah. And then I also got, like, they diagnosed me with a bunch of other stuff and they had me on some mood stuff, this thing called Cymbalta. And which nowadays are proving it, that all these things are doing for anxiety, or what is it? They prove that it doesn't do anything, you know? They prove that all these drugs that they're giving people and a lot of stuff, it just doesn't, it's not really doing what they think it's doing. It's not helping, it's masking.
Yeah.
You know? And if you really want to know what the problem is, you know, if you mask the problem and you're just sitting there just living life like that, like a zombie, you know, you're not living. And I think that's what the VA likes us to be. They want us to be zombies. You know?
I mean,
I was in there.
I have my own theories about that, but it just doesn't seem conducive for the U.S. government to keep a bunch of people alive that they're having to pay for.
Oh, yeah.
It just makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, drug them up and get rid of them.
Yeah. Or at least just make them, you know, not dangerous.
Yeah.
You know? And so that's what I was at. I was stuck on a lot of pharmaceuticals, you know, in that part of my life. Because at that time, I also wasn't really worrying about, you know, the military. And I think the military is much better about it, active duty, about a lot of that stuff. Because you can't have zombies in the military.
Yeah.
You know, you can't be giving them all this stuff, you know. They'll tell you to work out and take some Motrin, you know, or do this or do that. But at the VA, you're retired, you're a civilian, and they don't care. You know, well, they do care, but they just, it's like a misplaced care almost.
Yeah.
You know, they care about the structure and the administrative part of the VA, not really as much about the people. It's a huge machine. It's the biggest healthcare system probably in the world, you know. And that's why everybody starts talking about socialized medicine and everything else for a country. It's like, we already have socialized medicine. And do you think it's working very well? You know,
I know. I don't.
The VA.
I've said that several times, and I don't understand how people can be for socialized medicine and then look at what the VA is doing, because it is the motto.
Yeah.
And it's
makes no sense.
It's never worked.
Yeah, never. So I had a psychologist in there that was just like, if you're a psychologist, and I was going through for my master's degree, right, in mental health counseling. So I could have, if I kept continuing with that program, I would have had the certifications to go to the VA and counsel veterans. But the program is really messed up, you know? And the VA could be fixed right now for all the counselors with a stroke of a pen by Congress or the VA itself. If you had the secretary of the VA, all you had to do was make one change. And right now there's a line about counselors in the VA that they must be KCREP certified. And KCREP is it's a counseling accreditation system. It's a group, it's a civilian private group that accredits the counseling courses and the counselors themselves for continuing education and everything, because you can't just become a counselor and just drop it. You have to keep working on stuff and you keep studying and advancing. So that's what that group is for, KCREP. And so I call it crap kick or something. It's the worst thing the VA did. They basically hamstrung themselves. What they did was they said that you have to be this certification in order to be a counselor at the VA. So what that does is it took the entire pool of counselors in the United States and cut it in less than half. Because not every counselor follows KCREP. And not every counselor has to be KCREP. I think if you had a whole bunch of senior NCOs, and as long as you're a senior NCO, and you go through just part of the stuff I went through when I was going through the courses at the grad level, are some really good courses, and it really goes through all the different things, and it goes through the legalities and what you can talk about, what you can't talk about, to make sure you're not hurting people, and make sure you're not giving advice too far. You have to be careful sometimes, as a counselor, about what you actually give them. You can hear everything you want, because the client talking to me, I want to listen as much as I can. But what I say back to that person, I have to be a little careful of, because you can actually cause damage. That's what you have to go through. But if you had senior NCOs like myself and like all the other ones, there's millions of us, and you put us through a 6-month course, that would be enough. Because as a senior NCO, you already have the mentoring, you have the coaching, you have all those other leadership skills. You have a ton of stuff that we have to go through as a chief to be able to talk to it. We do those personality tests, all those things, what they do is letters and all that stuff. And I don't know why I'm not remembering all of it. But we do that stuff to where we know when I'm talking to someone, I know kind of what their personality is. So I know kind of how to deal with them. We have all that stuff as chiefs. Mm-hmm. And if you take me, for example, with all the ASOT type skills, when I'm sitting there across from a Taliban guy and I'm interrogating or I'm working with him, and I'm doing all this stuff, that's counseling, that's mental health counseling. And when I go in there, especially when I start doing this sneaky peeky stuff like agency work, when I'm working with the Taliban directly, but I'm trying to win them over and get them to work with us. Okay, how do you do that? You're a pretty good counselor, right? So why they make us requirement that you have to have the K crap? Now, what I think and what I propose to the entire VA is that you require K crap to be like the administrator, like the boss over all of it. Or you have a couple of K crap qualified people that they went through all these huge amounts of courses, like almost at a PhD level. It's really intense. And then all these practice sessions, all this other stuff, and how to counsel, how to be effective. They had at every VA at that top level, you have that K-crap, 1 or 2 or 3 of them, whatever it requires for how big your VA is. And under each of those, you would have a veteran, coach, mentor. You don't have to call him a counselor. You can say, hey, we want you just to work with one of our veteran coaches for a little while, and you're going to do 5 sessions with one of our veteran coaches, and just work that. And the veteran coach would also be taking notes and doing the stuff. And if it gets to a point where it rises to the occasion or it rises to the level that veteran coach is, is too much, then you're going to hand it up to one of the K-crap qualified people. But for veterans, for the most part, we don't need a psychologist. We don't need a K-crap qualified mental health counselor. We need a veteran coach. We need somebody to talk to us about nutrition. We need somebody to talk to us about what are we doing for working out. We need somebody to talk to us about life skills, about just like what are we doing. The problems veterans are having out there right now, and the biggest thing is just money problems, is like family problems, relationship problems, these problems, that and that and that. A veteran coach can do all of those. So you're going into the VA and you have a problem, and you need a counselor. And they say, well, we can set you up an appointment and you come back in a month, 2 months, 6 months. What is the waiting right now? Because we're waiting for these qualified people. And if you're K-crap qualified, you're not going to work at a VA for crappy money. Not very many of them, unless they're not very good. You're going to go out there on the outside and make big money. So the VA right now could fix this entire problem with mental health issues within the VA systems, that you don't have veterans going to these VA parking lots and eating a bullet in their parking lots.
Yeah.
Because we're saying, no, we don't have time for you. You need to go do that. Well, all I wanted to do is just talk to somebody. Well, we don't have time for you.
Yeah.
They could change all this right now. And that's what makes me so upset. I was going through all these courses. I learned all this stuff. And in the middle of it, I was like, you know what? This isn't what I need to be doing. This isn't even close to what I need to be doing. They keep doing what I'm doing with my nonprofit. I need to move more into the counseling, more into the coaching, and do what I'm doing. I don't need their crap. I already know most of the stuff that they even try to teach me through all the ASOT and through the teams and through being a chief. I was walking in there and I was already probably surpassing some of the instructors. I had this one instructor, this professor, who was a 3rd grade teacher. And she went through and did all the courses while she was teaching 3rd grade, all of this time. All you got to do is just sit there and just buckle down and read the programs, read the books, and write some papers, and you'll get the certification. And I didn't have that kind of time. I'm 56 years old, and I don't need the money. I don't want the money. I have a nonprofit that I was trying to help out. I have the VA and all my veteran buddies who I'm trying to help out. And if I wasted another 2 years doing that program, it was a 2 years wasted. I don't know how long I'm going to be here. And I want to try to do some work now and try to do as much good as I can do right now with what I have, because I don't need their stuff. The problem with what they're teaching in the universities now It's all the Frankfurt School. It's all the, you know, compassionate narcissism. It's the socialist agenda. It's all terrible stuff. Then they start going into all this stuff where it's like, no, this isn't. It's victim cards. It's all stuff that doesn't even make any sense. People don't need that, but that's what they're teaching these counselors, to have the counselors teach us or help people in that kind of way. They're teaching critical race theory.
In the
They're
VA?
teaching at the university. No, I'm talking about the university when you're doing your K-CREP certs.
Okay.
So you have to figure that everyone at the university, if you're university trained, you're a Marxist. Straight up. Every university person trained right now, especially counselors, because I saw it, I witnessed it myself. I'm a witness to it. And what they're teaching right now is hateful. What they're teaching right now is wrong. What they're teaching right now is going to cause more damage in the long run than they ever helped. And
Well,
that's what makes me super angry. And the VA is stuck in that program. The VA needs to wake up. You need your senior NCOs. So they have messed me up really bad with their drugs and with their talk. And for me, just like anyone in the military, we get kind of institutionalized. That when you have a doctor or you have the captain, you have the admiral, you know, even though I would question them when it was something wrong, I would ask questions and I would point it out. There's still a huge amount of respect for those positions because we know it. Because that's the chain of command that's beat into us from day one at boot camp. Mm-hmm. That respect and command. And then you just follow the orders. And so when I was at the VA, I was still following orders. I'm like a couple of years out of the military, and this is what they're telling me, and you're the experts, and I believe you.
What are they telling you?
It was the drugs. It was that this is the way to do it. And then when I started talking to them about some of my childhood and like some of the things that I was feeling, it pretty much automatically went to transgender.
Can you get into some specifics?
The specifics are that if I start telling them that of my jealousy and my want to be my older sister and my entire life was living in that kind of fear of punishment and mistakes or anything else. And I would always look at her and she never did anything wrong. She was perfect. And I wanted to be her and all that stuff. And I started talking about getting dressed up and like feeling better when I was dressed up. Because if I put something on that was feminine, that I felt or even it felt feminine in, I would feel better. Like psychologically, it would make anxiety or depression or anything I was feeling at the time, it would make it kind of go away. Because going back into my childhood, the same thing. So I could escape away from the punishment and I could put something on and make believe I was my sister and make believe I was that person that was being cherished. I could make believe I was that person that was being taken care of. I could make believe I was that person that never got punched in the face. Make believe I was that person that never got paddled, never did anything wrong. And I would say that to a counselor, and then it was pretty much transgender. And this is a problem right now with the DSM and counselors, with all of them, is that they refuse to accept the fact that gender dysphoria exists, that not everybody's transgender, the fact that autogynephilia exists. So I mean, gender dysphoria is exactly what I'm describing is the want to be a different gender for whatever reason. And so for my reasons was an escape. And my reasons was to not be me. And the only option I had that I could look at, that I modeled, that I saw as the way out was my older sister. If I had an older brother that was the same way, then maybe I would have been, maybe that jealousy and maybe that dysphoria was just to the same gender, but something a little different, something that was like, I just want to be him. My older brother is only like a year older than me, and not somebody that I would model, because he was very different than I was. Like I was a little more studious and I was a reader. He was an athlete and he was very popular and I was not popular. And he was a little more natural athletic and I was not. I had to work at it. So he could do all of the stuff like pretty easily, naturally for football. Like we were playing football together. And for me, I would have to work out on weekends and I would have to get down there to the tackling dummy and I would just keep blocking over and over again on blocking sled until I could move it, you know, by myself. And that was the only way I got good at football. It was the same thing pretty much for the SEAL teams too. Like I wasn't really that natural runner. It's just that I was so stubborn for my athleticism that I made me an athlete. You know, I created it out of perseverance, out of just keep doing it. So when I talk about all this stuff to a counselor, I'm transgender. They will not say that I have some gender dysphoria. I have some misplaced, like my sexual identity, my gender identity, my identity, all of it went over somewhere else. And so this is something I had kind of a breakthrough with my fiance, Courtney, was that she showed me this one interview with this guy, and he started talking about autogynephilia, not even gender dysphoria, not transgender, not anything.
What is that? What is it?
Autogynephilia is where I started talking about that sexual misplacement, about sexual arousal. What happens to a person is we all have sexual arousal cues. So whatever yours is, most people, it would be an exterior cue for you to become sexually aroused, for you to see something or someone or whatever, and you go, ooh, wow, that's hot. You know what I mean? But it's something, for most people, it's an exterior arousal cue. And for some people, it's an internal arousal cue, but it's an arousal cue internally from the opposite gender. And so for me, because I was always looking at my sister, and I was also so sexually, and we were a very religious family also, so I was in a religious bubble of no sexual talk, nothing. I never heard about the birds and the bees. Probably, I don't know if I ever heard about the birds and the bees. I had to learn it all on my own. And so that's why I said I was a virgin until I was 22, and I was very afraid. And it was like, and this is like the most embarrassing stuff you could ever talk about to anybody, and this is why I would never talk about it. And I think this is why all the other people that I have gender confusion will never really talk about it. Even though a psychologist, you rarely ever talk about everything.
So are you saying that sexual arousal comes from within?
For me.
So what is that? Can you describe that? What was that?
Not anymore, because I figured it all out. And when I figured it out, all of it, so part of my sexual arousal will come from myself, because that's all I had for a few decades. And so for me to put something on that's a little bit feminine, and then I look at it and go, wow, okay, that's kind of, and I get some arousal out of that. But that all ended at like 1,000%. It totally 180 on me. So there is a way for you to go through like some really hard digging and really investigating your internal monologue and your internal, that it goes deeper than the intellect. It goes down to like where your soul actually exists almost. It's like everything. So I look at my childhood and have to go day by day and year by year, and I look at it. Where did it happen? What happened? Where is this? Where is that? And I kept doing it. I was doing it a lot, like I was talking about the psilocybin. When I was doing that is when it opened up the most. So it opened up memories for me of what was going on. And that was when I figured out the memory in 10th grade with that guy. It made me figure out my sister and my relationship to her and how I saw her. And it made me look at why I was so sexually, I'm such a prude also, where I'm so afraid of sexuality. So when I do see those drag queens doing that, it gives me, it's not a phobia, it's not a fear, but I'm not afraid of drag queens, but it makes me fearful for what they're doing and what is happening with the kids that they're exposing them to. Because I know what they're doing is going to be the same way that it happened to me. You know, it's similar in many ways. It's so dangerous. And this isn't something, the psychological community is making a giant mistake right now. And they're letting it happen. And that's why I had to quit going through that course, because I saw the errors and I saw what they were doing. I see how they're changing definitions. I see how they're erasing out entire issues within their manual of issues. So, and I don't want to say they're diseases. I want to say that they're sicknesses, because it's not always a sickness. Sometimes it's a misplaced, just like I said, it was a misplaced cue. It's a misplaced
like a
something.
diagnosis.
Things happen. No, I'm talking about my internally. I had a misplaced cue. I had a misplaced sexual identity, because it's so hard to talk about all this stuff, because it is so incredibly personal and very embarrassing too. Because, I mean, how do you talk about this person that was like this Navy SEAL who was a virgin until they were 22 years old, who had this sexual identity that was misplaced to the point when I found sexual arousal within myself? I was so isolated, that was all I had.
When did you find that out?
It was incredibly embarrassing, incredibly hurtful, and it makes me like, I don't like talking about this. But I want people to understand that all transgender people are not transgender. Some of them probably are. A lot of them probably are. But I bet you half or more are not. Half or more have gender dysphoria and or autogynephilia, or intense anxiety or depression, and they get dressed up and they get love bombed. And when you get love bombed, everything changes. And love bombing is a term invented by a cult about what the cults do to their members. So as soon as you walk into that church, you're going to have people hugging you and loving you and giving you anything you want and being so uplifting. And then the choir and everything's so good. So your anxiety and your depression just disappears. So if you have somebody that has intense depression or intense anxiety, and that person might be gay, might not be gay, might be confused, might be anything above, but enough of their life is into that realm close enough. Just like myself. Like some of the first times I ever got dressed up, I had people saying, "Oh my God, you're so beautiful." But I was like, it was madness to say that was beauty. It's madness to say on top of that building, that weird sculpture, that gold thing, on top of that courthouse with the stuff. Anybody that calls that thing beautiful is just, it's not.
Where would this,
you know?
When did this start? The dressing up?
Well, it would have started sometime in like 7th grade, 8th grade, somewhere.
That young?
Like, yeah. It was always, I say it was grade school, but when I really start thinking about it, I think I said a few times, I was like, and it's confusing because it was one time maybe that young, because I had older sister, and then I had my younger sister, and then just kids playing. You're gonna put on your sister's Easter bonnet, and we're gonna do, kids. So there were a few times there that I did a kid thing,
Mm-hmm.
but it had nothing to do with sexuality, had nothing to do with dressing up, had nothing to do with transgender. It was just kids being kids. But that was always a memory. And then I always had that jealousy of my sister. And so when I was in 8th grade, 9th, I'm trying to remember like the exact time. It would have been Lynchburg, Virginia, when I was at Lynchburg Christian Academy with Jerry Falwell. I went to school with Jerry Falwell Jr. They call Jonathan is his real name. I went to school with him. During that time period is when it probably really happened, because then I was more isolated. I was more into that religious thing and sexuality. If you crush sexuality, then you're crushing a part of humanity. We are sexual beings. And so a problem that a lot of religions do is they crush sexuality down to a point when they cause problems. And it happens. And I think that's part of what happened to me was I was within a religious institution where sexuality was forbidden. It was like, you don't even say the word. And that's why my parents were treating it. That's what was my home life. That's why I never saw my parents ever do anything affectionate. Like I said, I think I saw my parents hold hands one time in my entire life. So they showed some affection to each other.
It was an indoctrination for generations.
I think it was, yeah. It was, and then it finally dropped the hammer on me, that all of it coalesced, it all came together, and it just dumped on me. And it was because of the abuse. It was because of some other things were happening. It was because of the older sister and an older brother and me. And then I was taking everything went downhill on top of me, And they'll say, yeah, if you talk to my brothers and sisters, say, yeah, Chris got it the worst. And even in buds, I probably got it the worst because I was outspoken when I was in FNG in my first platoon. There was only 2 people that got hazed overseas. We were deployed in Thailand, and this is why I never went to Dam Neck. After my 2nd platoon, I tried out. A 3rd platoon, I tried out. I never went to Dam Neck because I beat somebody up that was at Dam Neck before me. Because they were hazing me in Thailand. And a dude was just messing with me, Bucky, and he was just in my face. It was getting too much. I was angry. And I'm pretty strong, and I have like that farmer strength because I can throw those 80-pound hay bales, up on the hay wagons, and I have farmer strength. And so I don't look like I'm very big, but I have some farmer strength. And so he was doing that to me, and I was in Thailand, and we were on this boat ramp down into where we were getting ready to launch off, and on a cement boat ramp. And he's sitting there giving me crap and doing that. And he was on the low side of the boat ramp, so he was downhill from me a little bit. So I grabbed him like that. I lifted him off the ground and I threw him. And because he was on the boat ramp like that, and he went down the boat ramp up in the air, and they said that he took his first free fall parachute with no parachute. The guy was in the air and it hurt him bad. And so I tried out for Dam Neck, and I was a top charger, I was good. And did everything. It was all right in front of the Master Chief's board when I asked us all the questions. And it was fine. And I was like, I want to go to Gray Team because I live on a sailboat. I lived on a sailboat for like 6 years. I used to swim out to my boat. I'd take all my clothes off and put them in a plastic bag and swim out to my boat. So I was really into the nautical stuff. And I was working on my 12-pack, and I was working on my 100-ton maritime license. So I was doing a lot of stuff that would have been perfect for Gray, And those guys said the same thing. They're like, yeah, you have, yeah, cool. But then if you
Gray's
get
the mobility unit.
one dude, one guy can say no at the team. They have all the pictures up of whoever tries out. And if you get one mark across your photo, you won't go ever. So, and I was just like, dude, I was that person that I got hazed overseas. Why? Because some of those older guys that had a couple of platoons under their belt or whatever, it was like, if they were doing stuff that was dumb, or it was like, I was the one that was like, even though I'm a new guy, I was older because I already went through all the college and I did all this other stuff. And I went to VMI and I was in Ranger platoon, and I knew the Ranger handbook better than any SEAL I probably know, except Nick because he went to Ranger school. But I did all the recondo stuff. It was just terrible. So it felt almost just like it was my place. I'm just going to keep getting beat on, And it just, what? Why? So is that an institutional problem? Is that my ancestors and all of that old, passed on hereditary of this grief, of this, and there's a word for it, and why I can't think of the word. It's a passed down mental health stuff and all this anxiety and all this other stuff. It's generational trauma.
Yeah.
That's the word for it. If you look up generational trauma, it's real. We hold on to all that in us. And so I feel like I probably had all the generational trauma from my entire family going back, however generation. It seems like it all dumped on me.
Do you think that can be broken?
Oh, yeah, I broke it. Yeah. I mean, I'm continuing to try to break it, but I make mistakes sometimes with my fiance and her son. Not huge, but I do sometimes make those same mistakes that my dad was doing to me, And then I get corrected pretty quick because my fiance is awesome. But it's one of the things, and sometimes it's really hard to break those things, and you have to keep working at it. It's a constant struggle. So I think all of that in about 8th grade was when that first started happening. And that's because puberty, 9th grade, it was in that time frame,
Hormones
8th or 9th or whatever. Yeah, it started happening. I started getting puberty. So I had some wet dreams, I didn't even know what that was. I was like, what the heck? And I was like, that's how bad I was. That's how naive and how terrible it was, how I got raised. You can't raise a kid totally in the dark like that and totally isolated. What's going to happen?
Yeah.
And this is what happened. And so I found that, and because I had no girlfriends in high school, but I liked a bunch of girls. And I found out later in life that some of them liked me too, but I was too afraid to even ask them out. So I never did anything, And that's what happened to me. And so as I was getting dressed, and then I started figuring it out, and then I started being aroused when I was dressed because there was nothing else. There's no porn anywhere in the house for sure. But the porn problem is even worse than what I was doing, I think, And that should be a conversation that I think porn is one of the reasons why we are where we are right now. It's a slow degradation of your own moral compass. Inside of you, everyone that does it, if you're constantly on porn and you keep looking at it, you're degrading yourself every time you do it, and you're making it worse and worse, and you're pushing yourself further and further back. And so the only outlet I had was just I did it once, and it was like, oh, wow, okay, this is cool. And then you do it again, so it reinforces what you had. You do it again, and it reinforces. Do it again, it reinforces. And so all those constant reinforcements of my own self-pleasure, because that's all I had, I got kind of stuck on that train.
Were you doing that through your entire career? I mean, all the way from
very
8th grade
rarely.
all the way
Even then, in school, when I was a kid, it would be very rare. So I would basically steal my sister's something, and I would keep it for like a day maybe, or just that night, and then maybe they're at school, I would fake being sick the next day to make sure I could put everything back, you know? So it was always like very short periods of time and very seldom. But that was all I had. And so if I did it once every 6 months or once every month a month or whatever, not being that much, later in life because it started. But in the SEAL teams, it was almost never, because we were always in like these open barracks, and it was the showers, and we had group showers, you know? And because still all of my focus was still on feminine, I'm not gay, you know? It was always still the female.
You were always attracted to females.
The attraction was always feminine, but for whatever reason, it turned into feminine towards myself, which made all of this kind of really hard to figure out. And psychologists will deny that all family even exists almost. And they deny that gender dysphoria exists. It's just all transgender now. They want everyone to be transgender.
Why do they? Why?
It's money driven now. So if you have gender dysphoria, all you need to do is go in and see counseling and do it once in a while, and you can recover from it. You can heal yourself. You can do this, just like I did. If you have autogynephilia, you can heal yourself, or you can redirect a lot of that. And so my redirection for that right now isn't really fully complete either. So I'm still, and my fiance, God bless her, is just the most patient person, and she knows what's going on because she actually has a lot more intelligence for a lot of this than I do even. I wish she was here talking. She would be much more coherent. But she's patient, and she knows that the final outcome is going to be an incredibly compassionate person with a lot of knowledge about the feminine species and about a lot of things that most men don't understand or can't even partway comprehend. And so if I did ever become a marriage counselor, I'd probably be an amazing marriage counselor, because I can talk right now about a lot of things that women do that they should work on to be better with their men, you know? For example, women reward bad behavior and they punish good behavior all the time. And it works like this. So if a dude is doing really good and buying her flowers and being awesome, she thank you and really awesome stuff, and it's really cool. But it's more of that normal plane of just we're living together and we're having a great life and it's really wonderful. But if that dude starts doing really bad stuff and really stupid stuff, she's gonna start really caking on the love, and she's gonna really start doing extra stuff to try to get him back on the good side. She's rewarding bad behavior. And so what they should be doing is when the dude starts being kind of a jerk, she should just say it, call it out, saying, hey, you're being a jerk right now, and I don't really want to be with you right now, and I'm going to go sleep on the couch. You know? And then he goes, well, what was I doing? You know, let's talk about it. Then you have a conversation, and you speak about everything that's going on, and then you work it out. And then he starts doing really good stuff again, and then she starts rewarding him then. That's when you want to say, hey, we've been having the best time right now, and I don't think we've had a fight or an argument even in like this whole week. You know, let's go out on Friday and have a great time. Let's go have some fun. And then when we get back home, I have a surprise for you. Like if women would start doing that, they would find a drastic change in behaviors. That's just one. I have a whole bunch of stuff like that. There's so much that I can do right now because I did live on that side. I didn't live on that side, but I was imitating that side. And so I was trying in all the different ways to try to be my sister, you know? And that's what happened in the opioids and all the depression and my anxiety about everything else and the PTSD and the TBI and everything on top of it. You're talking about a big ball of mental health issues.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and that's with a lot of veterans. And I pray that those veterans out there didn't have the childhood I had to make all of the other stuff start happening, because they're going to end up in the same boat that I was in. You'll end up going there. If you had everything that I had in my life, it's a recipe for everywhere I went, you know? And that's all the stuff that I had to figure out. I had to figure it out the hard way, because none of those psychologists were helping out. They all wanted to make money off me. They wanted to write a book with me and be a millionaire. That was the book. It was a book that I hired a lawyer to try to stop. I didn't want that book to go out there. Partway through the writing of the book, I figured out what she was doing, and so I started fighting it. And half that book is her making stuff up that nobody really knows about. Half the book is me because I was giving her information, I was working with her. But then when I realized what was going on, then I got that lawyer to try to stop the book and try to do something else, or at least have me have the final say. You're a contributor, but it's my book. It's my life. What turned out was she wrote the contract and I signed it under the influence of booze and drugs and everything else. There was a chapter she actually wrote that never got put in a book about my drug use and about how bad I was. Because she knew where I was, she took advantage of it. And I'm not saying I'm a total, kid that you're going to take advantage of in a really easy way, especially right now. But at that time in my life, I was in a really bad place.
Lots of veterans get taken advantage of when they're in that state.
Yeah.
Because it's not you.
It happens a lot.
It's
it wasn't
booze,
me at all.
it's benzos, it's
Yeah.
antidepressants, it's mood enhancers, it's
So the first
painkillers.
psychiatrist took advantage of me.
It's
and
PTSD.
she knew exactly what she was doing.
it's traumatic brain injury.
Yeah.
So had you ever vocalized that?
No, I
fact that-
couldn't. I didn't know.
That
all
was the
this stuff.
first time you vocalized it after you retired to somebody?
Oh,
like a
yeah.
psychologist?
Oh, yeah. Oh, so what happened was I was at this huge meeting, and it was kind of in one of the areas where the Pentagon works in Crystal City. Like, we have skiffs all over the place. So we're in this place. I'm giving this big brief, and I'm sitting up there with who's the guy that wrote Accidental Gorilla? Really good dude, famous dude. He gave a talk on Accidental Gorilla, and then we had one of the SES 4s or 5. He was way up high, like big, and he was giving a talk. And then he had me giving a talk. So three of us were up there talking to this whole audience. And so at the time, it was like 2012, and I was talking about 3D printing. And I was talking about the failure of the FBI and a failure of ATF and a failure of everybody because you guys are missing a point. You guys are doing all these laws and guns and all this other stuff. And I said, in about 10 years, I'll be 3D printing a gun in my basement. I said that in 2012, 13, somewhere right in there. For that, no, it was the end of 13. Because it was just before I came out. So it would have been sometime in that time period. So I'd have to really think about it. I could probably give you the exact time. But, and I told him a lot of other stuff, and I said, this is the future. And I said, if you guys aren't starting to look at where the future is going and what we're doing with technology, and you're starting to do it right now, then you guys are going to miss the boat. And I gave him a lot of things like the 3D printed gun, and I was talking to him about 3D printing pharmaceuticals and about this. And I said, I could do all that stuff in my basement. And I said, pretty soon. I said, I've already 3D printed, and I'm doing all this other stuff. And so this stuff, it's not rocket science. If I can 3D print, I can load up all these tubes with these different things. I can load them up with pharmaceutical, grade this, and I can do them down in the micro stuff, because we were already doing some super micro stuff that I could talk to you about. That's like, if you take the battery out of your phone, I can still listen to you. In the old days when you took the batteries out, you take the batteries out and think you're good, and you go in there and skiff, and you can talk about whatever you want. Oh, I could still listen to you.
Yeah.
We were doing stuff that you could never find what we were doing, ever, and you never will. And it's in every piece of equipment right now, in every chip right now, there's stuff. And where are we buying all the chips from?
China. Taiwan.
Yeah. So, and I was talking about all this stuff back in like 12, 13 time period. So I was with my buddy, and he's a D-boy from Bragg, a really good dude. He passed away a little while ago. But one of my best friends, and Dave, Hugh was awesome. And he was one of my mentors. And I was kind of one of his mentors sometimes too. Because it was simpatico, and we would help each other out and really do stuff. It was the best, like, tech team. And it was me and him, and it was about 5 other people on our tech team. And he give us, that little group, this carnivore group, if you give our carnivore group any problem in the world, we'll solve it. Steve Vogel is one of those guys, and there's a bunch of other guys. But he saw the psychiatrist, and he knew this person was a PTSD military expert in PTSD, this psychiatrist. That's what she does. And he talked to her and says, hey, my buddy there, you know, Chris, he's been going through a lot, and I'm afraid for his life. And he started going into some of the stuff about what me and him talked about slightly, just soft, you know. He never knew about the other stuff. And so the psychologist started talking to me, and I was like, yeah. I said, I have a lot of stuff going on. And I said, I definitely have some PTSD, and I have this, and I have that. I said, but there's this too. And I showed her a picture of me dressed up. And she was like, hey, let's meet tomorrow and talk about this more, and let's do that. And then the next day is when she started saying, you know, we could write a book, and we could be millionaires. And that was pretty much it.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Just one conversation.
Yeah. Well, it was the next day. So that night during that thing,
Yeah.
it was a huge event. I had people all over me because I got, like, as soon as I give one of those talks, and they realized that I could fix their stuff, or I talked about something, they say, that was really interesting. You know, let's talk about that more. Like the Iron Man stuff and the nuclear batteries and a lot of other stuff that I was working on, you know. It was fission, which was the problem. But we're doing other stuff now, so we fixed it, so it's not a big deal. But when they realize that I work on all this stuff, they want to talk to me, and they want to say, and set up further meetings and figure some stuff out. And then even bring me in and say, hey, just want you to consult. So at that time, I was doing consulting $500 an hour, you know. If you bring me in for a couple of hours, it was $1,000 for me. You know, 2 hours is $1,000 for me. In those days, you know, if I was doing any consulting for any of those other groups. And it all fell apart at that point, because then I showed her that, and then she started talking to me and started doing all the other stuff. And then I was like, I don't care. I said, I'm probably gonna be dead soon. You know, the way I was living and everything was going was I was very short-lived. So at the time I was in a motorcycle club, and my hair was on fire, you know, riding across bridges, standing on my seat at 100 miles an hour, you know, across Coronado Bridge. They clocked me at 140 on my seat. You know, it's just, that's the kind of stuff I was doing. So. But they said they lost track because they said it was way over 120. They said they'd lost. They said, I don't know how fast you were going, but it was definitely in a pretty high range, you know. I have another motorcycle right now that I could beat that.
So was this, what was she, a
I didn't think I was
psychologist or
gonna
a
last very long.
psychiatrist?
I don't know. I don't even care.
It doesn't matter.
They're both the same. One can prescribe medications, one can't.
So was she co-authoring the book with you and treating you as a patient?
No, the treatment was pretty much during the writing of the book, kind of, because it was, and when I went through mental health counseling, then I realized all the stuff that she was doing, you know. It was basic counseling sessions, you know, and then getting information and working on stuff and digging, and that's counseling sessions. But the thing was, it was like you know, the idiot me signs a contract, you know, when I was on, you know, all the opioids and everything else. And I was doing other stuff too, you know, because even when you're in a motorcycle club, you're going to get access to a lot of stuff. And so I've been known to do lines of coke off a Hell's Angels bar, you know, back in those days. You know, it was loose, you know, and the Hell's Angels got to be really good friends with me because I was riding a 1960 Kickstarter, you know, motorcycle. And one time I was riding and I crashed when I was riding with those guys. And it was me and the president of HAs, Pete, Dago Pete. And we were in front of a pack of about 300 motorcycles. And then he started racing. He started really going. And we were leaving the pack. And I was riding on a motorcycle that I built. And it had kind of wide tires. It was an FXR frame, which is a really good bike. But I just couldn't do what he was doing. And so I eventually was way over in a turn. And I was like, my floorboards were scraping so bad. I was throwing sparks everywhere. I was almost at the point where it was like a race bike, like with the knee touching. And I was on a Harley. And the reflectors in California, they're above ground. They're above the asphalt. So they're up in the air. They just stick them on with glue, you know. And then, so when I was sliding across, I hit that reflector, my back tire comes off the ground just enough to, and threw me high side. And so I high sided in a turn. And broke my foot, dislocated my shoulder, and messed my back up a little bit. But I was sliding on top of the motorcycle, and I was able to roll off it, and I didn't get hurt real bad. And so the rest of the pack finally catches up to us. And I'm sitting there against a tree, and a bunch of guys are wrenching on the bike, and they rehook a few things up to get it so I could ride it again. And so the P comes over, and he kicks me in the foot, the broken foot. And he says, hey, let's go. I was like, all right, your bike's running. So I get over there, and I'm getting up like this. I'm down on the motorcycle. I'm like, because my arm was dislocated, but I didn't know it was. And so we get back to the bar, and they say, hey, let's ride through the bar. So I might be one of the only Hells Angels that ever rode through the bar. But so we go to the back door and we ride through the bar, and everybody's like hitting us on the back, and I'm burning out and stuff. I ride off and I jump off the curb and park the bike. And then I get off the bike and I'm hurting bad, man. My shoulder's down to like here. And so it's messed up bad. So I walk into the bar and I got my hand tucked in my thing like that. And a New York HA guy, Hammer. And this dude is an old Vietnam guy, and he's about 6'4", just a huge guy. He probably weighs 300, and he can bench press a car. The guy's big dude. And he was like, "Hey, caveman, you know, what are you doing, man? What's wrong with your arm?" And I was like, "I don't know, man." I was like, back when I wiped out, I think I hurt my shoulder. He said, "Well, take your cut off, you know, and let me see what's going on." And because he was a corpsman too, which was awesome. So he says, "Dude, your arm is dislocated." And he was like, "You just rode another 30 miles with a dislocated arm." And I was like, "Well, or 20 miles, or however far it was. I could probably figure it out. I know where I wrecked. It was up in the mountains, up past northern San Diego, way up in the mountains, where all the race bikes go. That's what we were doing." And then he put me on the pool table, wiped all the balls off, and people got mad. But he was like, and everybody's like, so he put me on the pool table and relocated my arm. And I was like, "Hey, somebody get me I asked for Jack Daniels. I said, "Hey, let me have some Jack Daniels, man. I got it." And so one of the people got back on the bar and he got me some Jack Daniels, and I was chugging Jack. And then I'm good. I'm like, "Dude." And then he gave me a poster. He signed it, and he wrote on there, "Chris, you're a hell of a man. You're a friend to the end. Pete, Dago, HAMC." And that's like the life I was living. And so I figured I was dead. And so when this person started doing it, I was like, yeah, whatever. I was living so far on the edge that I would be dead almost every day back then. Because I was riding so hard and living so hard. I'm swimming out to my sailboat or whatever I was doing back in those days too. So it was a crazy life.
Damn.
So I was pretty far out.
Yeah. Sounds like
And she was counseling me. She says she wasn't, but she was. I went through the courses. I know what she was doing. But, I mean, at this point, I don't care. But I want everybody to know out there that I fought with a lawyer against that book. I didn't want that book published. It should have never been published, you know? But at that point, the book went out. And then, like, 3 days later, I get a phone. I'm getting people knocking on my door in my house. After that book came out, people are knocking on my door in my house and asking to do interviews. Like, news trucks were in front of my house, you know? Because as soon as SEAL Team 6, transgender, the whole world was like, ah. And then all the people that support that whole narrative just saw their first champion. Because, I mean, it was so far out that it's easy when you look at, like, if you're like this, somebody who's like a hairdresser, it turns out to be transgender. That's like, yeah, okay, hairdresser, okay, cool. But when you have a Navy SEAL from Dam Neck, the whole world went crazy. Yeah. And so they're all sitting there in my front yard, and I keep saying no, and they're knocking on my door, and I have to put signs on my front yard saying, you know, get away, no interviews. And then finally I get CNN, Anderson Cooper calling me. He says, hey, I want to do an interview. And I said, I'll be respectful, I'm going to do this and do that. I was like, well, I'm not going anywhere. I said, if you guys come down here to my house, and I'll do an interview. Next day, he gets on an airplane, flies down to my house. And there was a storm, huge storm watch going on, which was funny, because then when he lands at the airport, because it was such a quick thing, he just jumped on a civilian plane and just flew. He shows up at the airport, he's walking to the airport, and the storm is going, so everybody thinks he's there for the storm. You know, it's pretty funny. But he was there for my storm, you know? And that was the biggest mistake I ever made, because I was just sick of all those trucks in my yard, and everybody knocking on my door. So I was like, okay, I'm going to do one interview, and I'm done. As soon as I did Anderson Cooper, then it was like the floodgates were open. Then I got even more people asking, because then it was like some of the story was out there, and it was a very short one. And then CNN calls back again, and they say, hey, we want to do a documentary. So it was a Kristin, because that lady, because I was suing her with a lawyer, we couldn't use the name of the book, Warrior Princess. They would have used the name of the book on that CNN special, because I was fighting with her with a lawyer, and it was just crap, everything was going on. She would not let us use the name of the book for the CNN thing. So they had to title it Kristin, you know? So, I mean, this all helps for the story to tell you that I messed up a lot. Should have never done Anderson Cooper. Should have never done any of that. It never happened. When she was talking to me about that, I didn't know anything about psychology. And when you talk to psychologists as a military person, because we're institutionalized, we think they're trying to help. We think they're the experts. We think that they're the captain trying to make us good, or they're Master Chief trying to do something. But that wasn't the case at all. I don't think that's the case with very many of them at all right now, because they're getting rid of all the terminology out of their manuals. They're erasing a whole part of that book to try to make everybody into transgender. And that's what I quit doing, that counseling, because it's criminal what they're doing. They're teaching all these people all, like, it's not right. You know, they're making people transgender. And that's what, they didn't do that to me. I did it to myself. Because I just fell into it. And I was just like, I don't care. At that point, I didn't care.
Well, I mean, you were in a very vulnerable state, you know, and they
I made a lot
took
of
advantage,
mistakes.
it sounds like.
Yeah.
So how did these conversations go? You know, it obviously started with you showing the picture.
Yeah.
And then...
Well, then the next day
then
we
the book.
met, and then we met more. And then it was just, the questions were the questions that I would have been asking myself if I was a counselor. You know, the digging and trying to figure stuff out. It's a counselor work. I want to know about your childhood. I want to know about your military. I want to know about where did the PTSD come from and all this other stuff and where did that. And so all the stuff she was doing was counseling sessions.
At what point did it come up to actually transition?
Oh, pretty quick after. Yeah. Real fast after.
What did that initial conversation sound like?
Oh, I don't remember. I just remember that pretty soon after I was getting dressed all the time and I didn't care anymore. And I was like, I'm going to do it. And I don't care what anybody says. And I'm just going to try to figure something out. And I said, if this is the only way I can find happiness for myself, then this is what I'm going to do. And so I still had that job, you know, that really good job that I really messed up. And when I walked into Pentagon like that, it was like, it was nuts. And then they can't fire you for it, but they sure can stop calling you on the phone. They sure can stop sending emails. They sure can make it really difficult. And it wasn't all on purpose. Because at that time, man, I was a mess. And so I would have done the same thing to me. You know, I deserved it. You know, and I didn't deserve that job. And so because I started getting less and less communication, less and less contact and doing my projects, for me, I was like to the guy, I was like, I'm not doing as much work anymore. So I want to cut my work week down in half and just half salary, you know, and just do this. And so I said, okay, immediately. And so I'm at half pay now because I'm not doing the same work. I volunteered that. And then after about 6 months of that half, I was just like, I went back in there and I says, you know what? I said, I'm not doing what you guys hired me for. This is not at all what you guys expected or what you hired me for. I said, it'd probably be better just to let this contract go and I'll just go away. And they're like, okay.
Did you ever take hormones?
Yeah, for a little while. Yeah. Yep.
How long is a little while?
So a couple of years.
What did that...
Not even constant. Probably wasn't even a couple of years total.
Couple of years?
Yeah. But I would say a couple of years just to, I don't know how long, because it was on and off, and I wasn't very good with it, you know, about taking it and doing it on time and making it all work. And it was patches that you had to put on, and then some pills, and I don't think my heart was in it, like fully, and that's probably why I didn't really chase it.
I mean...
And I don't know why. I was looking back, and I was like, I don't know why I was so like... I was never really part of that community either because they even knew it. That whole transgender community never accepted me, really. You know, I was always like kind of on the outside. And I was never invited to their parties or their stuff. And they have this whole list of people who are like the influential transgender people, it's called. And it's supposed to be this list of all the, you know. And it was like everything that I did in that CNN stuff and in that movie and all the other stuff that I was doing, I was trying to help people. It's like I was clearly like one of those people that I would have had on that list, but they boycotted me because they all hated me. I think a lot of them knew that I just wasn't really like them. You know, inside they all kind of had this suspicion. You know,
What
I was faking it good.
What was the hormone treatment like? I mean, did that alter your mental state?
Oh yeah.
I would think it would. I mean,
It does. It's basically a blocker of testosterone. Then they add synthetic estrogen. And that's what they do. And then for the kids, when they start talking about hormone blockers, What they're doing is they're blocking all of it. You know, they're doing like a really big one. And that's going to be the same. The hormone blockers they're giving kids right now is the same pharmaceutical, the same drug that they give to prisoners, to pedophiles when they want to chemically castrate. If you want to chemically castrate a prisoner who's a pedo, they can't do that anymore because it's inhumane. I think it'd be the best thing for them. But it's the same drug they're giving kids. That's criminal. That's what they're doing. And every kid they start doing that to is money in their pocket.
I mean, they're doing it right here in Nashville.
It's a whole bunch of money.
University. Vanderbilt University
Yep, it's criminal.
is doing it.
It's criminal. Now, some of those kids will turn out to be transgender. Some of those kids will turn out to have gender dysphoria. Some of those kids will turn out to have autogynephilia. And so if you take, let's say, 100 of those kids, you know, if 50 of those kids are transgender, the other 50, they're hurting. And they're not talking about that.
I know.
You know?
I know.
And that's what I think that where their biggest mistake is right now, is even with those drag queens and even with all this push they're doing on these kids. It's like, well, if they're transgender, we just want them to be happy. He says, yeah, but what if they're not transgender? What if they're only transgender because they're going to school and when they sit in their classroom with their teachers, all they're seeing is rainbow flags and all they're hearing about is gender stuff and all they're getting fed is that. And then as soon as they show up and they say anything even closely resembling being transgender, they get love bombed by the teacher and by a whole bunch of the other students. And because they're just a really lonely, depressed kid or whatever's going on, or let's just say it's a little girl. Let's say she wears glasses. That she has red hair. And she's a little awkward because all girls are awkward at that age, you know? They're growing and they're going through puberty and stuff is going on, you know? And I can tell you that almost every female I talk to, they will say that when they were growing up, you know, they hated their body and they had this and they have all this. Girls have the hardest time. And especially nowadays because of the Kardashians and all the other crap, you know? We're making these girls hate their own bodies. And so what do? And especially for that little girl who's having a really hard time, and she sees all those boys over there, and she sees what's going on. She just goes, well, I'd rather be a boy. And, you know, they're having a way better time. If I'm a boy, everybody's going to like me. And as soon as she does it a little bit, she starts being a tomboy, they push her into transgender. And then next thing you know, she's on hormone blockers. And next thing you know, she's a double mastectomy. Just like Chloe Cole, at 15 years old. She had a double mastectomy. She was a tomboy. And now she's like 19 or 20. And she's talking to people and she's saying how big of a mistake it was. And she's saying how she got love bombed, how it all happened to her and what happened to her. And now she's a woman, a young woman with a double mastectomy. And she has the deepest voice because she was on testosterone for a long time. And she has a lot of other issues going on. Because you're going through puberty and you're getting chemically castrated. And then you start taking any hormones and all that. And you're going through puberty. That's the introduction of all these chemicals to your body. You know? Yeah. And so your body is already in this huge struggle. And that's why puberty is so hard. And you're adding all this other stuff on top of it. Doctors have no idea what they're doing. Yeah. The data they're using to give these puberty blockers out is a prison data from all those pedos.
That's what they're using?
Yeah. They're using data for being transgender for all this stuff is by that dude. What's his name? Freaking, he was a pedo and he was experimenting on little kids. He was experimenting Alfred Kinsey. The Alfred Kinsey experiment that he did on kids, he was masturbating off a 4-year-old kid. I think it's in table 70 or 71. Look it up. Alfred Kinsey, table 70 or 71, whatever it is. He masturbated a 4-year-old kid in a day, and the kid was masturbated 26 times, and he ejaculated like half of them. That's what they're using for their data, is this Alfred Kinsey guy. And it's clearly bad data. It's clearly data that was manipulated.
What?
You know? And that's why they say that children are sexual at birth. And that's why they say that a baby is sexual. Because they were also doing it to babies. They made it happen. I mean, everybody, it makes me hurt so bad for all these kids and all the stuff that's going on. If you take that 100 kids who they're making transgender, I guarantee you at least 50 of them are not. Well, I don't guarantee you, but I will tell you what, because of my experience and what I know is happening and how hard the push is and how effective love bombing is to somebody who's depressed and somebody who really hates himself. If you really hate yourself and you really, all that's going on, and you get love bombed because you're wearing a dress, you're going to wear a dress. Because that's your only pleasure in life. It's your only happiness. It's the only time you're, and that's just like I said earlier, that when I was having a really tough time, if I put on anything even slightly feminine, it would make me feel better. And it wasn't because of the dress. It wasn't because of the femme. It wasn't because of all that. It was because I was trying to escape my life that I was in. It had nothing to do with the femme stuff.
Yeah.
And these are all the mistakes that are being made that nobody wants to talk about. Because automatically, as soon as you put any of this up online, you're going to have so much hate. And I'm going to have way more hate. I'm going to have more death threats. After I was doing the Robbie Starbuck thing, it wasn't, uncommon for me to get death threats. And I do believe that probably me doing this right now, it'll probably happen. And I'm going to try to protect myself. But I don't have a doubt that me talking about this much stuff and talking about it, I'm taking away a lot of money. I'm taking away millions of dollars from Vanderbilt right now. They have gender teams. And this is why I said it's why they're doing it. It's all money. Because as soon as you make a transgender kid, you have a client for life. You have a customer for life. You have a patient for life. There's complications. There's constant pharmaceuticals all the time. There's constant updates, and there's a lot of surgeries. So they created these gender teams with one doctor and his anesthesiologist and all the nurses and everything else that does it to do the gender surgeries. They make $450,000 for one surgery. And it's all paid for by insurance. So it's a huge scam between insurance and the administration in the hospital. It's not the doctors. The doctors are caught between a rock and a hard place. If you go to any one of them doctors at Vanderbilt, there'll be some of them that are really fired up about it because they're convinced that they're helping these kids. And that's that total narcissistic compassion I'm talking about. They're only helping themselves, and they're getting a lot of money doing it. So $450,000 for one surgery, and the surgery takes about 4 hours. And they're doing these things, pumping them out.
Did you do any surgeries?
And it all goes to administration, breast only, and some facial stuff. And I regret every one of them. And I'm fighting back to go back to at least a little bit of who I was before, physically and mentally, but mostly spiritually. Because it was a spiritual hole that I went into about, I don't know if you know very much about the Hermetics, about Hermes, about how they see humanity and the Gnostics and all that. Mm-hmm. So human beings and the way they see us is we are the temple, we are the highest or the apex. And everything we do is man's pursuit of man's perfection. Nothing to do with God or a spirit or a creator or the code of DNA that was actually in us. They think they can do better. They're rewriting the DNA. They're rewriting humanity to try to be a better human. And this is transhumanism. And that's the full extent of where it's going into is transhumanism. And that's why the Neuralink and everything they're doing is part of the transhumanist agenda. It's all part of it. I mean, I could go into this stuff for a long time, but you can track it all back into Hermes and the Gnostics and going into a lot of the way we see ourselves, that we are not special. We're just a rock floating through space, spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and going about 1,000,000 miles an hour towards the center of the universe. There's a bunch of other stuff going on, the vortex calculations and everything else, and how we're spinning. It's an intense calculations, which pretty much proves why we're not doing any of that, But if we're that third rock spinning through the universe, that means nothing, we're just lucky, evolution and all that, then none of this matters. That's the end goal of what they want. But if this is a temple and this is special, and this is created for a purpose, and the earth was also the same thing, then we have to do everything we can to care for this. And what they're doing right now is nothing but damage.
So there was no... Everything was encouragement to go through with this.
Yeah.
There was no, maybe we need to think about this. Maybe
the
we
only
need
person
to think
that
about
said something was
trauma.
Jim Campbell, a SEAL team guy, that he wanted it. Like, there's a few SEALs that challenged me on it, and they really, but it was more like a fight challenge. It wasn't really a mental challenge or intellectual challenge or a spiritual challenge or any challenge that made any sense. Like if it was a psychological challenge that they actually started digging into it, like actually happened to me later in life, and thank you, to anybody that did that. And I know a couple of people, but it was mostly my fiance. It was a hardcore intellectual challenge to me, for me to really start digging in. And COVID helped, It was the fact that something happened on this earth that they were putting out data, and there was evidence that the data wasn't really right, and there's a bunch of other stuff, and it was like, this isn't really adding up, and so that started making people think and waking up, and looking at it. And that's when I talked to you earlier about the apocalypse, the word apocalypse in Greek and Latin and all the other ones, derivatives of it, the word apocalypse and what they said in the Bible and what it really meant was the awakening. It was about the lifting the veil is actually a more direct interpretation, but the veil is lifted, and the veil is lifted right now because of what happened in 2019-20. People are starting to realize what's going on. We see the Rockefellers, who they are. We see Rockefeller, Rothschild. We see Gates. We see all of them. I know what they're doing. And when I see anything that had to do with 33 or One Eye or any of the above, Joaquin, Boaz, all the temple stuff, I know all this stuff because I studied it. I know everything they're doing. And the thing is, it's a very evil agenda. And it's exactly what I said. It's about transhumanism. It's about the human being the top of that pyramid, that there is nothing above us. It's about making us the perfect thing. That's when you have to take Joaquin and Boaz and you have to go to the third, and that's a combination of the two, and that's transgender too. Baphomet. You know who Baphomet is?
No, I don't.
It's the Lucifer. It's a worship being. All of them. There's an agenda that is so deep and so entwined within all of our societies. There's not very many places on earth that doesn't have this really deep. So I'm talking about like an international world deep state.
Yeah.
Whenever Trump was talking about the deep state in America, it's pretty bad, and they're all connected. And then that's why when you see a picture of President Obama sitting on Bush Sr.'s lap as a kid, that's when you start really seeing that they're all connected. When you see Bush Jr. debating as a presidential debating against one of his brothers, from the same fraternity, So it's just ridiculous how entwined and everything really is. So pretty much exactly after Bush Sr., every one of them has been connected, except Trump. He was the only one that was kind of off, out of that he could actually say things that weren't controlled, And that's a problem right now, is that every president is picked and placed to do exactly what they're told. They have no freedom. They have to answer exactly to the one person.
Yeah.
I don't know what you know about the Catholic Church, but there's also a really twisted thing going on inside the Catholic Church. The Library of Alexandria is in the bottom of the Catholic Church. It's not lost. It wasn't burned. That was just cover story. If you go down 4 levels under the Vatican, that's where it's at. But you have to go pretty deep in there. It's all locked up. They won't let anybody in there.
How far were you prepared to go with this?
Well, that's the problem, is I've gone so far right now that all of them now are going to be looking at me, and I don't care, though. Because the thing is the veil's lifted and I wear the armor of God.
I mean, with the transition, how far were you prepared to go?
I mean, as far as you ask me questions, ask me anything.
Were you going to dismember?
What's that?
Were you going to dismember?
No.
No?
No. So I didn't have any full surgeries, if that's what you're asking.
Okay.
So there's
Were they trying to convince you to do that?
No, because at that time they already knew that I was such a loose cannon that nobody was really talking to me at that point. So I would have to do everything and make it all happen and really start pushing in a direction, So there's and it's also a surgery that's just, it's not experimental anymore because they're pretty good at it, but there's a lot of complications, with a lot of folks.
I mean, I would think
So, I mean, I know some of them where the anal cavity actually connected to that new cavity they put. And so it's pretty much, it's really bad. And I know another one that had it all done, and the depth is about a ½ inch, and it hurts really bad when she pees. So there's a whole bunch of stuff, and they're on constant pharmaceuticals, all of them, and constant maintenance. So there's a lot of money in it. So they get $450,000 just for that one surgery. The breast augmentation would be about $20,000 to $50,000, depending on the insurance and the complications and everything else. Plus, there's a lot. Facial surgery, you're talking about up to $100,000 to do anything with your face. When you start talking about voice coaching and then all the other therapies and everything else, you're talking about, a few $1 million per person going directly into the pharmaceutical and the medical administration, not always doctors. That's why I said the doctors are in between a rock and a hard place. The doctors are in between insurance and the administration at the hospitals. That's why Vanderbilt, I feel sorry for all those doctors, because most of them probably don't want to do this. They know it's wrong.
They shouldn't do it.
They know it's wrong. But if they voice out their opinion, then they're immediately fired.
Well, sometimes you just have to stand up.
They
for
should.
what's right.
If we had some doctors that started having that integrity and started having that, and their Hippocratic oath, if they knew what that oath really meant, and they knew that out of half of the people you're doing this to, I'm telling you, at least half or more is a lot of other stuff, Or it's just someone who's gay that it's easier for them in society. And that's why I think a lot of the gay community and the lesbian community are saying that transgender people is actually homophobia.
Really?
Yeah, a lot of them. But they don't voice it, because as soon as they say that, like they'll say it to me because I'm pretty loud and they know where I stand. A lot of them tell me that stuff. And a lot of females, real females will tell me, for the fact that I just said real females, I'm going to get a ton of hate. But I don't know, because it's hard because they keep changing the definition. Biological female.
Is that
I wish we could use the word
appropriate?
female for females and use woman for the group. Because woman is more society-driven maybe, but a female is more biological. So if they would have at least given us the benefit of doubt that we're smart enough to know that if I say the word female, I'm just talking about biology, and I'm talking about the person. Because you can't say biological transgender person is a female, because they had to have all the surgeries, they had all the stuff done. And the same thing, if you have an obese child, you don't take their large or small intestines and cut it in half. So, I mean, I know someone, someone who was so caught up in that this is a sexual attraction and problem that they are also not approaching. Is a Kardashian influence for all this. They're making all these women get all these extra surgeries because they want to be more sexually attractive to their partner. And so it's a sexual arousal thing for their partner, because their partner looks at all the Kardashian stuff and see what they're doing. So it's big butts, big lips, and all the other stuff that they're doing, and then the makeup and all the other stuff and all these surgeries and boobs and all this stuff. Well, that's going down to these kids. So you have teenagers getting breast augmentation because they're looking up to that. And so this is the same as gender dysphoria. It's a gender dysphoria, woman to woman. It's in their own selves, and it's not transgender dysphoria. It's a same gender dysphoria. And the Kardashians are pushing that because it's a lot of money. It's the same thing. So all these women are getting all these surgeries and getting breasts and lips and butts and all these other things. Even a dude's getting calf implants and all this stuff and Arnold Schwarzenegger stuff. That's gender dysphoria. But at least it's in the same gender. So it's not as bad. Actually, it's celebrated. If you have giant calves and you're in a weight room and they say, oh, leg day, man, you do legs. They're praised for that. They're love bombed for it. But nobody knows that they're actually, fake calves, Yeah. So the love bombing goes within their own genders for this whole same agenda that they're doing cross genders. It's all the same agenda, and it's all money driven. It's all ego driven. It's all sexual arousal driven. Do you see that?
Yeah.
That I know someone whose husband was seeing her as overweight, and so she went and got one of those surgeries, and she was like, not overweight. She was like 170 or probably 160 max in her entire life. She's like 5'6" maybe, blonde haired and really pretty. She's had like 3 boob jobs, and then she had her entire intestine cut out because her husband wasn't sexually aroused enough to her. And so she had it all done. That's gender dysphoria. And it's also sexual arousal, misplacement, and all the other stuff. They should be in therapy and never would have had to have surgeries. Because we could have talked to them and said this and this and really worked with them. And then no surgery, don't worry about that. You don't need to do that. Because what she did right now is she's shortened her life by a lot and made everything complications because your intestines and our bodies are amazing machines. But she has a waist like this big right now because she got rid of all of her guts. Her intestines are totally gone, so everything went in. She has a waist like this big now. But it turns her husband on. That's gender dysphoria. Damn. Nobody talks about that. The Kardashians did that, and their entire ilk. The makeup industry, all of them, they push it. And it all goes down on the teenage kids, these teenage girls. That's why they're all transgender to trans men, trans boys. They're double mastectomy in their boy. Because they can't keep up with the Kardashians. And so they're better off over there living as that boy rather than trying to keep up with all that stuff. And they do it to themselves within the girl cliques too. Because as soon as you have that group that has the money, and it happens to the poor kids more. It won't happen to the rich girls because they have all the clothes that they want. If you're a kid in a small town in the country and you don't have the money and you're really struggling, you have hand-me-down stuff, you're going to become a boy now. This is what's happening. And it's the transhumanism agenda. It's all attached. The less they make us respect and value ourselves, our biology and the gift that we're given, and the beauty of the machine that we're given. I told you that my food intake is probably about 1/10 of what yours is. And that's also one of the things I read in these really old books, that the food intake is it's making your system work really hard for a bunch of stuff that you're going to poop out later, that you don't even use any of those vitamins or minerals or any of it. You pee and poop them all out. You don't even use them. It's too much. And so what it does is it makes all your systems work so much harder, and it wear and tear and all that. You're making your life shorter because you're eating too much, because you're taking too many vitamins. You're drinking too many of them Red Bulls and all them special drinks that everybody's making nowadays. They're garbage, And drinking the cold water and the ice is causing more of the issues, and you should be drinking warm water. And then everything that I'm talking about, I can tell you all the nutritional stuff that I've been learning over time. It's just everything that's happening right now to us as humans is for the same reason. It's an agenda. It's to make us not like ourselves, for us not to respect ourselves, for us not to see the gift, to see the beauty of it all. The machine, the beautiful machine, to make us destroy that machine into something else. And if something that's man-made, that's the full thing that they want, is the top of that pyramid. It's not God, it's man, for them. It's horrible, it's evil, it's an evil agenda. I'm not saying transgender people are evil, because they've bashed me on that all over the place. The transgender ideology and the transhumanistic agenda is evil. And it's the transgender agenda, it's transgender ideology. It's not the people. There's a lot of people getting trapped into it. A lot of people are pushing way into that because that's what they're being told is the right thing. Just like with me.
At what point did you come to the realization that this wasn't you?
I don't know, starting about 4 years ago, you would notice there started being some social media posts and some other stuff. And you'll see in pictures when I'm like long-haired, kind of a cute guy, and that's all. Oh, but then there's breasts and some of the clothing. Oh, it's a girl. So, but it was a while ago I started getting the inclination, but it was way more when I started having some really deep conversations with Courtney. That's when it really coalesced. That's when it all came together. And I was like, light bulb went off. This is all wrong.
How long have you?
I've been wearing flannel shirts in the summertime. I've been wearing these flannels for every interview for a long time.
Yeah.
And even in some of those other interviews, like on Joe, when I was on with him, I was trying to cover it off and trying to be as less as I could. I had all the long hair. It was all like in these braids, real tight, and then my flannel shirt, and then just. It's like it wasn't me, but it is still part of me. If you have gender dysphoria, or autogynephilia, or the transgender, to go the full spectrum, the full, thing, is it never leaves you. And if you want to call me transgender for life, then it's like an alcoholic being called an alcoholic for life. You know, I don't really believe it, but there's always that the thoughts are there. It's like I can't make the thoughts fully all go away. It's almost totally obliterated. It's totally gone. But there's always that thing because it's still like I look at pictures and I go, oh, every time I look in a mirror, I see my face and she's caught me a couple times when I look in a mirror and she says, "You're okay, you're beautiful, just like you are." I go, "Yeah, but I damaged myself so much. I don't look like I should look. When I look in there, I don't see myself. I see something that I destroyed." And she'll just give me a hug and hug me until I stop, you know. And I'm like, "Okay, thank you." I mean, I still don't see it. I still see so much damage, you know. And it's not damage that like getting blown up, or it's not. And I shouldn't have said that because then I think about Jay when I looked over at Jay's sign over there on the wall, and I go, well, it's not damage. But when I look at it, it's not me, and so I see that as damage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's not something anyone else will ever see as damage. You're going to look at me and go, "Wow, you're handsome, and you're this, you're that, and you're a good-looking person." Because I don't have, like, you know, I'm not Quasimodo, you know? But when I look at it, I see Quasimodo in the mirror. You know? That I shouldn't have done that. Is this, and this, you know? And this is the thing that Chloe Cole, a 15-year-old, who is now 19 or 20, who's seeing it. And how many more kids do we have to do that to?
Yeah.
They're going to be in the same place that I am. And now here you look at me as a fairly intelligent person, and I think about a lot of stuff, and I really try hard to do the right thing. And I fell in this. What's happening to teenagers?
Chris, you're an extremely intelligent person. I mean, we just went through your career. It's phenomenal. I mean, I'm serious, you know? So if this can happen,
it's persistence.
to you.
If it happens to me,
anybody.
then those teenagers don't have a chance.
Yeah.
You know, and they're pushing the age even earlier. So do you know that there's actually laws and people are really pushing for the age of consent to change?
Yeah, I do.
So the age of consent, they're trying to push it back to like 10 or 11 years old. Do you know what happens when the age of consent changes? Then those parents have no say. That kid can go in there and do whatever they want.
Yeah.
You know what else happens when the age of consent changes?
What?
Epstein's list becomes moot. So Epstein, doesn't matter. What they were doing is fine. It's okay. That's where they're going.
Yeah.
That's what they want. Because all the people on Epstein's list are pretty powerful people. A lot of them.
Yeah.
You've seen the flight logs. There's flight logs. You look at those flight logs that went to Epstein's island. And if they were there for more than an hour after they stepped off the plane and saw what was going on, they would get back on the plane. None of them did. They all stayed there for a long time. What were they doing? So that flight log is basically the list.
We know what they were doing.
So it
Everybody
disgusts
knows what
me.
they were doing.
Everybody knows. It disgusts me that we still allow it. It disgusts me even more. They're trying to push the age of consent lower. Do you want to make a 10-year-old an adult? That's what you're doing. So that 10-year-old should also be able to sign up for the military. That 10-year-old can get tattoos. That 10-year-old can drink. So you need to change the drinking age. You need to change all of them. If the age of consent is changed, you better change the drinking age. You know? But they don't think about this stuff. They don't understand, or they do understand. A lot of them do. But the general public, that's a problem. The general public needs to wake up. And if the general public stands up, what are they going to do?
Do you think the general public is not awake, or do you think it's stupidity?
They're not aware. No, they're ignorant. And ignorance is no big deal. You know, I've been ignorant about a lot of stuff. Ignorance is something you can fix. Ignorance just means I don't know, you know? The general public is ignorant to all this stuff. The general public doesn't know. If they do know, they think it's fake or something, or they think, oh, somebody's making that up. I said, well, if somebody can make this up, then why can't somebody make up the other too? So why don't you at least look at all of it? They won't even look at it. So here's an example. In Brazil right now, perfect example. In Brazil right now, 92% of the people are saying they don't want, is it the mask mandates? Oh, it's a vaccine. So down in Brazil right now, it's 92% of the Brazilians, the Brazilian people, 92% say no vaccines. You cannot mandate these. You can't do anything. No. And the government said, nope, we don't care. If you don't take the vaccine, you go to jail. If you speak out about the vaccine and you say anything bad or negative about that vaccine, you go to jail. So 92% of people say that. So what happens in the jails when they start filling the jails up? Do you know who they let out? In California, they just let out all the pedos.
Yeah.
They released them to the wild. Why aren't they still in jail? They should be, because they're filling the prisons up with people that just have a problem with the government. Say, I'm the best person the government would ever have on their side. I'm all about leadership. But if leadership is failing, I'm going to call it out. That's what we're supposed to do. You know, it's in the Constitution. We're supposed to be calling them out.
Yeah.
Is it in the Constitution? It might not be, but I mean, basically, it's written in there. That's why we have a Second Amendment. That's why they wrote it, to make sure that tyranny doesn't happen. And right now, we have a tyranny of the masses. We have a tyranny of a small group of elites, and that's what we should start fighting. Tyranny of the masses is more dangerous than the tyranny of the elite. Tyranny of the masses is dangerous.
How long? When did Courtney come in the picture?
Courtney came into the picture 2 years, a little over 2 years, maybe. It's been a little while. Yeah, it's been a little while. But started out just conversations, you know, meeting on social media, and just like a smart person make some comments, and I go, wow, that's cool. Or somebody makes a comment and says, I recognize that, and if you want to talk about that, I went through a lot of the same stuff, and I'll talk to you about it. So we started talking about stuff. And then after talking about stuff, then we finally met. And after meeting, it was like, wow, you know? It wasn't love at first sight. It was love before that, probably. But no, it wasn't. I'm just making that up.
Were you Chris or Kristin when you met?
Kristin.
You were Kristin when you met.
Yeah.
How
Well,
long were you
legally, right now,
Kristin?
my name got legally changed. Because a bunch of lawyers volunteered to me. They said, hey, we'll do it for you. I wish they didn't. If nobody volunteered to change my name, I never would have changed it. But they said, hey, this is something that we want to do for you, and we're lawyers, and we're the best lawyers in America, and we'll do this for you. And so they did it all, and I wish they didn't. It was the worst thing to do. So my name legally is Kristin. That's why it's Kristin on
What I meant
documents and
was,
social media.
Were
Oh,
you
me,
identifying
yeah,
as a
yeah.
woman,
No, it's kind of in between, probably. I was more like in that middle spot.
leaning more towards?
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's
Coming
Chris.
back.
I mean, I'd have to ask her that, you know, what she really thought. But I think that it was a little bit of both. Because I was still kind of stuck in the Kristin role, because it's so hard to get out of that. Because people counting on me, and I have so much other stuff going, and it's already, like when you jump into the water head first off that diving board, it's really hard to get back up on that diving board.
Yeah.
And so for me to get out of all that took a long time. So I was partly out, not even close to being.
Do you
fully-
want
so
her to
still
come
Kristin.
on?
What's that?
Do you want Courtney to come on?
I mean, I think overall it'd be very beneficial. I think it would be good, because the amount of what I've been going through, I could never get through it on my own. Not at all. Without her, I wouldn't be here right now. Without her, I don't know where I would be. It wouldn't be anywhere. I'd still be just hiding. Because if you notice, like, as far as like the news and the media and all that, like, when was the last time you ever saw me in the media until all of this? Like, very rarely. I don't like the media.
Yeah.
And I even said, like, Robbie Starbuck, you know, great dude. And that interview, and I told him, I said, I don't want to do any more interviews. I said, I'll do this one interview and I'm done. But then when I started seeing what was going on with the interview, I was like, well, I can't be done, because people are still like really misinterpreting and really confused, or they don't get it, you know? Or they're thinking that I'm saying something. It's like, no. Like the bumper stickers, you know, that you can take a little snippet out of CNN, out of Fox, and it's going to be whatever they want it to be.
Yeah.
And so it's the same thing. People took a lot of stuff that I said on Robbie Starbuck, and they're making me into this Christian wacko, you know? And it's also even the stuff I said on Joe Rogan. I was strategic about the stuff I did on Joe Rogan, and about a lot of stuff I actually put online, is that I am trying to make my one post, my social media account, has a lot of stuff on there that all I'm doing is asking a bunch of questions. I'm looking at stuff, and it's about flat Earth and a fake moon, and about all kinds of stuff. And it doesn't mean I believe all of it. It means that I'm looking at it. I'm really interested, because it's really curious, you know? And I don't know why so many people would look at that and they show me all these proofs and all these other things. So it makes me even more curious. But the shadows. So if you look at the moon landing, you see the lunar module and all that, and you see the shadows, and there's multiple shadows, you know? And so why would they bring these kind of huge lights up on the moon with them to do the moon landing videos?
Well, let's
You
not
know?
get into that.
It's the sun.
Let's
No,
not
all
get
I'm
into
saying
that
is
yet.
that I do a lot of wacky stuff. I do
Yeah.
it strategically because they're questions that I just want answered that nobody's going to answer. So I'll put it out there and say, hey, I just want to know, what's up with that?
Yeah.
So my presence on a lot of stuff is gonna look pretty far out, and it's purposeful. I probably can't tell you all the purposes, but there's a couple of reasons why.
Yeah.
I am pretty wacky. I was asking a lot of questions. I'm trying to figure stuff out. I don't know. I don't have all the answers, and I probably never will. But I want to know some of those answers.
Yeah.
And that's all. And I wanted to know all the answers about being transgender. I want to know all the answers about what happened to me, And what happened to me isn't something that anybody should go through,
Are you still on counseling?
No, I gave up on those people.
You did.
Yeah. I can do it myself better.
It's all internal.
Yeah. Well, I just read. If I'm going to read, not always a good book, but like I said, we have a library full of books from the 1800s. Because I don't believe anything written 1900 and past.
Yeah.
After Rockefeller, and all that, I don't believe any of it. Medical or anything. So if I do anything medical, it's going to have to be 1800, right at 1899 and previous, be 1850. I like better in previous, but it can't be a 1900s data. So
Let's take a quick break, and if Courtney wants to come on, then she's more than welcome to.
I remember going back behind the window, I reload another magazine, and as soon as I pop out to shoot, it all goes black. The brutality of it all and really what we were up against, I had no left or right lateral limit to even comprehend that.
Body mutilations, the beheadings, the dismemberment,
The human shields.
all that.
But the night prior, my platoon commander comes in and he's like, everyone's gonna write their death letter.
Jesus Christ.
And then you hear stories of your friends that you went to boot camp with, the School of Infantry with, that are in Ramadi, that are fighting for their life at the same time that you're fighting for your life in Fallujah, just to find out half those dudes are dead. I don't remember the exact numbers, but I remember the feeling. And I have never been able to shake it ever since. That's when I had this out-of-body experience. At the time, I had no idea what happened. I thought I was dead. I saw this top-down view of what was going on. I could see my body. I could see my point man still shooting. I could see my other teammates on the ground. We were stacking so many bodies that we had to send patrols out to move the bodies because there was interrupting our fields of fire.
Holy shit.
There were so many bodies being stacked that the locals were driving up their ambulances and picking up bodies also.
Courtney, welcome to the show.
Thanks.
Totally unexpected, huh?
Yeah, a little bit.
Well, I really appreciate you coming on. But so me and Chris have had I think close to a 4-hour conversation
Yeah.
now. And how did you guys meet?
We met, well, I had a class before we actually started talking where I did a project on a presentation on masculinity and femininity using the backdrop of Judith Butler's idea of genderism, that it's performative. And so that was the topic of the presentation. And to start it, I played Kristin's video for the class, and then I just went into just different forms of, masculine expression and feminine expression, and wrote a paper. And then I emailed Kristin and said, hey, I just did this project for my class. I don't know what I said. Like, you're cool. Like, I just felt it was respectful if I'm talking about someone and using their material to at least let them know, like, I just used you for a project. And then I got an email back that was, you spelled my name wrong, which was so embarrassing. But I spelled it E-N instead of I-N, and I never did it again after that. But yeah, we just it was like kind of a joke. And then there wasn't really much communication after that. And then there was a post on Facebook that Kristin made about being in a hole. And maybe like a week or so, not long before that, I had made a similar post about being down and, and just climbing out of it. And this is a veteran post. And so I said, oh, hey, I just made a post like this just recently. And then
so you're a veteran too?
Yeah. I did 12 years in the Air Force, air traffic control.
Okay.
Yeah. And so we kind of had that. And then we just started talking in like the DMs. And then Kristin said, call me. So I called. And then it just went from there. And I have a background in women and gender studies. And so there was interest, in kind of what that was all about. I didn't have any preconceived notions about anything. It was more of just, what does this look like? I've learned academically what it is, but I didn't have that personal connection with anybody. So there was a lot to talk about. Just, we had military connection and then my academics. So there was just a lot in common, and we just started talking and hit it off. I mean, we were friends at first, and I think that's probably why we're so successful now, is just we just didn't go into it thinking anything, just getting to know each other and hearing about each other's lives, and then it just...
So this didn't start out as a romantic relationship?
No, not at all.
Interesting. And it developed into one?
Yeah, it did, yeah.
How quickly?
I think probably after my first visit, like the first time we met face to face, there was a lot of probably other interest there, but not real prominent. It was more of like, I don't know. I would say it was two people who had a lot in common and were both missing love. And when you bring two people together like that, and they're both giving and compassionate and caring, I mean, that's just what's going to happen, So that's really what just happened. We just hung out and were friends and talked about a lot of stuff. And talking really is what spawns a relationship. I'll just say this a little tidbit because we were talking about Instagram, but when you start communicating with someone, whether you're just like chit-chatting or whatever, you start forming a bond. And so I guess that's what happened. And so we just, I don't know, we bonded in that way, I guess, just with our life stories and all that.
Did you come from a traumatic childhood as well?
No, but, well, trauma is a difficult word. I don't know. I guess my childhood was not as favorable as people, but it wasn't as bad as others.
I guess what I'm kind of getting at is where was the common ground?
Oh, we had a lot of common ground. The military is a huge common ground. And then I think with the gender dysphoria was a huge common ground.
You've dealt with that as well?
I have, yeah. When I was 15, I lost all of my hair to a medical condition from stress called alopecia universalis. It started off as alopecia areata, which is like a spot of baldness like on your head. And then just it progresses, and I eventually went into totalis, which is like all of the hair on my head from my neck up. And then as it progressed, I went into universalis, which is hair on my whole body. So I'm 15 in a new school and lost all of my hair. And so that was like a time in puberty when I was coming into my womanhood, and I'm like, oh my gosh, in my mind, the one thing that makes me a woman, my hair and my eyelashes, are gone. What do I do? Who's going to ever love me? Who's going to like me like this? Who's going to think I'm pretty? And just like Kristin was saying, like there's this horrendous expectation for women to look a certain way to find a mate. I mean, our part of our whole goal in life is to procreate and to reproduce and keep the earth going. And so if you feel, whether you are a man who is a transsexual and cross-dresses and you feel like you have to hide that, or you're a woman who is hiding alopecia under a wig, it's still hiding a part of yourself that you don't feel anyone's going to love. And so I think there was a lot of common ground there and a lot to learn from each other about womanhood. I mean, here I'm seeing someone do hair and makeup and all these things. And, you know, I lost my hair at 15, started wearing like crap wigs, joined the military when I was 20 in a predominantly male career field. I couldn't wear nail polish, all this other stuff. So until I got out of the Air Force, I really didn't, you know, I'm not really that good at doing those kinds of things because it just wasn't a part of my life. And so now I'm seeing someone doing those kinds of things. So I'm also fascinated by like I would say like the hyper feminine aspect, because I didn't have that either. So there was mutual understanding and mutual learning in some ways too. I know I hate to say that because it's like, I'm going to use biological here just for ease of conversation, but I find it repulsive to have to like identify myself as something else. But it's better than the word cis, so I'll just use biological right now. But there's this kind of weird space where trans women do things in such a hypered state that sometimes women can look at that and in times learn, right? Because it's a male basically showing what they want women to look like. And so in some ways, I was kind of like, okay, well, maybe is that what's like super attractive, or maybe that's how I should look, or that's how women should. So there's just like a lot of complications. It's like a lot to unpack. But we had so much in common, and I think just mutual respect. Just like you've been through a lot, I've been through a lot. What can we learn from each other? You know, we might not agree on everything and all this, but if you can communicate that, just like, you know, just in this conversation you had with Kristin, like you now have a different opinion on trans people, or maybe not opinion, but different perspective. You might look a little bit differently. Instead of like, ooh, why are they wearing that? You might think, oh, that's a bummer. I wonder if they're going through something really sad.
I have a completely different perspective.
Yeah.
At this point.
And that doesn't happen unless you have conversations, and it's not going to happen unless you have really, really difficult conversations. Otherwise, you're just riding the surface in life.
Yeah.
So we had really deep conversations, like a lot. That helped me therapeutically, and then I think helped Kristin therapeutically as well, mutual.
Yeah.
So we both like lifted each other up.
I can see that.
Yeah.
So how long have you guys been together?
A couple years now.
Couple of years?
2 years. Mm-hmm.
So you met Kristin or Chris.
I say
when he
Kristin
identified as
still, and
a-
I still use she pronouns just because it was just a habit at this
Okay.
point. And if I'm honest, you know, even though there's the detransitioning, society has just pounded into our heads. Like, if you don't use the right pronoun, someone's going to go kill themselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you've ever felt suicidal, if you've ever felt sad or depressed or anxious, the last thing you want to do ever is make someone feel that way. And so when we first met, like, I think there was maybe like once I slipped up and said he or him. And I just was like, I'm never going to be able to face her again. Like, I can't even live with myself. And no one should feel that way either. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, women should not be in a position to be forced to call someone else a woman that's not, but then also not want to hurt someone, you know? So it's just like walking on eggshells. And so when we first met, yeah, I would say Kristin was Kristin, and I really didn't care and used whatever pronouns and all that. And I think I was a little bit more naive at the time to like the whole big push of all this. To whereas now I'm a little bit more reluctant. Not because I don't care about how someone feels, definitely not that. Just because by using those pronouns, I'm also then hurting biological women who are being, what I feel like, being erased.
Yeah.
And so it's like, how do you love someone and want to support them through this and not hurt them, but also like not want to hurt society and see how this is going in the same direction? So, I mean, we navigated through it.
Yeah.
You know,
Can I ask if you're attracted to women?
I'm not.
You're not.
No.
and you fell in love with Kristin. Mm-hmm. So what was the conversation like when...
But that answer to that is I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings by saying this. I don't see trans women as women.
Okay.
You might put on, like if you right now put on a dress, I'm not going to think you're a girl. No matter what you tell me, no matter what you do.
Yeah.
Your mannerisms, your hobbies, your habits, the way you talk to me, the way you move, the way your hands are, like everything about you is dude, is a man. So no matter what you do, I'm a biological straight woman is still going to feel that. Is still going to sense that. It's not, I don't know that there's a lot a man or a woman could do either to change that's really going to be like 1,000% convincing. I just don't, it's more, I think society is more just catering to like, let me just be kind and happy and treat you well and cater to your dysphoria.
Yeah.
There's no one really that's like, I 100% believe you. You are this. It's more of like, I'm going to say that to make you feel really good because I don't want to hurt you. And I think that's where most people in society are at. But it's starting to turn, I think, because it's just gone too far.
Yeah. What did the initial conversation go like when Kristin decided to become Chris again?
I don't think it was like, I don't remember us having like today we're going to talk about detransitioning. Yeah. It just was like, like Kristin said, there was, when we met, it was, I don't know that it was 50-50. I'd say in my mind, it was probably more 70-30, like Kristin, Chris, 70% Kristin, 30% Chris. But on some days it would be 100% Chris, less Kristin. You know what I mean? But I think overall, maybe more 70-30, 50, I don't know. But maybe in my mind, I was just seeing Kristin,
Yeah.
But yeah.
How has it affected your relationship at all?
No.
We're
like honest, like people could not understand us unless you recorded. We are like best friends.
Yeah.
We talk about everything. Nothing is off the table. I mean, when you can love someone, right? I've said I love you to people before in my past relationships, but it's different. And I don't know that a lot of people will ever really ever reach that or feel that. When Kristin could cut her arm off, his arm off, whatever, and I wouldn't care. Shave your head, I don't care. I don't, the problem with society and what this trans stuff is highlighting is how so disgustingly superficial we are. Mm-hmm. That's why this is damaging women, because you don't see trans women a lot of the time in the news or whatever, just wearing sweats and, why did you have to get boobs? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Some women have flat chests. But the trans women are only wanting to be a certain type of woman. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you don't see it. You don't really see that. A trans woman with a flat chest. So I'm a woman with A-cup boobs. So is that one. So is that one. Or I don't have boobs because some women don't. They have a mastectomy. But it's the trans women push into the stereotypes, which really starts to negate the validity of the dysphoria or the trans issue. It's like, are you really trans or are you a man playing hyper stereotypes? That's kind of what it starts to look like a little bit.
Wow, that's an interesting conversation.
Yeah.
Very.
And people will hear this and I don't know, they form opinions, but there's just so much. Like I challenge anyone who ever wants to call me, have a conversation with me. Don't just hear 5 seconds of this and make some, opinion about me. Like, talk to me because you'll find that you like me more than you dislike, and I like you more than I dislike.
Did you find Kristin attractive,
Yeah.
or did you only fall in love with the?
No, wildly attractive.
Really? Well, how do you feel now then?
Same, if not more. I mean, you're married, right? Mm-hmm. I don't know how long you've been married, but when you met your wife, did you find her attractive?
Absolutely.
Do you find her more attractive now?
Yes.
There's no difference than this relationship. It's exactly the same as any other normal relationship. It's just one. It would be like me asking you, or like me saying, like, you know, or it would be like maybe you asking Kristin, did you love Courtney when she was bald? Yes. Do you love her now that her hair grew back? Yes. Did anything change? No.
Well, I think
I think
what I'm kind of poking at is, did roles change at all? I mean,
No.
with the masculinity,
Because
being more prominent now than it was.
It wasn't
2 years ago.
It wasn't.
It wasn't.
No.
It's the exact same.
What I observed in my studies and in my personal life is you can't make a dude a woman, and you can't make a woman a dude. Okay? No matter what you put on, there's going to be things that these people do and say and like and hobbies and all this stuff that go in one direction. So no matter what Kristin did or however she presented at the time, the underlying persona, vibe, energy, whatever you want to call it, was masculine. There was no it's
I
not
can
like,
see it.
Yeah, it's not
I can see it.
Yeah, okay,
I've seen the photos. I've seen the motorcycle photos. I've seen.
It's all the same person, just with the different exterior.
Well, what was it like to deal with the hormonal changes when he decided to come back? I mean,
I didn't notice any.
You didn't know there was no hormonal changes in mood or anything? Mm-mm. Really?
No.
Interesting.
If you're constantly loving on someone and being loved on, are you really going to have mood swings, bad moods, bad days, anger, frustration, depression, anxiety? Are you going to have any of those things?
I think so. I mean...
But very minor. Are they going to be super
I'll
noticeable?
give an example. My wife, when we just had a son, and there was some postpartum depression afterwards, and that was tough for us to get through. And
Right.
that's hormonal changes.
For sure.
And so, I'm unfamiliar, and I'm just asking, did you see a lot of...
No.
Was there a lot of...
No, nothing.
Mood swings or...
Nothing.
Really?
I saw nothing. But then again, like, I don't know when, like, the hormones and stuff, I never saw Kristin give hormones or take hormones or anything like that.
Okay.
I would say, what I've noticed as far as like mood and things like that is just balancing all of this. How do you talk about the trans topic and not hurt people when you don't want to? And so that is what I've seen with the mood, and like is just the problem of like how to talk about this without hurting people and taking your words the wrong way. So like there's been a lot of like emotions with that, but not anything like medical or biological, like as far as like taking something or having any adverse reactions or coming off of hormones or nothing. I'm not seeing anything like that. More so just brought on by these conversations, not wanting to, say the wrong thing, but then also tell your truth, regardless of if that truth might hurt somebody else, like it's your story. So there's been a lot of that with that, but...
Well, I mean, there is a saying that relationships are a lot of work. What has been your guys' biggest challenge?
I would say getting Kristin comfortable enough and secure enough to talk about a lot of this, because I would say a lot of my confusion in the beginning was just, it's hard to ask someone, and then like obviously there's a mutual likeness that's beyond just friends, and I can only imagine asking someone something so personal, like, why do you cross-dress? Like, are they really going to want to talk about that in like a year or 6 months if they really like you and are afraid that talking about this is going to make you leave, or they're embarrassed? So a lot of the struggle in the beginning was just communication, like really trying to gently get to the bottom of this, because I can't help or I can't understand if I don't know the information. So getting a lot of that out was difficult at first, really difficult.
Do you find it easier to be more direct, as time went on?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but I still tread lightly. I still I push until I know I've probably pushed, I'm getting to the edge, and then I just back off and I'll think, okay, well, at least the questions, at least I vocalized it and the question's there. So whenever you feel comfortable answering it, or if the topic comes up again, we'll talk about it. But yeah, the communication part was hard at first.
Do you guys know of any other? Do you have any other friends that are in a similar relationship?
No.
Have you ever thought about seeking that out
No.
to find common ground?
No.
No.
No, because, everybody's experiences are different. And I think sometimes in relationships, if you have a problem in your personal relationship and you seek advice out elsewhere for somebody else in a relationship, I just think it's really easy for stuff to get convoluted and you get bad advice, or I don't know. I'm kind of like an in-house person. If there's a problem, I'd like to deal with it in-house instead of airing dirty laundry. I could go to a friend and say, oh, we're having this problem with this, this, this. And then the next day, Kristin and I are 100% on cloud 9. But now my friend knows that there's a problem that we had, and I don't want my friend to think anything bad. So I just like to keep, that kind of stuff personal.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. It would be with any relationship. You don't want to go and as soon as you start talking about your problems in your relationship, now it's like someone's got ammunition on you. I just don't. It's not my thing.
Well, I didn't mean just that. I meant being able to relate.
Yeah. But I think a lot of those questions would be so personal, so intimate, And I don't know that there's anyone. Does anyone else have a transgender SEAL partner that I can talk to?
Not that I know of.
You know what I mean? Where am I going to get advice from?
Yeah.
So.
This is so interesting to me, but
I think it's interesting to a lot of people. It's very fascinating. It is for me still, still trying to figure out how does it get this far? There's some questions I think I won't ever know because I don't have gender dysphoria on that level, So I can empathize and I can try to understand, but are we all ever going to get the answers to this? Probably not, unless we had years of intimate conversations with each individual person to know their, trajectory. But it's impossible to kind of lump everyone in, and that's the problem. That's what's demolishing the United States, is that the trans umbrella has taken in everyone. Everyone.
Yeah.
I could right now be like, oh, I'm going to be trans tomorrow because I feel this way and I felt this way, and there's no checks and balances for it. It's just a free-for-all. And so it's just, understand each person, it would be so time-consuming.
You have a 13-year-old son? Mm-hmm. How was that?
That's really good to talk about. How did my son... So let me talk about this a little bit. My son was in middle school. And in the public school system right now, this trans thing is hot. Being gay is hot in school right now. If your rainbow flags everywhere, if you're kind of and I saw a post about grooming and about how if your teacher has rainbow flags in your room and you're not gay or trans or any of this, but you see that your teacher is favoring those who are, you might become that. And in that sense, that teacher is in a sense grooming, because it's placing favoritism or, whatever that favoritism looks like to the child that's trans or gay or whatever. So my son, I don't be careful because my son is 13. I don't want to, but he was getting kind of drawn into a rough crowd, a crowd that was depressed and kids that were anxious and not doing so well. And my son is a bit different. He's not had a masculine figure in his life for a while, a positive one. And so because of that, he wasn't really athletic in sports and all this kind of stuff. And so he's more games and theater and those kinds of things. And so he kind of found a friend group of other kids that didn't fit in to the popular group. And in that group, the trans thing started to become really popular. Like 2 of his friends changed their names. And now I think this year they're not. But I was starting to worry, like really worry. And so academically, I started really focusing more on that because like, what if my son's gay? Do I know enough about this to be able to help him and understand this history? So I took queer theories, so I know all about that. So I started kind of like making sure I was prepared to handle that. And what I come to understand was it was circumstantial for him. And you hear him now. And I can say this because he's a kid, but, I hope nobody takes offense by it. But we were in the kitchen the other day, and he was like, wow, remember that time when I was almost gay? Like, think about that.
Man.
That's not something he was born with. That's not a person who's a homosexual and not born that way.
Yeah.
Remember that time when...
That's a pressure.
That was a pressure. And now he looks back, and he was, doing things he definitely would not do now. Not do, but more so wear. Like he had a pink hoodie that had strawberry milk on it. And he's like, no, I would never do that. But that's the kind of crowd, and those 2 of his friends were changing their names, and like Alex or something, non-binary and all this stuff. And so, again, when you're lonely and you meet other lonely people and those people start loving on you because you wear a pink hoodie and you might be them. And of course he's going to want to wear pink hoodies every day. I mean, he's his own other topic. Like children who have experienced this, it's like a whole other issue. And I think that's why people now are starting to talk about this trans thing in a negative way. I feel like if the trans community just would have been trans and lived their lives and, whatever, as adults, no one would have batted an eye. I mean, the whole United States loves queer people. Every company is obsessed with rainbow flags. It's like, it's a big deal now. It's called pink washing, actually. But, it's a big, you don't see this happening for any other group of people. And it's coming on to kids in a really unhealthy way. And so now I feel like, or even myself included, where I could care less if someone called themselves a trans woman and did all these things. I could really care. Now I'm seeing as, whoa, this is really bad. This is going in a really bad direction. There's women getting raped in prisons. There's public spaces now, and it's like, what's the big deal with a trans person going into a women's restroom? Well, here's the deal. That trans umbrella can include anyone who says they're trans. That includes a pedophile. Where do children go to the restroom? Who do they go with? Their mom. Up to a pretty, sizable age. I mean, I was taking my son into the bathroom with me, into the women's room, because I didn't want him to go in the men's room, for God knows what he could be exposed to in there. So he comes with me. But now that space, if he goes into a different stall, I'm like, well, who else is in here? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that men are rapists or pedophiles or this. I'm just saying that as that umbrella has opened to now they can identify as a female and go into those spaces and have easier predatory access at the expense of someone else. Yeah. And that's where it's gotten really ugly. And that's where I started to really be nervous, kind of. I think I think Kristin and I did have kind of a tenuous point where I started seeing like all this really negative stuff happen, even to the point where we can't even define what a woman is. And I am one. And so then I'm like, geez, as if I don't have enough as it is. The very foundation of my being, taken away. And so then I never saw Kristin in a negative light, but I did start to see the negative aspects of transgenderism and whatever that means. most people don't even know what that means because the word it's just kind of new. It just has taken on every single ailment that a person could have. And they're like, oh, you're trans. You don't have anything else. You're just trans. You don't have anxiety or depression. You don't hate yourself. You're just trans. And that can be anybody.
Yeah, I'm beginning to realize that is what's happening.
Yeah.
Well, that's at least what happened with Chris.
Yeah.
Seemed like.
Yeah. And the love bombing part is like the biggest part of it because, you know, like Kristin said, that was established by the Mooney cult. Like that's an actual recruitment technique that this cult would do. Like that's where it came from to get people to recruit people. And so how many people right now in the world can say that their love meter is at 100%? I would love to meet those people that are 100%. I mean, I feel like I'm pretty high right now. I just love my life, and I'm in love with Kristin, and I feel like mine finally is getting high. But a lot of people are their love meter's low. Everyone is susceptible. Everyone. It doesn't matter if you're a SEAL Team 6 or you're the president or whatever. Like, if you do not feel loved in this world, you are going to do whatever it takes to find it. End of story. Like, it doesn't matter what you have. Like, everyone deserves and needs to feel loved. And most of these people who transition, just from my observance, their love meter was like rock bottom. You know, in my
Is anybody arguing that? Your point that
I don't know what people are arguing about this, really. I don't know. I think I don't know. I don't know what the main argument is or what the main, I think maybe perhaps it's, no, I'm just trans. I was born this way. It's not because of any other thing. I have loving parents, I have this, and maybe that's like a rare case. But in just what I've seen, it's not the case.
Yeah.
I took a class. It was called The Queer Art of Drag. And it's just learning about drag culture, how it stemmed, what it means artfully. All just is as deep into it as you can get. And in that class, we had a few drag performers just talk in the class. 2 of them were male trans women. Both of them in that class said, the first one, I remember he said that he was in a bad relationship with someone. It was just not good. He didn't feel happy, all this stuff. He was really depressed, went to his friend's house, who was a drag queen. And the friend said, hey, let me just put you in drag for fun. Like, let's just change your mood. Let's just have a good time. And so he said, okay. And his friend put drag on him, put makeup and all that, got him dressed up in drag, and they went out, and he was love bombed. Girl, you look so good. Oh my gosh. How is that going to make him feel? Amazing. Mm-hmm. That's when he started to that's when he thought maybe I should transition. He had never thought of it until up until that point. And this was, I don't remember what his age was, like 20s or 30s. Another guy, drag guy, teaches at a well-known university. He said, I don't really know if I'm trans yet or not. So in university where this transgenderism is being pushed, you're in like the most hypocritical space ever. Because you can't say, well, he just said he wasn't sure. No, he's trans. It's just he's trans. Or, well, this person just said that they really weren't until this happened. Nope, they're trans. Like, there's no real dissection of like what is causing this or why people are doing this. It's just, it is. You just accept them, and if you don't, you're transphobic or you're homophobic or you're racist or you're a bigot or you're any of these other things. But there's 2 clear examples of 2 men over the age of 20 who one is, maybe transitioning, and the other one transitioned because they were extremely unhappy and put on drag and got love bombed. So, how in the world the medical community could think to do this to kids is so disgusting. Did any of them go and take these classes and hear these people talk?
Where's the line for you?
As far as transitioning.
Yeah.
I mean, no professional. I'm not a doctor, but there are studies that say the brain development is not into your 20s. I would say just don't do this to kids. I personally am on the opposite spectrum of thinking about age, where I feel like our age for everything is way too low. And this is just a weird experience I had. I looked back at a picture of my mom. She was, I don't know, 20 maybe, 3 kids. And I look at her face in the photo and I was like, this is a little kid. She is so young to be out and having children and but it's like 18, you're out the door. But really? I mean, is that just something that we've become so normal and accustomed to, that 18 is an adult? So you've got the, part of the world that's saying, let's lower the age of consent. And I'm thinking, maybe this is an issue. We're sending 18-year-olds out into the world who are getting student loans, credit card debt, car loan debt, all this other stuff, because are they really adults at this point? If the brain is not developed until you're 25 years old, then where did 18 come from? It's more than just, when thinking about children transitioning, I started thinking about a lot of things that we allow children or even 18-year-olds, 20-year-olds to do that's really, really young, without the proper brain development to understand the full consequences of what they're doing, whether it be good or bad. You know what I mean? And so I think for me, if I were to just go along with society, I would say, don't do this to kids. Do what you want to do when you're 18. If you feel like that's going to change your life and make you feel less stress and less unhappiness, then that's for you. That would be like someone, don't wear a wig. Well, I'm going to, because it makes me feel good. Do what makes you feel your best self. But don't start pushing this on children who cannot make this decision for themselves. That's where I draw the line. No puberty blockers. I don't agree with that at all. I think, before I was a women and gender studies major, I was a biology major. That's my actual passion, is biology. And so as a society, we are so uneducated about how our own body works. We don't know. We don't know every single thing, and it would take a lot of study, just like it took me a lot of study learning about the human body and every single function and every single thing that it does. And when you realize how specialized your system is and how one little thing can set off, a cascade of events of atrocity to your body, you would really think twice about doing that. But right now, we're in a society that's push, 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 look this way, look this way, look this way, I am super scared of I don't want to put anything in my body that's bad. I'm cautious. However, when it comes to my looks, I'll get Botox in my face. That's food poisoning. Botulism toxin injected into my face so I could look a certain way to please people. It's just we all have it. As a society, though, we have to start understanding we're human beings. We all look a certain way, and love on each other for however we look, because it's affecting all of us. It's affecting everybody. So I guess if I draw the line, I don't agree with puberty blockers at all. I don't think children should be medically transitioned. Surely not removing body parts. I mean, I heard a thing with Chloe Cole, and she said, I realized I'm not going to be able to breastfeed my children. And I felt sick. I felt like I got punched in the deepest part of my womanhood, because I felt pain for her that was just unimaginable, because she has to live with that now.
No.
She's going to have a baby maybe and think, what have I done? That's a lifelong, thing for her that somebody else did. And that person that did that is,
I mean, it's almost an irreversible decision. I mean, I just sat there and I listened to Chris say that, or maybe it was you, I can't remember, but him looking at himself in the mirror saying, I've destroyed myself. And he can't go back to exactly the way that he looks. And that's a 56-year-old man. I think it would be good to see not just encouragement from the mental health community, and maybe let's dig in and actually find out what's really going on before we move forward to this, whether it's, I mean, definitely it shouldn't be happening to kids, but, you know, as an adult, I mean, it was pushed on them.
Should it be happening as an
Immediately.
adult? Like,
And that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Is there was I don't know if discouragement is the correct terminology or the correct word, but you know, there should definitely be some more looking into, and not only encouragement to do it, especially when, I mean, we just dug into Chris's childhood and everything that took place there, and that none of that went into accountability of or the PTSD or the traumatic brain injury when he got blown up. I mean, they didn't look into any of this to see if any of that, you know, might have played a role in this.
Right.
And it did.
Yeah, huge role. And a lot of the times there's factors in people's lives that are greatly influencing this. And if you lessen those, you know, if you allow if you give the person the tools to cope with those things, that might not be the avenue that they take. Because now, you know, what happened? Okay, so there's this push, right? It's all over the news. It's in Vanderbilt. It's everywhere. Just push to allow kids to transition, allow people to transition. Well, now we're starting to see accounts of detransitioners. So now society is going to be left with people who didn't love themselves, so they transitioned. Then they detransitioned, and they have scars or regret. So then did they go back to not loving themselves? Like, was the problem ever really fixed? Because now it's just another, you know, added layer of guilt or regret that the person didn't have. You know, the person wasn't managing well before.
Yeah.
Then you add on guilt, regret, fear, all this other stuff, because a lot of people that detransition, which is another thing, that word is not mentioned in women and gender studies. Detransitioners are unheard of. It's like they don't exist. They're like the fake, like they never really trans if they detransitioned. You know, that's the problem with trans. If someone has gender dysphoria, they can heal from that, right? You can go and get help for gender dysphoria. You can get therapy for that. If you're trans, you're trans. If you're an alcoholic for life. It's like the best example. And I don't believe in that either. I feel like people aren't alcoholics for life. They can quit drinking. And if you quit, you quit. You're not an alcoholic anymore. You're not doing it anymore. But with that trans label, by getting rid of those labels, those terms, you know, in psychology, you've put a permanent label on someone. And so now people who are like, well, you know, I fell in love and got a new job and my life's great. And you know what? I'm not really dealing with all those issues I was anymore. I don't really feel the need to do this anymore. They're stuck. And if they detransition, they are so shunned from that community. Like death threats, you're fake, you were never real trans, you're not one of us. And it's like, are you serious? Like, you know, like I see this stuff that people send Kristin in that community, the community of love and welcome and peace and love is love and all that. Oh no, it's not. It's only that way if you go with that narrative, if you agree with everything they say. If you're a woman who loves yourself, nah, forget it. You're transphobic. You know, if you're a detransitioner, well, you were never really trans in the first place. You're fake. You know, get out of here. I mean, just go look on the comments. You'll be blown away.
Wow.
By like this. So then you get people who are healed, but maybe all of their friends, because they were trans for 5, 10, 15 years, all of their friends are in that community. Now they feel like they can't detransition or they can't heal. Why? Because misery loves company. And if you're happy and you're detransitioned or you've healed yourself, well, you're not one of us anymore.
Yeah.
You're not self-loathing and wishing you were something else and all this other stuff. You know, you're just happy and content with who you are.
Yeah. How long has this been going on with children?
I think for a while, but it just
How many years? 5
seems
years?
like for like
10
the
years?
past probably 10 years maybe.
It's going to be real interesting to see what happens in another 10 years
Oh, it's
when these kids become adults.
how sad. How
And it's
sad.
going to be interesting to watch the relationship between their parents as well.
What about the parents? What about a parent who was told your kid's going to kill themselves if you don't allow them to transition? What parent is going to be like, just go kill yourself. No, they're going to be like, do whatever you need to do to stay alive. I'm going to keep you alive, you know? And then the child's out of school where they're not being bullied and, you know, like all these other things that happen in high school. They're out of it. They're on their own. They maybe meet someone and they're like, ooh, what did I do? I'm not this anymore. Then imagine the parent. When the kid's like, Mom, Dad, I'm not this anymore. I messed up. And then the parent's like, oh my gosh. Like I can't even imagine. I cannot imagine that. I cannot imagine Chloe Cole's parents, like how they must feel. Being told by a doctor, your daughter's going to kill herself if you don't cut her boobs off. And now the daughter's like, and then the parents are like, so that's another thing. You know, people are like, how could a Navy SEAL get convinced to do this? How could a parent get convinced to let their kid cut their boobs off? It's all the same pressure. It's all the same fear. It's all the same pressure. It's all the same, you know? And now we're going to have all of those people. So all the parents who allowed this now needing mental help because they feel guilty and, you know, because now their kid is, you know.
Mm-hmm. Do you think a lot of parents are pushing this on their kids for attention?
They're doing it for, they're social justice warriors. It's just all, it's fake. Yeah, it's virtue signaling. It's because right now, like, I don't know how it is right now, but I've seen this in the news where people are losing their jobs. Okay, Jordan Peterson, prime example. If he's not using pronouns, he's going to lose his job, right? Mm-hmm. So if you know that, and you love your job, and you love your paycheck, you're going to use the pronouns. Mm-hmm. You're going to do whatever it is that they're wanting. You know, it's gotten tyrannical at this point because now you don't even have the choice to agree with it or not. If you don't, I'm gonna cancel culture. That's the weapon of mass destruction that the left has. It's cancel culture.
Yeah.
They'll ruin your job, ruin your account, ruin your everything because you don't agree with whatever. So now, you know, you have people that can't, that are so afraid of being othered that they're going to go along with it and want to be accepted by the crowd that's doing the damage, right?
Yeah.
If you've got some big, huge person standing next to you and they're looking out at a crowd and they're just swinging an axe and just cutting whoever doesn't agree with them, where are you going to stand? Out in the crowd, or are you going to stand right next to the person and you can't get hit with the axe? That's what society is doing.
Yeah.
They are clinging to the person with the axe. And the axe that's swinging is transhumanism. And you're like, I'm just going to go along with it and be on the good side. So you know what? My kid's trans. You know, there's videos out of, you know, there's one out where this little boy, his mom and his brother are on camera and they're talking about like pride praise or pride or whatever. And the little boy says, well, my mom doesn't care if I'm gay or lesbian or whatever. She just cares that I'm a part of it. And the like, what do you mean? And then the little boy, and it's all like, I don't know how it got out. Like, I don't know why the mom released this, but he goes, well, unless it was live. And he's like, well, you're just going to make me do it if I'm not doing it or something like that. Like the mom was forcing the kid to be a part of this, even though he wasn't, you know, gay or anything. And so it was like, it's more or less, it's not, I'm going to make you gay or make you trans, but I'm going to make you support this. Because if you don't, you're not going to make it in society, because right now society has no tolerance for people who have opposing beliefs.
Yeah.
So I'm going to, you know, it's like that it's like that in everything right now. Yeah.
It's like that in the COVID arena. It's like that in the trans arena.
Yeah.
It's like that in the race arena.
Yeah.
It's running rampant.
Yeah, I mean, it's a line, right? A very clear line. You're either on one side or the other. And you want to make sure you're, and if you think I'm going to survive on the side that's supporting this, then people are going to do it.
Yeah.
And then there's going to be people that's like, I'm going to die on this hill. I'm not going to support this. Like, this is not worth it.
So having been through, what you guys have been through as a couple, what advice do you have for somebody whose partner's thinking about transitioning or detransitioning?
I think with transitioning, I would really ask, like, what is it about you that feels, this way? What feels like, if I were, some of the things that I used to ask Kristin are like, what feels like a woman to you? Like, what do you do, or what do you think? Like, what are you, aside from anything you could put on or any kind of appearance, what are you doing and thinking that you think is more woman-like than man-like? And that is where the hang-up happens I think for a lot of people. Because, like was mentioned, it's more of like an observing mimicry than like, I want to feel like that. I want to be that. What do I need to do to present, like, and so you look at like Dylan Mulvaney, for example. It's 1000% stereotyped, like, oh, I went to the ladies' room and like the girl next to me asked me under the toilet for a tampon. Like, that didn't happen. It's just a stereotypical thing that men think happens to women in restrooms. And yeah, it might, or it has, but to act it, it's just all, it's all. It's
pretend.
Pretend. It's all pretend. It's all pretend.
At what point do you think you go into a supporting role? That's a different, now see, that I don't know that I could answer, because I've not, when I met Kristin, she was already Kristin. Mm-hmm. There was no, I didn't have to like go from like man to support you into being a woman. I don't know how that would look for me now. 2 years ago, when I was, a little bit more under the influence of like leftist ideology, I might have answered that totally different. More of like, oh, okay, well, just kind of laissez-faire, blase blah about it. Not really thinking, just writing the surface. That's probably the answer I would have given. Now, I think with Kristin, it's different because it's already been established. Like the feminine's already been established. But if it was just like, if I was just in a relationship with, a male for 10 years, like a dude male, and like no inclination, no anything of this. And then they're like, I think that, I would still support them, but not maybe, I don't know, probably the intimacy would lack. The intimacy would go down. So maybe it would go into more of like a friendship supporting role, because probably that person would be pursuing other things, would want to really change their life and pursue different things anyways. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's difficult. It would be problematic for me now, for sure. Seeing what's happening to women just in general, that would be really problematic for me to be in a relationship with a man now who transitioned into a woman. With Kristin, I don't know. I don't see her as a woman, but I don't know. It's almost like you never saw her as a woman, so you were already somewhat in a supporting role for
yes.
the detransition.
I was in a supporting role for both. Like when we met, I was buying women's clothes. I was doing whatever, because like I said, like when we met, it was two people who had a lot to share with each other, who just shared it. And so I wasn't looking to like get anything out of it more than just like, hey, you're cool, you've been through a lot, hey, like maybe we can talk and like help each other out. Like it wasn't ever, I had no like ulterior motives or any kind of intention. So I immediately was in a supporting role. And so that role is, it would be much harder to be in a supporting role from one person going into a new gender than just going to the one they already were. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
it's
can
just like a
understand that.
kind of, And because like I think some of the transitioning had already happened. Like in everyday life, you would not know probably, other than like boobs or something. But like just general like mannerisms or, it's not like it wasn't like, I don't know. I wouldn't say it was hanging out. It was like hanging out with a girl or a guy. But there were some really cool aspects of it, for sure. Like fun aspects, like, how many women get to be like, okay, this is really actually funny. Like I didn't wear a lot of makeup. I still don't. I didn't have a lot of like feminine, like real, like wild feminine. Like I've just recently also come into a lot of my femininity. I got out of an abusive marriage that was really horrible. And now I'm just kind of like exploring. So like with Kristin, I was like, hey, like, you got really good makeup, like way better stuff than I have. And so like how many people get to have that relationship where I'm like, hey, can I get that lip liner? Can I try that? Like I never even wore lip liner before, So there are some like really fun, there is a fun, like happy side too. That's not like weird, like how many people get to say that or, like whatever, like little tips or something that I didn't know, that's just because someone wanting to be a girl and examining a girl so much might pick up on stuff that me just being a girl didn't even notice because I just am it.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of like, fun kind of things like that. There was a lot less pressure about my hair, like for sure, like wearing wigs because trans people wear wigs, drag queens wear wigs. So there was a lot less of like, you're going to judge me for how I look, which was cool. That was like a big part of it. A lot going into a relationship with no judgment. Like, how can you judge me? We both have something that we have insecurities about, so that was good.
Yeah. Interesting. I never would have thought of that. But,
Yeah.
well, Courtney, I really appreciate you coming on and good luck with the wedding and with everything. So
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey guys, let me tell you about this subscription service that I've been working real hard on called Vigilance Elite Patreon. Basically on Patreon, we have it broken up into 3 different tiers. We got tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. Let's dive in. Our tier 1 patrons get all the behind the scenes footage of the Shawn Ryan show. That could include behind the scenes photos, that could be side conversations that we have in between breaks, that could be specific questions that our patrons give us for the guest on the Shawn Ryan show, and a ton of bonus content that doesn't really fit into any specific category. For our tier 2 patrons, they get access to our tactical training library, which consists of well over 100 videos. We've broken those videos up into separate categories, and those categories are rifle fundamentals, pistol fundamentals, drills, tactics, driving, gear and weapon setups, and everybody's favorite, mindset. Also on Tier 2, you will get a live update from me on the 1st and the 15th of every month where we talk about the upcoming guests on the Shawn Ryan show, plus all the benefits of Tier 1. Our top tier, which is Tier 3, gets full access to all the other tiers, plus they get full access to me, where we do video teleconferencing, VTC, once a month. We discuss anything from tactics to current events to who's coming on the show. I take suggestions, and it's very interactive. No matter what tier you choose, the support is greatly appreciated, and it is the only thing that makes this show drive on. So thank you for all the support. See you on Patreon.
All right, Chris, we just had your fiance Courtney on to get her perspective on everything. Mm-hmm. And I want to kind of wrap this up. So I think one of the most important questions I'm going to ask you is, for anybody that's thinking about transitioning genders, do you have any advice for them before they go through with it?
Wow. Yeah, it's tough. I would say there used to be these protocols, and it's a Harry Benjamin protocols. And now they do this W path and some other stuff, but that's all been changed to meet the current narrative or ideology, whatever they want. So they're pushing people through really fast. And so the protocols have all changed. And the protocols I'm talking about are the amount of counseling sessions you have to do before you can start any hormones or anything else. It's the amount of time you spend living as it's like a real life experience is what they call it. And so if I was going to transition from male to female, I would have to do 30 mental health counseling sessions and have that signed off that I did 30 sessions, talking about all this stuff and really digging in deep. And I would also have to live the real life experience as the gender you're going into, male or female. So I would have had to live as the female gender, as a woman, trans woman, for a year. And then at that time, then you would get the paperwork and all the stuff. Then you can start doing the hormones and all the other stuff. Now, all of that has changed, and they basically can do no sessions. You can walk in there and just say, I'm transgender, and then you start getting hormones and everything else. Pretty much, or it's one session or something, it's a signature. But the problem with that also is that they're scamming the whole system, is that you can get whatever paperwork you want for money. So you go into those crooked psychiatrists or whatever, or whoever would give you the paper, and you pay them enough money and they're going to say 30 sessions or whatever. So there's a lot of gaming going on. But they don't even require 30 sessions. They don't even require any sessions. You can walk in on session 1, you'll be on hormones, and then a week later you might be getting surgery. So it's just so incredibly fast, and you're not really investigating with a professional. And that's why, I kind of bash the psychology, the whole, group pretty badly because of what they're allowing to happen. Now, just like I said, the doctors are kind of stuck in the middle between insurance and money and the administration. It's going to be the same thing with a psychologist. So there's something going on that they will not admit to. The doctors won't admit it, the psychologists won't admit it. And if those folks start standing up, then this will change. If the doctors start standing up and telling the truth, this will change. Psychologists will start standing up, telling the truth, this will change. But just like everybody else, we're all afraid. The cancel culture and losing your job and everything else and fines. You'll be imprisoned. It's just ridiculous. So one of these days, if somebody starts standing up and they start doing it, and I feel like I'm almost this first one, like really talking about some of the deep stuff. And Courtney's the same thing. Like we both said a lot of stuff today that's not really out there, I don't think. And if it is out there, it's kind of hidden, or they just they mark it with those stupid little labels talking about how bad this person is because and it might happen this one too, that we're going to be marked as haters and as phobias and all the other stuff, which is totally opposite of who we are as people. And the fact is you're transgender and you're a good person, you did it all as an adult and whatever, and you're not doing all these rainbow flags and love bombing and doing all that stuff, then I would never have a problem ever, and you would probably be a friend of mine. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't have any problem with that. But when they start doing all the things with all those love bombing, all these rainbow flags, and all this push towards it, and the push, like I said, is not the people, and it's not the doctors, it's money. And like I said, these doctors have these gender clinics, and they're making $450,000 per surgery, which is just ridiculous. So in every year, you have these gender clinics with one doctor making millions for the hospital. They're pulling in huge money. And the really big hospitals, the university-connected hospitals, the ones that are really big, like Johns Hopkins and all the rest of them, they're pulling in, hundreds of millions of dollars for gender stuff. Now, are they going to give that up very easily? No, they're not. And they're going to push these doctors. And these doctors are caught. And if they don't do the job, they're fired. And another doctor will take their place. And that's the problem. If these doctors start speaking up, and I have a lot of connections with doctors because they have heard me speak up and speak just like I'm speaking right now. And they call me and they talk to me, and they're giving me some of the inside info about the cost and about this and about how the shortcuts are being taken. These doctors need to start standing up. You took a Hippocratic oath, and you should be healing people, not damaging them. And just like I said, out of those 100 transgender people with all these surgeries and all that other stuff, just like Chloe, and we keep hearing Chloe call up because she's one of the first adults that are coming out really hardcore as detransitioning and all that. And I can't stand that word because there's no such thing. It never happened in the first place, and it's not a D. It's not a detransition because it didn't happen. The thing with Chloe, though, she's one of the first adults that had, at 15 years old, a double mastectomy. There's going to be a lot more of these kids that had it happen when they were kids. And as they grow up, they're starting to learn this stuff. Now in Sweden, you can see it, and you can look this data up if you want to. There's this Swedish J-curve with all this gender ideology, all this gender stuff. The Swedes saw it going like normal for decades, just like this, because the Swedes are about 20 years ahead of us. They've been doing this for a long time. It is Sweden, yeah, it is. So it goes like this, and then suddenly it goes, and it shoots way up. And it was like 1,500% increase, or no, might have been non-binary. But there's these huge increases, like ridiculous. And then the Swedish government were going, what is going on here? And they put brakes on, and they started re-looking at it and really studying and finding out. Because this isn't normal. For them to go from a line like this for decades and then something happened. And that's what's happening in America right now. And so why can't the American government look at this and take a look at all this other data and know that this is happening right now in America? And if we don't put the brakes on it, it's going to get worse. And you're going to have all these kids going to be damaged and really hurt. All these parents. You think we have some problems right now? 10 years from right now, 5 years from right now, you're going to start seeing what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. So in the wrap up is that I don't have fear of transgender. I don't have homophobia, transphobia, or any of those phobias. That is a tactic being used. It's a ridicule tactic to make us stop and make us shut up. I'm not going to shut up. And the more they push me and try to make me shut up, I'm going to talk louder. I'm going to talk more. And like I said, I don't want to do these podcasts. I don't want to go on the news. I did that thing with Tucker Carlson one time, and it was pretty quick. It was like 4 minutes. It was quick. And basically what I said there, I'm still standing by. Said, I love people, and I love humanity. I love people, and I love our world. And I respect our world, and I respect us as human beings and this body that I have that was given by the grace of God. And I think that we need to stop all this damage. There has to be something. And like I said earlier, it's like, yeah, I'm a Christian, but it has nothing to do with what I'm talking about right now. I'm a human being that went through something. I went through something that damaged me, and I did it all as an adult. And now I'm looking at what they're doing now to the kids. So it has nothing to do with religion or anything else. Take that off the table. If you're a human being and you had something happen to you as an adult, and then you start looking down there and you start seeing kids, the same thing's happening to them, wouldn't you want to speak up? It's the right thing to do, And so what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to save all those kids that are pulling into this, that are not. They have gender dysphoria. They have all kinds of other things. They have depression, anxiety. They're just teenagers with hormones, and they're just not liked, or they hate their bodies, or they're just growing up. They don't have a chance. And so this reminds me of a story that will give you a little more view into who I am and how far I will push stuff and how far I stand by my word and what it really means. So I was at the team, and we were doing missions, and we were going after some real big bad dudes. And I have a ton of those stories, but I only tell like 2 of them. But this one story is important because it's who I am. So we're going to this house, we're doing the clearing, we're walking through, and we're doing all the stuff, but we're doing it real quiet because we haven't gone hot yet. So it's all like the cover, shh. We're just going through it super quiet. And I get up through this room, and I get up these stairs, and I take this right, and at the end of this hallway, I didn't know how fast I was going pretty quick. But we're pretty good about that and checking stuff. But for whatever reason, I went through the door, and it didn't have the number 2. So I was going out there alone. And out on this rooftop, so it was a door that opened out on the rooftop. And in Afghanistan, they sleep on the roofs all the time because it's really hot in there and just want to be out in the cool air. And it's the stars. It's beautiful to sleep out there on these rooftops. Plus, it's the security points. So this guy was up there on security, pulling security for his family and for the compound. And he had the AK, and he's sitting there. And so basically, you see me, have all the best equipment. The lasers, the nogs, the night vision, all the stuff. And I'm using some terminology that put night vision and lasers in the gun, and it's totally prepped out my body armor. And we have our radios on the side with the antennas and all that stuff. So if you look at me with this green glow in there, and there's all this tech and there's lasers and all this stuff, I'm like an alien being, I'm looking very high tech and very alien looking. And then I look at this guy, and in retrospect, I'm looking at this guy, and he's down here with bare feet and dirty and just raggy hair and his beard, and he had his one, that thing they wear. And I used to know all these things. I used to speak some of the language, but it's kind of washed all that out. But I see this guy up there, and he's laying there sleeping. He's just starting to wake up because there's some noise and stuff that's starting to happen, because even the animals start waking up in the compound, you know. So eventually people start waking, and the guy's just getting up, and he sees it, and he's reaching up, and he's got his AK, starts coming up at me. But I'm already off safe, and I'm figuring, I'm going. It was a split second. I mean, I set a record at Shaw's shooting, you know, camp, you know, the plate shooting. I'm on that top 10 because I'm a fast shooter. And so I'm sitting there just waiting. I'm just there. And dude's getting up and he's swinging up. And I'm going, don't. And I'm just looking at him going, don't do it. And I'm in my head and I'm just praying. It's like all of it's going, all my energy's going to that guy. Drop it. And it's like such a close. And if he was just like this much further with that barrel, and I was just like watching all of it. Why was I doing that? No rules of engagement. I could have taken him right when I walked out on there because he was up there in security and had a gun next to him. Done. But I didn't. I was going towards him. I was still walking towards him, closing the distance. And then the guy just like right there, he goes, and he drops it because he saw it. So it was alien versus caveman. And I'm sitting there for about whatever seconds it took me walking towards this caveman as an alien. Different language, different religion, different culture, different everything. Super high tech, and this guy with dirt. Why was I doing that? For seconds, I was walking towards this guy. Didn't shoot. I could have. I was allowed to. Should have. I actually got in trouble because there was guys on other rooftops and there was other stuff going on in the compound. And one guy, and I can't remember who it was. I could if I really thought about it. But he saw what was going on my rooftop. He saw across because it was only maybe as wide as this room. It's not huge distances. So he saw what was going on over there. He saw it. And when we got done with the whole thing and the guy was cuffed, because basically he dropped the gun and I kicked it away and I cuffed him up against the wall. And because I did all the interrogations. So because I was ASOT type guy and I did all that stuff. So I was also the interrogator. So I'm talking to this guy through my terp. And because I was like that agency ASOT guy, I always had a terp because I was always doing this stuff. So he's my terp. And so interpreter. So he was the guy that did all the local posture. And I spoke some of it, but not all of it. He, I don't even speak very much at all. It's like team guy, you know, you know, hands up and where's the bomb and this stupid stuff. But I was talking to him and he just seemed like a pretty good dude. This is after all the action, after everything was done and everything's. So I'm just talking to him and I'm getting intel and I'm trying to work with him. And he didn't know anything. And the guy was like, he was not anybody we'd ever want. And I was like, just leave this guy. And then one of the other guys was like, no, we should take him, you know, and get one. You got a guy, and he had a gun, he was security. I was like, no, man, I was going to leave this dude. And so because I had enough voice over it, because I was the interrogator, I was the guy doing all this stuff, but I was also the guy that ran source operations. So I was the field officer, you know. I was a recruiter, you know. And so I told them we need to leave this guy, and they did. And so we took off, and I, you know, it was good. Done.
You spared his life.
Spared his life. But it was seconds of me walking up on him. 2 weeks later, I'm walking through a bazaar. And if you've ever seen pictures of me, I had this big, bright red beard, unless I dye it. And over there, I dyed it a lot because I had to get it darker. But if you see me, I had a really red beard. And they used to call me Red Beard or Caveman. So it was always something about that. So 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, it was a little while later, I'm walking through a bazaar. And I got this guy running towards me and he's saying something in Pashto. And so I start drawing my pistol because I had my long gun in the truck. And so I start drawing my pistol out because we're in a bazaar where it's like, it's not a big deal. So, and it was right there on the base. It was one of the bazaars kind of attached to the base. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So it was protected and there was guys all over and we had security towers like right there. So we just brought pistols in there. We just wanted to be, you know. And so I start reaching in and getting my pistol out, and Turp puts my hand down and says, no, he's saying thank you. It's like, and I was like, and me and him have been working for a long time and had super trust. And it's the dude, it's the guy. And he sees me and he's saying thank you and he hugs me. He said, come back to my shop. And so I go back to his shop, start talking to him, and we become friends, you know, and I get a really great discount on a rug, you know, because he had his really cool shop. So it's a good story, huh?
Damn.
That's not the whole story.
It was the guy?
It was the guy. And so what do you think I did with that guy? So it became this amazing thing who I actually gave him over to another agency. But it was amazing.
You
and so we're talking
him.
to the guy. Yeah. So I'm talking to the guy, and it's amazing and good stuff. And because the guy was very aware, because he ran that business, he was always there. He was always traveling around. Saw a lot of stuff. So amazing. And we became friends. And so the point of the story is not all that, the fact that he became a friend or he ended up being good for us. But the conversations I had with him was about, I don't want to be here, and I know that y'all don't want us to be here, so what can we do to get all these foreigners out? And if you've been in Afghanistan, it wasn't really the Afghans that were doing most of the trouble, It was everybody else. It was all these jihadists coming in there and trying to kill Americans. Yeah. Just like when I was in Iraq, I got shot by more Iranians in the beginning than I did Iraqis. They were shooting at us all the time because they were paying money to go on the border right there with the fence and shooting across the Shat al-Arab and trying to get us across the river. The Tigers are Euphrates, and they come down, and then you have that one strip. Well, the Iranians were shooting across at us, and all the time. But we weren't allowed to talk about that. But they're jihadists, and they just want to kill Americans. Yeah. It's a bonus for them. They get bonuses, I guess, when they go to heaven or something, which is ridiculous. It's an Abrahamic religion. We're also part of the Abrahamic religions. Why can't we all get along or something like that? But the whole point of the story is the fact that I didn't shoot right away. And the guy I was in trouble. They were like, why did you do that? You brought us all in danger. I was like, no, I was right there. I was controlled situation. It's not a big deal. And plus, now I met this dude, and he's a really good guy, and we're getting good intel off it. But the point of the story is about here in America. You walk around America, and everybody's fighting. Everybody's talking about phobias. Everybody's calling everybody Nazis. It's all this huge fight. You walk around the street, and you're lucky if you don't get beat up if you're late at night, and you're white or black or Asian or this or that. If you're different, if you're an other, and Courtney brought this up, if you get the term othered put onto you, you're going to get it. Because that label is that dangerous label. And that's America right now. And so every time I talk, when I give these speeches out in front of these huge groups of people, and I do that, like 5 to 10 big speeches a year, which is pretty good for me because I'm just living off my disability and stuff, So if I can give a speech and I can make a little money off it, it's a pretty good deal. And I give leadership stuff and I do motivation stuff. But this is one of the stuff I talk about, is the fact that in America, we're all walking around and we never give anybody a chance. I said, I'm walking in there as an alien and a caveman on the ground with nothing. I gave him 3 seconds. I said, we don't do that for each other. Automatically, if you saw me as a transgender person and you would just want to fight me or you want to do something. And I had team guys start trying to pick fights with me and doing a lot of stuff. And it was just like, I didn't do anything. Well, I actually did do something with all that, and I feel bad about that. But we do that for everybody. For black and white, for Asian, for Latino, for all of it. We're all fighting. We never gave each other even 3 seconds to have a conversation or just look at you and say, hey, you're a human being. I'm not going to walk up to you like this and just start punching you in the face. Yeah. How about you give me 3 seconds? And so I ask everybody out there, I say, you'll never, on anywhere around the world, mostly, very rarely will you ever see, somebody as far apart as that alien in that caveman on that rooftop. I gave him 3 seconds. So why can't you do the same? Just give everybody you meet 3 seconds. How about you start with a smile instead of a grimace? There's this one rapper that said his whole life changed when all he did was just change his eyebrows. I can't remember who it was, but he was always like that, and always like trying to be that tough guy, just always like, and you do it, you purposely squint like that, and I can look really mean, and I can go up to you, and I can mad dog you. And most of those rappers are all doing that mad dog stuff. All he did was lift his eyebrows, and he did that, and everybody changed. Everybody started talking to him differently, and he started treating everybody differently, and his whole life changed. And I ask everybody out there, 3 seconds. I was able to do it in the most critical, whack, life and death situations.
Yeah.
And it's not a big thing to ask. Is that we all start smiling a little bit, just like that guy did, and changed his life, just lifted his eyebrows a little bit and started being, how about a smile? How about open your hands up out of them fists and talking to each other? Now, how you see transgender people right now is the way I hope a lot of other people start seeing them. There's a lot of folks out there that are hurting. And the thing is every time you or scowl or you talk to a transgender person because they're looking just whack or whatever's going on, and you make fun of them or do anything like that, what you're doing is you're punching them. And then as soon as they get punched, they're going to sit there and they're going to talk to their trans community and the whole community, and they get hugely love bombed. And all it does is just make the gap wider. So every time you're all out there in public, you aren't smiling with those transgender people, just give them a break. They don't need to be beat up. They're beating themselves up enough. You don't need to beat them up. They're getting beat up by everybody else. So if you can do it, if you're a human, and you have just the slightest bit of compassion, how about you start being a little nicer? How about you give that person a break and start trying to close that gap up a little bit? How about if you're black or white, you give it a break and start closing that gap up a little bit. If you're Latino or Asian or whatever, how about you give it all a break? We're not all racist. Most of us aren't. Most of us are poor, and most of us are rich, and that's the division. It's not had nothing about race, and nothing about religion, or nothing about gender, nothing about any of that. The only enemies right now is rich and poor. You know, and always been that way. We're the slaves to them, and it's all we are. And so if we start looking at each other and start saying, hey, we're the same. Hey, dude, you're good. You're a good dude. I've talked to you now for 3 seconds. All right? And we shake hands. And it's black and white. There's man and woman, or gay and straight, or trans and not trans. And whatever. If we can start closing those gaps up, because we don't shoot, and we give them a few seconds, we might start finding out that America's a pretty cool place.
Yeah.
But right now it's a cesspool. Right now it's all fights. And CNN's doing it, and Fox is doing it. And all we're doing is fighting. And we got to stop that. You got to start offering your hand out. When you see that transgender person in that grocery store, just leave them alone. You don't need to make fun of them. They already get enough of that. They get enough of that in a mirror. So please, all I say, if you listen to this whole thing, and you make it here to the end, just, would you chill out a little bit? Would you start being a little friendlier to people? I don't hate anybody. I want everybody to do well, you know? And I want everybody to find happiness. I want everybody to find love. I did. I found love and happiness. And I give everybody at least 3 seconds, all the time, no matter what. No matter how they're coming at me, until they're like right there and I start feeling some danger, I'm still trying to give them some time, you know? And I plead with our country right now. We're at the precipice right now of a civil war. And you know it, and I know it, and a lot of people know it. We're at the precipice right now. But we don't have to fall over. We don't have to go there. We don't have to have another civil war. But we're gonna, if we keep going in this direction. And I beg of you, give everybody 3 seconds. That's all I ask.
You're a good fucking human being, man. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. I'm trying, man, I'm trying. It's not easy. I'm trying. Thank you.
Proud to know you. It's an honor.
Hey everybody, I'm Shawn Ryan. Click here to subscribe to the Shawn Ryan Show YouTube channel for the hottest and most compelling interviews that you will not see anywhere else. I've also made a playlist of all the previous SRS episodes so they're easy to find. You can find that right here.